Into the Dark. Alexis Carew, Book 1. Written by J. A. Sutherland. Narrated by Elizabeth Klett. Chapter 1. This one.
And why's that, Miss Alexis?
Alexis glanced over at her grandfather's foreman and grinned. Quizzing me, Brandon? The man crossed his arms and gazed up at the massive varenwood tree she'd indicated. Over 100 metres tall and 10 in diameter at its base, the tree towered over its neighbours. Its thick canopy blocked the morning sun from reaching the forest floor. Around them, the remainder of the lumber crew trailed up the slope from the camp below, readying themselves for the day's work, while Alexis and the foreman decided how best to harvest the trees on the plot of land. Brandon turned his gaze to her and grinned back.
Never hurts to state your reasons, Miss Alexis. Ensures you think them through, it does.
Alexis laughed and smiled up at him. At 15 standard years old, and only a bit over 1.5 meters tall, looking up was a thing she'd accepted as her lot in life. She pulled her brown hair back into a ponytail and bound it quickly, already dressed much like the foremen and workers, in sturdy denim trousers and a loose linen shirt. True enough, Brandon. All right, then. First, he's the largest on this parcel, so the most valuable. She ticked items off on her fingers. Second, this is probably as big as he's going to get, so leaving him won't get us any more income. She gestured around the clear area beneath the massive tree's canopy. Third, all this space will be open for new growth, so we'll have a nice windfall when we come back next season and cull some of the smaller trees that will spring up. And last, he's perfectly positioned. She nodded down the lightly wooded hillside toward the camp. If we lay him down this slope, it'll be a straight drag back to camp, and we can keep the maximum length for sale. Brandon grunted, and Alexis took it for the agreement she knew it was. This was the very tree he'd pick himself, she suspected, and her grandfather as well. The market for varenwood paid exponentially better as the wood's length and breadth increased, and this particular specimen was truly impressive, if they could bring it to market undamaged. Brandon squinted down the slope toward the camp.
We'll have to take one of those two as well.
He pointed to 2 other trees, each half the size of the one Alexis had chosen, but bracketing the slope where the tree would fall.
Just to be safe.
Alexis followed his gaze and shook her head. No. She stepped over to the trunk of the massive tree and pulled a can of paint from her belt. She glanced down the hillside again, gauging the angles, and sprayed a vertical line on the tree's trunk. Luca will drop him right on this, and he'll fall dead centre between them.
Risky. A bit to one side and we'll lose one of those 2 and damage this one.
Luca can do it, she said. In 5 years those 2 will be worth 10 times what they are now. Were we to take one today, we'd lose that growth. She stepped back to his side. If it were any crew but Luca's cutting today, I'd take one of them to be safe. She paused, considering. No, if it were any other crew, I'd work a different parcel and come back here when Luca was on. This gives us the maximum return with the least impact.
All right then, Miss Alexis.
He nodded and turned to walk away from the tree.
Put the boys to work, and it'll be you explaining to your grandfather if it goes awry.
Of course, she agreed, grinning as she followed him. Luca! A group of 3 men carrying laser cutters trooped over to the pair. Take him down, Luca, Alexis ordered, indicating the massive tree. Luca activated his laser cutter and stepped forward, gesturing with it to the line of paint on the trunk.
Just there, miss,
he called. And not a centimetre off, she answered. Luca gave her a broad smile and turned to the tree, beginning the process of cutting away its base. The smell of burning wood filled the forest as Luca carefully cut a wedge deeper and deeper into the massive trunk.
"And is it any particular he we're cutting down to size today, Miss Alexis?"
Brandon asked, not taking his eyes from the cutting crew. Alexis felt her face warm, but kept her eyes on the crew as well. "Every arrogant, foppish, third-generation planter's son I've had to take tea with these last months," she muttered.
"Bad as all that?"
"Worse." They watched as Luca nodded to the member of his crew stationed behind the tree. The man carved a second wedge in the trunk on his side, opposite the first. Luca watched the man for a moment, then resumed cutting on the front. Alexis watched, calculating the angles, as she knew Luca was, and ensuring that the tree would fall properly. "Brandon," Alexis continued, "some of these boys have never been to a lumber camp or a mine, nor even their home farms. One hadn't even been on his own holding since he was 8 years old." She snorted in disgust. "His mother took him to live in town, and he's not been back since. Just idles away his time and spends his father's money. Never been off planet either, but he speaks of New London as though he were born there."
"Have to be patient, Miss Alexis. Your grandfather'll do right by you."
There was a faint crack, and the massive trunk of the varenwood began to lean. "Coming down!" Alexis yelled. The cutting crew hurried away from the trunk. Luca paused, just out of range of the tree's fall, as the sound of creaking and snapping wood filled the clearing. He dashed back and swung the laser cutter again to make one last cut before dancing away. All eyes followed the tree as it slowly toppled, gaining momentum as it fell. Deafening cracks sounded as the last of the wood parted, and then the ground shook as 1,000 tons of varenwood slammed into the forest floor. Alexis smiled at the path of the fallen trunk, perfectly bisecting the gap between the two trees they'd needed to miss. Luca let out a whoop of triumph. "Just there, miss," he called, his wide grin making him seem boyish. "Fine job, Luca!" Alexis grinned back. She felt her heart swell with pride as the rest of the lumber crew rushed forward to begin trimming the branches from the varenwood. They'd have the immense tree carved up and ready for the hauler in no time. Then her smile faltered as she thought about what she and Brandon were discussing and how she stood to lose all of this. "He can't do right by me, Brandon. The law won't let him. I can work a holding. I can know all there is to mining." She waved at the fallen tree. "I can run a lumber camp, but I can't own any of it. I have to be married off, so that at least I'll get some benefit from all he's built his whole life." Her lips curved wryly, and she patted Brandon's arm. "I'm sorry. Not your fault." No. The fault lay in the first settlers of Dalthus, her grandfather among them, who'd wanted to keep the power and lands for themselves, the ones who'd endured the greatest hardships of early colonisation. They'd seen how the effects of successive waves of immigration had diluted the power of the first settlers on other colonies, so they'd set up strict laws of inheritance. Primogeniture was the law of the land here, and male primogeniture at that. So only the eldest male heir could inherit the entirety of an estate. If there were no male heirs, then the estate passed to the husband of the eldest daughter. And if there were no male heir and no married daughters, then the estate transferred back to the colony itself, lands to be auctioned off to the other first settlers, with proceeds going into the colony's coffers. Strictly speaking, the law wasn't enforceable. Dalthus was part of a star kingdom governed from the New London system. And while the New London Constitution did guarantee equal rights and protections for both men and women, the more distant members of the kingdom, often many months of travel away from one of the core systems, were often granted great leeway in their local laws and customs. Mostly due to the fact that a colony world's jurists were limited, by necessity, to local inhabitants, and that the cost of appealing to a court in a core system would require months of travel time and expense.
Marriage is not so horrible, Miss Alexis, Brandon said, smiling. Rather fond of it myself.
Alexis had to stop herself from snapping at him. Brandon and his wife loved each other very much, she knew, and seemed quite happy. But neither had they been forced into it, nor had they been kept from work they loved for want of a spouse. She was saved from having to respond by one of the workers calling up the slope from the camp below.
Miss Alexis, your grandfather's just been on the caller. Says he needs you back at the house, and he's sending a hauler for you.
Alexis's eyes widened, and she paled. "Oh, no," she whispered. "I left the house so early to get here I forgot what day it was."
Must be important if he's sending a hauler,
Brandon commented. The colony had a limited number of the anti-grav vehicles, and gaining their use was expensive. "He's going to kill me," Alexis whispered, then louder. "I'm sorry, Brandon. You'll have to finish up here." She dashed away, heading for the cleared area of the camp where the hauler could land. "And keep an eye on the trimmers," she called over her shoulder. "They've been leaving too much on the trunk. Those branches bring guineas too." Alexis rushed down the slope toward the camp, dodging men, stumps and felled logs along the way. Once closer, she slowed so as not to spook the team of 6 horses being led up to drag the newly felled varenwood down to where it could be prepared for transport. Despite her speed, the hauler had already landed when she arrived, its long, boxy shape and shining metal looking quite modern next to the canvas tents and cooking fires of the camp. Consisting of a large, flat surface, under which was slung an enclosed anti-grav unit with power and propulsion, and a small stubby control cabin stuck onto one end, the vehicle, ugly as it may be, was one of the most valuable things on the planet, next to the fusion plant in Port Arthur. It, along with the 2 others of its kind, was the life-blood of the colony, transporting cargo to and from the many holdings and the port. Alexis flung herself into the cramped control cabin, quickly buckling herself into a folding seat behind the operator and slamming the door shut. Almost before the latch closed, the operator had the hauler back in the air, climbing and banking to turn toward her grandfather's holding.
Morning, Miss Carew,
the operator said, without looking away from his controls. "Good morning, Trevin," she replied, breathless. "Thank you for the ride. I'm sorry you had to come for me."
Must be important to take me off me scheduled run so sudden like.
Alexis winced. Use of the haulers was tightly scheduled, with every minute of airtime valuable and accounted for. Her grandfather would be paying triple time for this trip, 1 for the use of the hauler, and 2 more as compensation to the settler whose use of it had been disrupted. "I suppose it is. Please do hurry, will you?"
"Always do, Miss Carew."
He grinned and pushed the throttle forward, accelerating rapidly.
"She does have a bit more pep running empty, and not having to worry about a load shifting on me. Fun to fly this way time to time."
At least someone will get joy from this afternoon, Alexis thought, for I'll surely not. Within minutes, the hauler had travelled the distance it had taken Alexis 3 hours to cross that morning on horseback, leaving well before dawn in order to reach the lumber camp in time for the day's work. As the craft banked to land, she leaned eagerly forward to see out its windows. Despite feeling horrible about the cost and upsetting her grandfather, flying was still such a rarity that she relished the chance to see her home from the air. The modest 2-story farmhouse her grandfather had built shortly after her father was born sat proudly at the edge of a dozen other buildings near the road from the village. Long barns sheltering the animals and equipment, barracks for the unmarried workers, and small homes for those who had families, all clustered near it. Some distance away, a small village had sprung up, providing shops and services to the workers so they wouldn't have to travel the hours to Port Arthur. And surrounding it all were the rolling green fields, neatly partitioned by fencing and hedgerows, that made up the home farms that supplied food to the Carew family's holdings around Port Arthur. Elsewhere on the planet, the family held huge tracts of land under cultivation for export back to the core worlds, but Alexis had always felt she could tell the difference between what was produced there and what came from the home farms. Trevin brought the hauler in deftly, settling it in a large open space near the farmhouse, sending chickens and geese flapping away in all directions. Alexis unbuckled and popped the cabin's door before the craft had fully settled, leaping out and calling, "Thank you, Trevin," as she hurried toward the farmhouse. Crowds of people hurried out of the barns and homes to see what the excitement was about, and Alexis blushed furiously, knowing everyone on the holding had seen the extravagance and knew that she was the cause. And knows the why of it, she thought. There were no secrets on a small farmstead, and there had been much talk about Alexis's situation in the months since her 15th birthday. I can't blame them, I suppose. It affects them as well. Whomever she married would become the new holder after her grandfather's death, and their new employer, or bondholder if they were indentured. That thought disturbed Alexis more than the possible loss of the lands themselves. Her grandfather treated his workers and indentures quite well, far better than some of the other holders on Dalthus. The thought of the families she'd grown up around being subjected to the treatment she'd heard about on other holdings was frightening. Denham Carew heard the sound of the landing hauler, more the panicked sounds of the farm's geese and chickens really, and set his tablet aside. Much as he relished a break from working on the holding's accounts, he wished for a different reason. He didn't enjoy these meetings with potential suitors any more than his granddaughter did. "Well, she likely hates them more, but it is my death the lads'll profit from, so I've a right to find it distasteful." "I'm sorry, grandfather," Alexis cried as she burst into the farmhouse's kitchen. She gave a brief nod and smile to Julia, the family cook, who was busy trussing a chicken at the kitchen's long counter. Not only gasping and dishevelled from the dash from hauler to farmhouse, dirt and sawdust covered Alexis from her morning at the lumber camp. "I knew they were working the plot with that great Varenwood today, and I wanted to be there to see it was taken properly." She grinned. "We got it without having to clear another tree on the plot, grandfather. A clean fell." Denham sighed. "That is wonderful, Lexie. But this visit has been planned for weeks." He rubbed his tired face. Contrary to the current fashion of a clean-shaved face amongst the first settler families, Denham still wore a full beard, not caring if the younger generations thought it marked him as too much of a working man. Alexis lowered her gaze. "I'm sorry, grandfather. I forgot." Julia snorted derision. "Not sorry, and didn't try too very hard to remember, if I'm any judge." "Whatever am I going to do with you, Lexie?" Denham asked. "Why, grandfather," she said, voice bright but with an undertone of bitterness, "you're to sell me off like a prize sow. Isn't that what this next week is all about?" Her face fell as she saw the look on his. "I'm sorry, grandfather. Truly." That hurt, but it was no more than the truth, and no more than he deserved, he supposed. "I'm sorry as well, Lexie. I do wish there were better alternatives for you. But the law's set. If your father had lived—" Alexis crossed to his side and gave him a brief hug. "I'll not live forever, Lexie. I won't," he insisted, as she started to protest. "Oh, it likely won't be tomorrow, but it'll come. If you're to have any joy of what I've built, this is the only way. And we've time yet to find you a man you can work with. They can't all be—" His voice trailed off, trying to find words to describe the parade of second and third sons of his peers, wondering how the grandsons of the men he'd settled this world with could have become such. "Ignorant, idle popinjays?" Alexis offered. "Oh, they're not all that bad." "Grandfather, Hayden Deeback couldn't read. Said he could hire it done when needful, and would never pay good coin for books of stories." Denham shook his head. The lad's grandfather, Seth Deeback, had landed on Dalthus with 2 university degrees earned and seen to the colony's learning materials himself.
Old Seth's spinning in his grave at what his progeny's turned into, sure enough. Well, he began, trying to think of something nice to say about the lad, then sighed heavily. No, that boy's an idiot. Alexis laughed. A man who's learned to work his brother's lands, but wishes they'd be his own, and who's willing to work with me, not expect me to sit idly by. That's what I'd like, if marry I must. She paused and grinned. Or an ignorant, idle popinjay, content to live in town while I work the holding. Perhaps that's the best to hope for. I'd wish more for you, Lexie. I would. The teasing brightness left her face, replaced by frustration. It's not fair, grandfather. It's your land, after all, and I've learned so much about how to hold it. And what have I said you should do when you find the man who told you life would be fair, Lexie girl? Kick him hard, she answered, smiling sadly, for he lied to me. But we've near 1,000 hands and their families looking to us. She caught her lower lip between her teeth, a habit he'd tried to break her of since she was a little girl. The thought of them having to look to the Waiths or the Milners. She crossed her arms. Or the Coulsons, for that matter, from what you've said of them. Mayhap something will change, but for today, the young man's to be here any time. And my issues with the Coulsons were with this boy's grandfather, not the lad himself. There's no reason to think he cares about it one bit. So, upstairs and clean yourself as best you can in the time you have. Martha has your dress laid out, I'm told. Grandfather, Alexis started to protest, and then stopped. Yes, grandfather, she said, and left the kitchen. That girl has too much of you in her, Julia observed when Alexis had gone. Denholm nodded in agreement, eyes still on the door Alexis had left through. My fault, I suppose. After his wife had died, he'd never remarried, thinking there'd be time later, and feeling it wouldn't be fair to a woman when his heart was still full for his Linnell. Then, when his son and daughter-in-law had died soon after Alexis was born, he'd been too busy raising the child to even think of it. And, once she was old enough, it had seemed so natural to bring her with him as he managed the holdings, just as he had his son before. He smiled sadly as he remembered when he'd first realised just how much Alexis was learning from those trips. Alexis had been just 10 years old when she'd burst into this very kitchen, covered in a layer of sweat-streaked dirt, to proudly announce, "I ploughed the field, Pop-Pop! Come see, come see!" Denholm had followed her outside, expecting to find a disaster in his farmhouse's yard, but instead Alexis had led him around the house, past the barn, past even the pastures, to the edge of the home fields. There, to his amazement, she had managed to wheedle his foreman into staking off a full half-hectare of the field and harness a mule and plough for her. Though the holding had 3 large solar-powered tractors for working the land, they were in constant use in the fields that grew crops for export. Both the home fields and those that the workers leased were generally farmed with mules or oxen. He could see the tentative starts she'd made, where the rows were wide and swerved back and forth, and they were shallow where she hadn't the weight or strength to force the plough-blade into the rich earth. But over the course of the field this changed, and by the end her rows were straighter and deeper than he'd expect from many of his hands. "These here are not so well done," she'd told him quite seriously, "but I believe I did get better." "You did, Lexie," he'd agreed, examining the rows carefully. "You did a fine job. How did you get the plough to dig in so well here?" "Well," she'd said, "I needed more weight, and so I paid Franklin, Thomas and Jennard to stand on it while I ploughed." "And paid them with what, Lexie girl?" he'd asked, wary at her naming 3 boys from the village who were around her age. "Sweets from our kitchen, Pop-Pop. I've told Julia that they're to have my sweets from dinner and supper for 3 days, and Martha's as well, for I'm to do her evening chores on 3 Fridays, so that she may be free to see her Brandon house down in the village. Now, Pop-Pop, how may I get some grain to plant in my field?" And so had begun Alexis's education in the economics of running the holding. Denholm had explained to her the rents both tenants and indentures paid for use of a field, as well as the cost of the wheat to plant one, both paid from the harvest at season's end. Alexis had agreed and gone to the foreman to draw 40 kilograms of seed grain the next day, then hurriedly arranged with her 3 hired hands to sow her field in exchange for another 3 days of sweets. Denholm had watched her discreetly as she rushed from boy to boy, ensuring that they did the job properly, even bellowing across the field in a surprisingly strong voice for one so young and tiny. "Thomas Poor, you get that seed in the furrow, or I'll take every wasted grain out of your pay. You just see if I don't." She'd kept her little crew at work all season, asking him, sometimes thrice a day, for the latest from the colony's weather satellites, watching the green sprigs grow, turn golden, ripen, and finally become ready for harvest. Then more work for the reaping, the threshing, and at long last, after a long season of difficult labour, and turning her treats over to the 3 boys, the weighing. In the end, her 40 kilograms of seed had become a little over 1,300 kilograms of grain. Not the best, but certainly not the worst yield Denholm had ever seen. For the rents of the mule, plough, thresher, and all the associated equipment on the farm came back 20% of the crop, leaving Alexis with just over 1,000 kilograms of grain. Denholm had explained that the tenant families would keep some of that for their own use over the next year, and to use as seed the next planting season, though some holders insisted their tenants take seed from the holding instead, and charged higher rents as well. Those 1,000 kilograms, delivered to market in Port Arthur and loaded onto a ship for transport back to the hungry Corwells, had gotten Alexis 30 shillings, from which Mr. Dokes, the merchant factor and royal representative, had collected 3 shillings tax and 1 shilling 6pence in fees for storage. Alexis had looked at the handful of coins, a great deal more than she'd ever held as her own, but not a great deal of return for the amount of labour put in on that half-hectare field. "I do believe that it would be quite a hard life for someone without a great deal of land," she'd said seriously. Denholm had agreed. "We settled first and have great tracts of land under cultivation, Lexie, but even so it's hard. The equipment to farm that much land is expensive to get and maintain, and there's always the risk of a bad season. For the tenants and indentures it's worse. They have the work they owe their holder, and only then can they work for themselves and try to put a little extra by." Alexis had nodded quite solemnly. "Pop-Pop," she'd asked, "do you suppose Franklin, Thomas and Janet could come with us to Port Arthur the next time? I should like them to enjoy some of the profits as well." "Even after giving them all your sweets?" "Well," she'd said slyly, "Julia always does make extra, you know." Odd, Denholm thought. I don't remember when it was she stopped calling me Pop-Pop. "Aye, your fault," Julia said, pulling him out of his reverie. Busy sliding butter and herbs under the chicken's skin, she still took the time to glare at him. "Dragging the girl off to mines and forests and what not, never giving her a chance to learn how to be the proper lady all these young men expect. Then you go and buy her that horrid dress." Denholm threw his hands up in exasperation. "I bought that dress at the finest shop in Port Arthur. Height of current fashion, they told me." Julia shoved a quartered orange into the chicken's cavity with just a bit more force than Denholm felt warranted. "Yes, Denholm, height of fashion for those hothouse flowers who never see sun unless they're covered in linen. Your Alexis is brown as you are, not some pale creature. She needs deep, vibrant colours, not—" She stopped at the footsteps on the stairway, and a moment later Alexis stepped into the kitchen.
The dress, all white and pink with heavy lace and thick ruffles, was truly not appealing on Alexis. The girl's tanned skin looked out of place, and her long, straight chestnut hair, pulled back in a tight ponytail, was far from the elaborately coiffed blonde curls one would expect to see above such a garment. Even the green of her eyes seemed to clash with the pink in some disturbing way. "Oh, Miss Alexis, why don't you have a seat in the parlour?" Julia said. "I'll just wash up and bring in a tray of biscuit, then the tea when your young man arrives." "He's not my—" Alexis began, then sighed. "Yes, thank you, Julia. I'll do that." She left the kitchen again, closing the door softly behind her. Julia placed the prepared chicken into the cold box and washed her hands. "Not sweet heavens, that," she whispered over her shoulder. Denham hesitated. In all honesty, he found the dress ridiculous in its own right, but how was he to know? Alexis spent most of her time in the same linen shirts and denim pants he and all the hands wore. It was hard to picture her in anything else. "Perhaps you're right." "Of course I'm right. And it's all a bit of nonsense that she's in this position in the first place. Whatever were you thinking? To have made that silly law to begin with." Denham cast his thoughts back to the founding of the colony. Julia had arrived with a wave of indentures some 5 years after the colony was settled. She hadn't been present for those hardest years. Hadn't watched as the last of the shuttles lifted from the landing site that would become Port Arthur, leaving behind 3,000 first settlers, the majority of their supplies still packed in transport cases, and all of the housing tents not yet raised, leaving to rejoin the hired ships that would begin the 6-month round trip to the core worlds and return with the second wave of settlers. By the time Julia had arrived, after those who had the wealth or skills to buy shares in the colony without signing away years of their own labour, most of that had been over. But Denham had lived through the years when the colony's limited medical equipment, kept at Port Arthur, had been half a day away on horseback. When, if you could gain the use of the colony's single anti-grav hauler for an emergency, it was still so busy and the holdings so far flung that help was still hours away. That was how the Nell had died. An early, complicated birth, beyond the skills of the local midwife, and a night spent praying that the doctor would arrive by buggy or the hauler would be released from its tasks, and neither happening before it was too late, leaving him to raise a son alone. And then Harlan and his Catelyn gone to an overturned buggy, with Alexis but 3 years old. He sometimes wondered if the family were cursed, hexed by some unknown enemy. "It was a hard time, Julia," he said. "The deaths those first years were shocking." Horribly shocking for a group of colonists straight from the core worlds, where advanced medical care was so accessible. A misswung axe, a horse's kick, knowing it could be fixed if you could only get him to Port Arthur, and knowing you wouldn't make it in time. The girls and the babes were the worst, though. He closed his eyes. "That's a thing for joy, not—" He felt Julia close behind him, and her hands on his shoulders. "We brought our wives here," he said. "Wanted to work the land, provide for them, keep them safe." He shook his head and scrubbed at his eyes. "Made sense when it came up at the conclave. The lands already went to the firstborn to keep the holdings together. Why not to the firstborn son? Let the girls stay safe at home." "You can't keep someone safe by putting her in a cage, Denham," Julia said. Denham snorted. "And isn't that just why so many of us came out here in the first? Tired of new laws that put us in a cage for our own good? And now it's my Lexi that has to pay the price for me not seeing it." Julia started to speak, but the arrival of one of the boys from the village interrupted her. The lad burst into the kitchen, panting heavily. "Visitor come through the village." "How far, lad?" Denham asked, trying very hard not to laugh, the boy's enthusiasm cheering him. "On the road, maybe halfway."
The boy grinned, clearly quite pleased with himself. "I come through the fields and woods to beat him here." "Good lad. Julia, do you have an appropriate reward for our young messenger, while I go and greet the visitor?" "Of course I do." She placed a few more biscuits on the tray she was preparing and held it out to the boy. "Would you take this into the parlour for Miss Alexis, Richard? And then would you like ice cream or cake?" She bent close to the boy's ear, whispering loudly enough for Denham to hear. "Or perhaps ice cream and cake." Chapter 2. Denham chuckled at the boy's eager nod and left the kitchen. He walked across the large open farmyard, where a few geese and chickens had returned after Alexis's arrival in the hauler, to the simple fence and open gate that marked the road to the village a kilometre away. Midway up the road, bordered by the fields he shared with those in the village, he caught sight of an approaching buggy. "Oh, this'll not go well." The lad had flown into Port Arthur the day before, and would have had to rent transport to arrive at the holding, but if Alexis were the one visiting, she'd have rented a horse and ridden. "Mayhap the lad thinks to squire her on a ride round the countryside." Denham leaned against the gate-post and waited for the buggy to arrive. He closed his eyes for a time and enjoyed the warm sun and the sounds of the farm behind him. He was curious to meet the lad, Daviel Coulson's first son, as Denham had not had much contact with the Coulsons since the colony ships had landed 60 years before. When the time had come to divide the system's land, Denham had drawn the position just before this boy's grandfather, Rechet. It seemed that every round where Denham chose first, he'd chosen the plot that was atop Rechet Coulson's list, and the other man's anger had grown with every turn. By the end of the choosing, Coulson's rage had been obvious to everyone, the man seeming to take each of Denham's picks as a personal affront. Even the off-planet parcels Denham chose infuriated the other man, claims in the system's asteroid belt where it would be decades, if not generations, before the colonists could begin exploiting. Some had even been concerned that Rechet might call Denham out and the colony would have its first duel before they'd ever set foot on the planet. That first duel had come eventually, but not with Rechet. Another holder had called Denham out for some imagined slight, one of Rechet's cohort. Denham had always suspected that the elder Coulson had put the other man up to it. "Well, Rechet's long dead, but Daviel's done his bit of carrying that grudge. Must have been 15 years or more since I ever spoke to the man." And so it had been quite unexpected when he'd received a polite, if brief note expressing Daviel's understanding of the situation, him suggesting perhaps it might be time for the two families to bury their differences, and wondering if his son Edmund might call upon them. "Never had no differences to bury for my part, and there's not so many young men her age as are unattached." Soon he heard the hoof-beats and the creaks and rattles of the buggy approaching, and opened his eyes. "Oh, dear." "Hoy, you there?" The young man driving the buggy pulled back on the reins to stop it. "I'm looking for the Carew estate. They told me in the village that it was up this road. Have I missed it somehow?" Denham studied him closely. A young man, only 17, but tall and slim, probably handsome in a way, and that was the last of anything Alexis was likely to appreciate. As for his elaborately curled blonde hair, or his dress, a long scarlet jacket over a rich brocade waistcoat in a startlingly bright green, if Alexis didn't like the dress Denham had gotten her, then he couldn't imagine her being impressed by this lot. "Not a bit of it made here on Dalthus, I'll wager." While the colony had a thriving textile industry for local consumption, it was mainly plain cottons and linens, not the richer fabrics this young man wore. Denham himself dressed not that much differently from his workers, preferring the rough, sturdy fabrics he'd worn when first settling the world. "Are you deaf, man? The Carew estate, if you please." "You've found it, lad," he said, stepping forward briskly. "And himself as well. The young man looked around, bewildered. "Mr. Carew?" Denham laughed, extending his hand up into the buggy. "Not what you expected, lad." "Well, no, sir." He grasped Denham's hand. "Edmund Coulson, sir. I do apologise for my tone. Your dress, sir." He cleared his throat. "Aye, and you'll take that tone with a common farm hand easily enough." But much as he might not like it, Denham knew it had become a common trait amongst the younger holders and their families. "No harm, I suppose, and you're welcome, lad. The house is just across the yard. I'll have someone see to your horse and buggy." "Ah," Coulson said. "The house is behind that barn there, then?" Denham sighed. "No, lad. That would be the house." Edmund flushed. "I know it's not the great stone piles your father and his like prefer, but it's been just Alexis and myself for many years." He eyed the small house, decades old now and showing some wear, but still neatly kept. "And it's full of memories for me." "I see." Edmund climbed down from the buggy while Denham called over one of his hands to see to the horse. "I'm sure it will be a pleasant place for you to spend your declining years. Once you've turned the weight of the holding's management over to someone younger, yes?" Denham raised an eyebrow as they walked toward the house. "Wasn't thinking of declining any time that soon, lad." Of course not, sir. Of course not." He gestured at the farmhouse. "I simply meant it is a comfortable place. Quite the thing, I'm sure." Denham nodded, though he doubted the lad had truly thought that. He'd seen some of the new houses the other holders had been building the last few years, and heard of how the Coulsons led the pack, great stone edifices with every possible activity having its special room. "And armies of indentures adding to their debt for the privilege of working the great house. Well, lad, let's go and introduce you to Alexis, shall we?" "Well?" Denham asked, as Julia returned to the kitchen. Julia looked unsure. "They stopped talking when I went in, but they did seem a bit flushed." "Flushed?" He set his tablet aside. "A bit red in the face and perhaps breathing heavier than they should." "Well, then," Denham chuckled, pleased with himself. "Maybe the lad has some qualities she finds attractive after all." Julia pursed her lips. "I wouldn't get your hopes up, Denham. There's a fair distance between meeting and marriage." A sudden screech of outrage came from the other room, followed by the crash of breaking china and a masculine, or at least slightly lower-pitched screech. A moment later, Edmund burst into the kitchen, hair wet and tea streaming down his face. "Mr. Carew, I really must protest this treatment. It is entirely unacceptable." "Grandfather!" Alexis yelled, bursting through the door close behind him and shoving past Edmund. "Do you have any idea what this person has said?" "Alexis Arlene Carew!" Julia yelled. "Have you just thrown your grandmother's best teapot?" "Enough!" Denham bellowed. Alexis stepped back to the doorway, but Coulson stepped forward. "Sir," he began. "Said enough!" Denham bellowed again, causing the boy to back up. Denham moved to put himself between Alexis and Edmund. "Now, Alexis, would you please explain why our guest has tea all over him? And please tell me you did not throw your grandmother's best teapot at the boy." "Of course not. I would never do that. I just dumped the tea on him." "You see, sir," Edmund yelled, "she admits to this most deliberate act." Denham held up his hand. "Lad, you will have your chance to speak your piece, but please let me hear from my granddaughter. Now, Lexie, why?" "Well, grandfather, we started our conversation with a bit about how we'd each spent the day so far, and after a truly boorish and disrespectful—" "Lexie!" Denham warned as he saw Edmund preparing to object again. "Description of the inadequacies of Port Arthur's lodgings and buggy rentals. I acquainted Mr. Coulson with my trip to the logging camp this morning, to which he responded that no proper lady should ever find herself in such a place as that. Certainly his lady wife would be forbidden such, for fear the sight of the lower classes might awaken her animal passions.
Lad?
Denham asked in disbelief. Sir, it is a well-known fact that the gentler sex is quite prone to indiscretion, and must be protected from temptation. Denham rubbed his forehead and sighed.
2 generations here, and we've gone right round the bend, he muttered. So then you threw the tea at him, Lexie?
No, grandfather, I simply said— What she said, sir, Edmund interrupted, then paused. Well, what she said is scandalous, spurious, slanderous, and libel, sir. Such nice alliteration, Alexis said sweetly, but then it went right out at the end.
Sir? Lexie?
And, sir, Alexis continued, libel and slander are the same, saving the one's written. Shall I get my pencil and put it down for you, sir?
And enough,
Denham yelled again before Edmund could respond.
Lexie, what on earth did you say to the lad?
Simply that perhaps his figurative lady wife would have no need of strong, shirtless, sweaty labourers if she had more than a mewling child in her bedchamber.
You see, sir, Edmund yelled, she admits it. Libel, I tell you.
That's the one what's written, you ignorant divvy, Alexis spat.
Alexis.
I'm sorry, grandfather.
No, you're not, and you've still not explained the tea.
He turned his attention to Julia, who stood in the doorway behind Alexis, hand to her mouth.
And no laughing, you.
Then, grandfather, this young gentleman you'd have me marry suggested that a good thrashing might set me to rights. Denham turned to the boy, who had the good grace to look uncomfortable, and raised an eyebrow.
Lad?
Well, sir, it is the duty of the head of house to correct its members, is it not? Denham shook his head sadly.
Lad, what are they teaching you over on the coast? You've gone clean off your nuts, you have.
He took a deep breath.
Well, Lexie, I can't blame you for the tea.
That's not when I dumped the tea on him, grandfather. No, sir, Edmund asserted. That is when she threatened to assault me. Grave assault, sir.
Well, you just threatened to thrash her, you daft bug.
Denham broke off, clenching his teeth.
What did you threaten to do to the lad, Lexie?
I threatened nothing, grandfather, she answered. I merely informed Mr. Coulson that were he to thrash someone such as myself, he'd best sleep lightly behind a well-barred door, else his future lady wife would have more dire need of those shirtless labourers. Grave assault, sir. Denham closed his eyes, dreading the answer.
And then?
And then Mr. Coulson informed me that I had confirmed what he had been told of me by others, that I was shrewish, plain, and common. Denham shook his head.
Oh, lad.
Edmund straightened his shoulders and tried to smooth his damp hair. I was, sir, I admit, much put out and not myself at that time.
Oh, I think you were yourself, lad. Much yourself, I'm sure. And then it was the tea, Lexie?
Well, no, grandfather. I informed Mr. Coulson that I should be happy to consider his evaluation of me when, perhaps, he had gotten some new spectacles. For, as evidenced by his clownish attire, he is quite colour-blind, and not at all well-sighted, you see. And then, sir, Edmund interrupted in a wounded tone, I, seeing that our discourse had gone horribly and bizarrely awry, you understand, I attempted to set things aright. Denham covered his face with his hands.
What did you say, lad?
He muttered. Why, sir, I simply told Miss Carew that I could not, truthfully, return such an insult in kind, for I did find her own attire most becoming and quite charming. And then I dumped the tea, grandfather. Denham turned to stare at her in shock, while Alexis glared past him at Edmund, eyes narrowed. He liked the dress.
I'm sorry about the tea, lad. Denham told Edmund as they waited in the farmyard for Edmund's buggy to be brought around.
"And I'll speak to your father about the costs of your travel."
"I apologise as well, sir. I'm afraid your granddaughter and I have some incompatible views of the world. I fear I did lose my temper as well." He paused thoughtfully. "But despite the inauspicious start, I had thought to stay in Port Arthur a few days longer. Perhaps after some time for she and I to cool down, as they say, I might return?" Denham eyed him sceptically.
"Even after the tea?"
Edmund laughed. "My father is quite in favour of this match, sir, and Miss Carew is not altogether unattractive." Denham clenched his jaw. "Though she's wilful," Edmund continued, "she's still young. I'm sure a good strong hand would see her guided out of that."
"A good strong hand?"
Denham cocked his head to one side. "You have, I think, indulged the girl, sir," Edmund said as one of the farmhands arrived with his buggy. "But a husband will see her straight." Denham shook his head.
"Best you leave now, lad, before any more's said. It's very clear you and my Alexis would make no match of it."
Edmund made no move toward his buggy, instead staring off into the distance. "I do wish you would reconsider, sir."
"Don't expect I'll be doing that, lad, and ne'er certain Alexis won't."
"That is regrettable. As I said, my father is much in favour of this match. He wishes to see our two lands joined." Understanding dawned, and Denham laughed ruefully.
"Is it still all about those damned parcels for you Coulsons? 60 or more years and you can't let it go?"
Edmund's shoulders stiffened. "I've heard what you did, sir, somehow discovering which parcels my grandfather would choose and taking them to spite him." Denham's jaw dropped. Then he chuckled.
3 generations you've told that tale. Lad, I had my own list of what I wanted, just like every other one of us. Near 100,000 parcels to choose from and settle, between the planet and the belt, and only 3,000 of us choosing each round. There was plenty to go around."
"Then how, sir, with so many to choose from, did your choices so closely coincide with my grandfather's?" Edmund turned to him, eyes narrowing. "Without some prior knowledge of his preference?" Denham managed to control his temper, but just barely. He was far too old and the incident far too long past for him to care about it, but being accused of something nefarious was not a thing he'd tolerate long.
"I don't know, lad. Mayhap it was chance or just similar tastes between Rochet and me. But it should make no difference now, and certainly not where Alexis is concerned."
He sighed.
"I think it's best you not return."
Edmund clenched his jaw tightly. "I believe you should reconsider your position, sir, and your granddaughter's." He gestured at his tea-stained clothing. "She already has a reputation. When word of this gets out, and I assure you it will, you may find even fewer have interest than before. As time passes, her options will become more constrained, perhaps severely so."
"And what do you mean by that, lad?"
"Simply, sir, that a marriage to me now would mean an amiable settlement. After producing an appropriate number of children, she could live as she chooses. Well, bound by propriety, of course. Later, perhaps my family will not be so generous. After all, your lands will become available upon your death, and Alexis will see none of it."
"I've no plans to die soon. Might be a long wait for that."
"Perhaps, and perhaps not. Accidents do happen, Mr. Carew, as your family is so regrettably aware."
"Again, make clear your meaning, boy,"
Denham said. "I'm no boy, sir. I've fathered 2 bastards amongst the indentures on my father's lands, both healthy and strong. My meaning is simple. Between your granddaughter's reputation and the risk of my family's enmity, who but me do you think will have her? And, should something untoward happen to you, as it did to your son, what will happen to your Alexis then? Your lands will be sold, likely to my family, and she'll be left a destitute tenant, penniless in that village down there, beholden to the new landowner.
who shall, in all likelihood, be myself. You must ask yourself which future you should wish for her.
Can't hold my lands if you're dead, boy,
Denham said quietly. Edmund turned to look at him finally. What? Denham met his eyes. He could feel his face stiffen as his jaw clenched again.
Some might call what you just said a threat. Certainly not right, saying things like that to a man in front of his own home. Been a few years since I fought a duel, I admit. But you'll note of those I fought, it's me standing here today. Your grandfather's friend Gurner learned that lesson before we ever landed. Surprised you don't pass down that tale as well.
He nodded toward the buggy.
So best you be off before more's said by either of us. Or if you've more to say, I'll know where my man can find you. And if you've aught to object to in me, then yours can surely find me here.
Edmund stalked angrily to the buggy and climbed into the seat. You will regret this, sir, he called back as he snapped the reins and drove off. Denham watched the buggy drive away, eyes narrowed and considering. He'd known the Coulsons didn't much like him, but hadn't thought the hatred had run that deep or bitter. To come here and hide it, courting his granddaughter with that vast spring of bile inside. Denham couldn't fathom it. There'd be trouble, sure enough, when the boy returned home and told his father all that had happened. With a resigned sigh, Denham walked back to the farmhouse and into the kitchen. Alexis sat at the table, head bowed, with Julia's comforting arm around her shoulders. I'm sorry, grandfather, I truly am, she said desperately as he entered. It's just that he set my very teeth on edge from the start and...
Should have thrown the teapot,
Denham told her. Alexis and Julia looked at him in shock.
Little bastard would look quite a bit better with his skull cracked, I think.
Denham, Julia admonished.
Nothing but the truth,
he insisted, crossing to the sink and pouring himself a glass of water. He took a long drink, sitting at the table across from Alexis.
It's I who should be apologising, Lexie girl. I should have started lobbying for a change in the law when your father died. Should have seen this time coming. But I'll do it now, late though it is. I've some favours that can be called in.
I'm sure my reputation won't help in that, Alexis said bitterly, eyes downcast. About that reputation business, Denham. Julia pulled Alexis closer. What of it? I've watched the other young men who've come courting, and there's been naught like this before. Most left pleasantly, and no few would have returned, should Alexis have wished it. Oh, there were no calves' eyes made, nor protestations of affection, but none left bitter, nor covered in tea before, she finished, with a glance at Alexis, who blushed.
No,
Denham agreed, meeting his granddaughter's gaze regretfully.
I suspect that bit's more about me than yourself, Lexie. The Coulsons have hated me since before we landed. I'd not put it past them to be the source of that reputation, even before this visit.
Alexis smiled sadly. That may be, but you can't take the blame for me being plain and common, grandfather, much as you might like to. You're nothing plain, girl. Julia pulled Alexis close. You're adorable. Denham winced at the look on the girl's face, and wondered that Julia didn't see it. Little he might know about women, he'd still learned that neither adorable nor cute were what a young girl wanted to hear when the talk turned to beauty.
Nor common,
Denham told her, changing the subject.
Or no more so than any other holder on Dalthus. We'd none of us titles when we landed, not a lord nor lady in the lot. Putting on airs and building great houses doesn't make one grand.
He reached across the table and grasped Alexis's hands.
It might take years to change things and a struggle or two, but I've a few of both left in me, I suspect.
And if the law can't be changed, grandfather? Denham sighed.
Could send you Corward for a time, I suppose. Maybe to a university, if you'd like.
How much would the cost of that put off plans for improving the holdings? Alexis asked. She shook her head. No. I think there must be something useful I can do that will keep me out of the other holders' minds when talking about that law, and yet give me some escape if it can't be changed. A sudden roar of engines outside made the farmhouse shake, the dishes and pans rattling in the kitchen. Oh, heavens! What now? Julia rose. Chapter 3. The three stepped onto the farmhouse's porch and saw an unfamiliar craft settling to the ground along the road leading to the farmhouse and outbuildings.
Navy,
Denon commented, seeing the ensign and scrollwork painted near its hatch.
Not merchant.
He stepped off the porch and headed toward the craft with long strides as the men and women who worked the holdings streamed out of buildings or in from the fields. Any visit by an aircraft was cause for interest, but most had never seen a Navy shuttle before. The crowd gathered expectantly, smiling and jostling for position to see the show, whatever it might be. "And you'll have no eggs for a fortnight after this," Julia predicted darkly, nodding at the chickens and geese fleeing the farmyard for the second time that day. "Mark my words, why everyone's set on landing in the midst of the yard today." The shuttle's hatch opened, and a set of steps lowered to the ground, followed by a group of men. First, 2 officers, resplendent in dark blue dress uniforms, brass buttons shining, and blue berets perched atop their heads, one with the gold trim of command rank. 6 common spacers emerged, dressed simply in shipboard jumpsuits, and finally 2 Marines, red and white uniforms standing out from the darker dress of the spacers and officers.
"Welcome to Carew Holding, gentlemen,"
Denholm said when they were near enough.
"We don't see the Navy much outside of Port Arthur."
The elder man smiled and held out his hand.
"I imagine not, sir. Captain William Grantham of Her Majesty's sloop Merlin. And my first Lieutenant Carruthers. Mr. Carew, then, is it?" "It is."
The 2 men shook hands.
"We've just arrived in system, Mr. Carew, and thought to make courtesy calls at some of the larger holdings."
Captain Grantham glanced over at the crowd of onlookers, seeming to size up the number of able-bodied men. Denholm smiled in understanding.
"Short of crew, Captain."
Grantham looked uncomfortable for a moment, then cleared his throat.
Yes, Mr. Carew, and having little luck with your neighbours, to be honest. It seems every fit man is off at some distant camp, the coordinates of which are always slightly misremembered."
Denholm laughed.
"That's what I'd expect of them, Captain."
He waved a hand at the crowd.
"You're welcome to ask here, though, and my nearest camp's 5 kilometres from here in the foothills. If you fly due south, you'll see the camp's clearing well enough."
Captain Grantham nodded.
"Thank you, sir. This is quite a different reception than we've received elsewhere." "I'm not sure you'll have better luck, mind you, Captain Grantham. If any of my hands want to try spacing, I'll not hinder them. But I do like to think I treat my people well enough that they've no cause to leave. The Navy's no easy life, I know."
"It's not," Grantham agreed, and turned to the lieutenant beside him.
"Set up the table and give the speech, Mr. Carruthers. We'll see if there are any takers here." "Aye, sir."
The lieutenant nodded to Denholm and Alexis before walking toward the waiting spacers, calling out orders.
"May I offer you some refreshment, Captain?"
Denholm asked.
"Some tea, perhaps?" "That would be quite welcome, sir. Another thing we found lacking in your neighbours." "No doubt."
Denholm scanned the crowd for some sign of Julia, but Alexis spoke up. "I'll fix the tea, grandfather," she offered, touching him lightly on the arm. "Julia's busy watching the excitement." Indeed, both the cook and housemaid were now part of the crowd watching as the spacers made a great show of unloading and setting up a table for enlistment, while the lieutenant exhorted the crowd with descriptions of the excitement to be had sailing between the stars.
"Thank you, Alexis. My granddaughter, Captain." "My pleasure, Miss Carew."
Grantham took her offered hand.
"Lovely dress." "Lexie,"
Denholm whispered, seeing her begin to scowl. The 3 of them walked back to the house and entered the kitchen, Denholm and Grantham sitting at the kitchen table. Alexis began heating water for tea. Is it truly such a hard life, Captain?
It's not easy, Miss Carew. Sailing the Dark's hard work and dangerous both.
Alexis took a tray of pastries from the cooler and set it on the table for the two men. Then why do you do it, Captain Grantham?
Lexi. It's a fair question, Mr. Carew. I don't mind. And one every spacer's asked himself a time or two, I'm sure.
Grantham laughed, choosing one of the small cakes. He took a bite, swallowing before he continued.
For me, it's duty, I suppose. New London has enemies, though we're not at war just now, so far as we know out here at least. But even here on the fringe, there are those who take it into their heads to try their hand at pirating, or even taking over a whole star system.
He paused.
The kingdom thrives on trade, you see, miss. The colony world depends on it. The navy keeps the trade flowing.
Alexis smiled. I do understand the economics of the kingdom, Captain. No world is entirely self-sufficient, or if it could be, there are still others that can produce certain products more efficiently or less expensively. Certainly we here on Douthus would suffer horribly if we were cut off from the core worlds. She bit her lower lip. What I don't understand, Captain, is why it's your duty to do this.
I'm sorry, Captain Grantham,
Denham interrupted, glaring at her.
My granddaughter is, perhaps, a bit too inquisitive.
Not at all, Grantham assured him.
I could wish more folk cared about such things. I suppose, Miss Carew, that it's my duty because I can do it, and do it well, I think. I have no delusion that the Navy would all fall apart without me, but I do believe I'm as good a captain as most, and better than some.
He selected another cake.
For myself, well, I find that a life in the service makes me feel quite useful. A man does like to feel useful, you know.
Thank you, Captain. The tea kettle began whistling. Alexis took it from the stove-top to add the tea, then placed it gently on the table to steep. She bent down and kissed her grandfather's cheek, surprising him. I'll leave you two to your tea, gentlemen. I believe I'd like to change out of this horrid dress. The two men waited until she'd left the kitchen.
She doesn't like the dress?
Captain Grantham asked. Denham let out a bark of laughter.
Hates it. She's more comfortable in trousers, running a logging crew.
Grantham raised an eyebrow.
That's what she was about this morning, Captain. Rode out early to see that my foreman properly worked a parcel she had a particular interest in. Girl's a dab hand at anything she puts her mind to. I am sorry for her questions, though. She isn't shy. Too much of me went into her raising, I suppose.
Quite all right, Grantham assured him, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Her father's no longer living, I take it? Denham nodded.
I've no living male heir.
Ah. Grantham nodded with understanding. And no support to change the laws here either?
No. Some would support a change, but not nearly enough.
He sighed.
Surprised you know about such things, though.
I try to learn the local laws in my patrol area, Grantham said. At least the ones that are very different than those of the kingdom at large.
Don't suppose you have a crown magistrate tucked away in that boat of yours?
Denham asked, smiling. I'm afraid not, nor seen one in some time.
Well, then, it'll be on to the next suitor, while I try to change the law. That was what the dress was about, you see. Had a lad in to meet her.
Denham grimaced.
Went poorly.
I'm sorry to hear that. Grantham coughed awkwardly. I don't suppose you'd see your way clear to pointing me towards some of those hidden camps your neighbours make use of, would you, Mr. Carew? Denham shook his head. He'd like to help him, and Lord knew the men might be better off as navy hands than indentured to some of his neighbours, but he'd enough trouble as it was.
I'm afraid not, Captain. I do have to live with those men after you've gone.
Grantham accepted the answer. Perhaps we could discuss the purchase of supplies then, if you've any extra. Merlin's been sailing several months now, and I'm sure my gun-room's pantry is as bare as my own. And cutting out the Port Arthur Chandler can't help but benefit us both, I think.
That I can help you with, Captain, Denham said, brightening. I've some fine hams and cured sausages that will last you a good long time in space.
Excellent.
I trust a navy draft will be acceptable."
Denholm smiled and rubbed his hands together.
"I've dealt with your chandler in Port Arthur before, Captain. I'm thinking a direct transfer from your ship's accounts would be best, and let your purser handle the drafts."
As the two men were finishing their tea, Alexis returned to the kitchen, dressed again in the denim trousers and loose linen shirt that she'd started the day with. Denholm had to admit that it suited her far better than the dress he'd bought her.
"And that's £3.6 I'll never see again."
The three walked from the house toward the shuttle, where it appeared the recruitment efforts had ended. The Spacers mingled with the Holdings residents, exchanging gossip and news under the watchful eye of two Marines, standing out from the Spacers by their bright red uniforms. Lieutenant Carruthers moved to join them. "I'm sorry, sir. No one was interested in signing on."
"I can't say that I blame them, Mr. Carruthers. Of the holdings we've visited so far, this does seem the finest. You've reason to be proud, Mr. Carew." "I am, Captain," Denholm said. "Thank you."
"Excuse me, Lieutenant," Alexis interrupted quietly. "But I do believe I know where you could find at least one willing recruit." Denholm looked at her sharply. She was speaking quietly, but there was something about her tone that chilled him.
"And where would that be, miss?" Carruthers asked.
"Why, right here, sir."
"Alexis,"
Denholm said in sudden understanding.
"Are there others on the farm then, miss?" Carruthers asked.
"No, Lieutenant, but I would like to do so." Denholm watched Carruthers look to his captain, but Grantham ignored him. Instead, he was staring impassively at Denholm. Meanwhile, Alexis simply cocked her head at Carruthers, as though in anticipation of an answer. It wasn't often that Denholm was at a loss for what to do, but this was the last thing he'd expected to hear today. Enough of the crowd of Spacers and farmhands had heard the exchange for them to pass it on in whispers to those who hadn't heard. One of the Spacers said something that Denholm couldn't hear, but one of the farmhands responded heatedly. "Here now, you!" he cried, shoving the Spacer. "Miss Alexis 'd set your bloody ship to rights, she would." The Spacer snarled and shoved the man back. "Belay that, Alan!" one of the others yelled, stalking toward the scuffle. "We're guests here, and you'll remember it." He grabbed the Spacer's collar and dragged him back, the farmhand backing away with a dark look. "I apologise for the man's remark," Grantham said. "Our boatswain will set him straight on the matter, I assure you." Denholm nodded, unable to speak as he waited for the lieutenant's response to Alexis. Carruthers began. "I don't think that's possible, miss." "I understand women are allowed to join the Navy, Lieutenant, are they not? I've just looked it up, you see."
"Knew the girl was up to something with her questions and rushing off like that with a visitor in the house. But this—"
Denholm kept his eyes on Captain Grantham. While the lieutenant was flustered, Grantham met Denholm's eyes with a steady, thoughtful gaze.
"Well, yes, miss. But in the core worlds, perhaps, or on a capital ship. But out here—"
He looked to Grantham again, but found no help there. His face suddenly brightened.
"How old are you, miss?"
15 standard years."
"Ah,"
Carruthers smiled. "I'm sorry, miss, but you have to be 16 to sign the articles." Denholm looked away from Grantham in time to see Alexis's face fall. "I see, Lieutenant," she said. "Thank you. I'm sorry to have bothered you with it, then." Denholm felt a pang of disappointment at the look on her face, tempered with relief. He didn't know much of life in the Navy, other than that it was hard, but it wasn't a life he'd wish for Alexis. On the other hand, he knew how much she hated to be told she couldn't do something. Carruthers touched his beret, nodding. "No trouble at all, miss." Grantham finally spoke.
"Mr. Carew and I have agreed on the purchase of some stores, Mr. Carruthers. Would you be so good as to have the crew ready the barge's hold to receive them?"
"Aye, sir." Carruthers nodded to Denholm, touched his beret to Alexis again, and strode off, calling for the boatswain. "I apologise to you as well, Captain," Alexis said.
"Quite all right, Miss Carew,"
Grantham assured her, still looking at Denholm. But may I ask, why did you bring this up with my lieutenant rather than myself?" "You'd given him the task of recruiting, Captain Grantham," she replied steadily. "If I'd left a foreman to handle something, I wouldn't care to have the hands all running to me." Grantham turned to look at her. "I see. And what made you ask such a thing at all?" Alexis's eyes were clearly filled with tears now, but she held his gaze and her voice remained firm. "I suppose a woman likes to feel useful as well, sir." She swallowed and lowered her head. "If you'll excuse me, gentlemen." Grantham watched her walk to the house.
"I apologise as well, Captain Grantham," Denholm said. "My granddaughter sometimes acts quickly on things."
He couldn't imagine what had gotten into her. It had been a trying day, but of all things, the Navy?
"Rash, then?"
Denholm shook his head.
"No. Spontaneous, perhaps, but not rash."
"And if her spontaneity leads her to a decision she regrets?" Denholm snorted.
"The girl's no whinger, Captain. She'll try to correct a mistake, sure enough, but she knows there's consequences."
He looked toward the house, but Alexis had already disappeared inside. He had a sudden realization.
"I apologise for her again, Captain. I suspect it was your comment about being useful that set her along these lines. As I said, things went poorly today, and she'd just earlier wished for something useful she could do away from Dalthus."
He smiled.
"Never imagined she'd consider the Navy, though."
Grantham was silent for a moment. "My lieutenant was quite correct, Mr. Carew. One does have to be 16 standard years old in order to sign the ship's articles as a common spacer."
"I understand, Captain, and it's likely for the—"
"Captains, however, have somewhat more leeway in the appointment of midshipmen." Denholm narrowed his eyes thoughtfully.
"And what sort of leeway would that be, Captain?"
"I've seen midshipmen as young as 9 come aboard. My own Mr. Easley is but 13. Midshipmen, you see, are expected to finish their educations aboard in training to become ship's officers."
"And would any of these midshipmen you've seen be of the female persuasion, Captain?"
Grantham grimaced uncomfortably. "As Mr. Carruthers indicated, that is indeed quite rare in the fringe, sir."
"How rare?"
"I am unaware of any female officer serving in the fringe fleet." Denholm laughed.
"Well, that'll do for rare, I expect."
"It's not the Navy, you understand," Grantham went on. "Well, not entirely, but the difficulties in dealing with some of the colony worlds. Merchant spacers can pick and choose where they'll sail, and female crew members can simply stay aboard in the more provincial ports." He shrugged. "A warship's a bit different." Denholm looked from Grantham to the men who were reloading the ship. It sounded almost as though he was making an offer. But was it one Denholm should pursue? He thought about the look on Alexis's face when Carruthers had told her of the age requirement. The odds of changing the inheritance laws were slim, too many first sons that had an interest. Perhaps it was time for Alexis to see something other than Dalthus, and he could certainly see her as a naval officer, more than a student somewhere.
"And your ship, Captain Grantham?"
"I've a man or two who'd balk, as you saw, but nothing the boatswain couldn't put to rights, I'm sure." He pursed his lips. "It would not be easy by any means, but if she's as capable and steady as you say—"
"I've been feeling my years quite heavily of late, Captain. There's nothing for the girl on Dalthus unless I can get that bloody law changed. But I fear that might not be possible."
Grantham nodded. He started to speak, then hesitated. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. "It is somewhat traditional for a captain to receive some small token when he appoints a midshipman," he said carefully. Denholm's eyes hardened.
"We put most of our profits back into the colony here, Captain. I've little in the way of free coin."
"No," Grantham allowed. "I understand. Perhaps, though, some numbers of a different kind, such as the coordinates of a camp or two where I might find other crew?"
"Is it to get those you're proposing this, Captain?"
Denholm asked. He narrowed his eyes, angry now.
"Are you thinking you'll take Alexis as a loss to get you to those men? I'll tell you true, Captain Grantham. Though you've no cause to know it, that girl's a better bargain than any 10 others you'll get to sign your articles. Damn the man if he thought so little of her.
Grantham held up his hand to stop him. My apologies, sir, he sighed. Merlin does need crewmen, desperately even, but she also needs officers, and I've no room for any I don't think would be of value. He offered Carew his hand. I'll take Alexis as a midshipman if she'll sign the articles, and will say no more of the other. Denholm met the other man's eye for a moment, then took his hand. Mr. Carruthers, Grantham called. Sir? Prepare a copy of Merlin's articles for midshipman Alexis Carew, if you please. Sir? Aye, sir. Thank you, Captain, Denholm said. No thanks necessary, Mr. Carew. Grantham smiled broadly. She had the appointment when she brought her request to Carruthers, rather than to me. Denholm laughed. Oh, and Captain Grantham? Yes. Mayhap there's a neighbour or two can't hate me any more than he does already. Chapter 4. Alexis felt her stomach twitch with nervous excitement as the shuttle lifted from yet another remote camp where they'd stopped to recruit for Merlin's crew. Their next stop would be Port Arthur, and after loading supplies, she'd been told, the shuttle, Captain's barge, she reminded herself, as Lieutenant Carruthers had informed her the craft was called, would lift for orbit and HMS Merlin. She looked around the windowless tube of the barge's passenger compartment. Her first time off planet, and first aboard a ship, and a massive change in her life. Her grandfather had found her in her room, having allowed the tears of disappointment to finally overcome her. It wasn't that she truly wanted to join the Navy, it wasn't something that she'd ever considered before, but hearing the recruiting speech given to the farmhands had piqued her interests. The captain's words about duty and usefulness had further spurred her. She'd spent the time prior to volunteering in her room, researching the Navy on her tablet. Though it seemed a rather hard and demanding service, she'd become sure that she could perform the actual work. The thought of being idle while someone else ran her grandfather's lands was more than she could bear, and the more she considered it, the more a useful life away from Dalthus appealed to her. Not forever, perhaps, but at least for a time it could represent an escape. Escape from the choice of one day having to live as a pauper or someone's ornamental brood mare. And, just possibly, with her away, she'd thought, her grandfather might be able to convince the other holders to change the inheritance laws. But the lieutenant's words had dashed those hopes. Then her grandfather had explained that she did have a choice, that Captain Grantham could appoint her as a midshipman aboard his ship, but she'd have to choose quickly. There's no good future for me here, grandfather, she'd said immediately, smiling sadly. Not just now, in any case.
No, he'd agreed. But have you truly thought this through, Lexie girl?
As much as one can in an hour's time. And an enlistment is only for 2 years. If it's a poor choice, then I'll be no worse off really than I am today. Possibly better, if I've not been here to remind people of my reputation. Captain Grantham had quickly explained what a midshipman was. She'd learned that she would be an officer in training, not a fully commissioned officer, but that was still more than she'd expected when she'd first tried to volunteer. The 3 of them had gone outside then for her to read and hurriedly sign the ship's articles, followed by the quick packing of a few small items and mementos, even more hurried goodbyes to her grandfather and the farmhands, before Lieutenant Carruthers had sent her up the barge's ramp with a brisk, "Get aboard now, Mr. Carew," answering her pause and shocked look with a quick shove and, "Lively now, the captain's waiting to board." Once seated and strapped in aboard the barge, Carruthers had seated himself next to her and explained that Her Majesty's Royal Navy, without the slightest trace of irony, I assure you, sir, made no distinction for gender in the address of its officers. She would now be not only a midshipman, but also Sir, and most amusingly, Mr. Carew. Carruthers had tried to explain that this actually had a purpose, that it was important for the crew to see her, and any officer, first as an officer representing the authority of the Queen. Moreover, that sailing the dark was a dangerous business, and there might come a time when a moment's hesitation while a spacer corrected himself could spell disaster.
For the same reason we do not bother with titles, he'd explained. No Sir this nor Lord that. The safety of the ship and the lives of her crew, Mr. Carew, are far more important than either the niceties of grammar or your particular accident of birth.
He'd then handed her his tablet, and suggested she spend the few minutes of flight time by beginning to review the naval regulations, which she'd done between stops at those remote camps, adding 14 men to Merlin's crew, and leaving several disgruntled foremen with nothing but navy drafts to pay off the men's indentures. The craft's landing at Port Arthur was much less disruptive than at the work camps. It descended smoothly out of the clear sky and came to rest at the near edge of the town's landing field, just between the colony's customs boat and a large merchant barge that was busy loading tons of grain. Disembarking was less chaotic as well, with none of the running and shouting that had occurred at the work camps. As the spacers and new recruits filed down a ramp at the rear of the barge, under the watchful eye of the boatswain and 2 marines, Alexis followed Lieutenant Carruthers and the captain down a set of folding stairs at the craft's front.
See to the loading and Mr. Carew's outfitting, Mr. Carruthers, Grantham ordered. I've some business to attend to.
Aye, sir, Carruthers acknowledged, as the captain strode off into the town. He gestured for Alexis to follow him to the rear of the barge, where the boatswain was instructing the men, especially the new hands, in how things were to be loaded aboard the barge.
We'll see the men started at loading the stores, and then see to your kit.
Will that be terribly expensive, sir? She asked, then hastened to explain. My grandfather did give me a guinea in coin, and promised to send more as he was able, but I've no idea what I'll need or what the cost shall be, nor what a midshipman earns, for that matter, she admitted. Carruthers stopped and cocked an eyebrow at her.
And you didn't concern yourself to learn this before signing the articles, Mr. Carew?
Alexis blushed. I suppose, sir, that I looked upon it as an opportunity, more than the pay. And I did learn the pay for a common spacer before I spoke to you. Midshipman came as a bit of a surprise.
Indeed.
Carruthers watched the boatswain for a moment, then motioned Alexis toward the chandlery warehouse at the edge of the field.
Saw the spacer's pay and still tried to join, Mr. Carew?
It did seem low, sir. I believe most of my grandfather's hands are paid twice that, even toward their indentures.
Carruthers sighed. Not too loudly, please, or we'll be chasing deserters through the streets of Port Arthur.
Alexis glanced at him to see if he was joking, and saw that he seemed quite serious. He nodded.
Oh, yes, it is a real problem, I assure you. But as to yourself, the captain has informed me that your initial kit, as well as some degree of personal luxuries, is to be charged to his own account.
Alexis opened her mouth to object, but Carruthers continued on.
This arrangement was made with your grandfather by way of thanks for the location of those camps.
They arrived at the warehouse door and Carruthers knocked sharply.
I assure you, the cost will be little compared to Merlin's need of more hands.
The warehouse door opened, and Carruthers informed the man inside that the spacers from Merlin would be loading the requested stores aboard the barge, and assured him that he would soon be going to the chandlery office to speak to the chandler himself. With the boatswain and spacers well at work pulling heavy pallets of supplies toward the barge, Carruthers led Alexis along the warehouse to the main street into Port Arthur. The town had always fascinated Alexis, being a chaotic mix of all the technologies in use on Dalthus. Busy throngs packed the street, many on foot, but others in whatever conveyances their status and wealth could command. As a relatively young colony world with a small population and little manufacturing infrastructure, many settlers still preferred animal power. In addition to being far less expensive than imported transport, what could be bred on Dalthus was far more reliable than what needed replacement parts ordered from a world weeks or months of travel away. Still, though, mixed in with the horses, mules, and pulled carriages, was the occasional wheeled vehicle, propelled by electric motors, or even a rare anti-gravity vehicle, though these were usually imported by the colony as a whole and shared out through a complex timeshare arrangement, as with the cargo haulers. There were even some instances where a vehicle's propulsion had failed, but the anti-gravity still worked, leading to the odd sight of a levitating cart, heavily loaded with goods, being pulled through town by a team of horses. The chandlery offices were at the far end of the warehouse yard, several hundred metres from the field, and Alexis had always wondered why it wasn't adjacent to the landing field, as the chandlery's primary purpose was to service the visiting ships and crews. Arriving from the field itself, though, and with the knowledge that she'd soon be on one of those ships, spending weeks, if not months, in space, she saw the placement with new eyes. The main street leading into town from the field was lined with shop after shop, catering to those who worked the ships, with food carts and pubs predominating, though she knew from listening to the talk of her grandfather's hands that some of the darker doorways lacking proper signage led to brothels and illicit gambling houses. Spacers, merchant or navy, needing to do business at the chandlery, whether for their ship or themselves, would have to run a gauntlet seemingly designed for the purpose of separating them from their pay. She knew how her grandfather's hands went through their pay in town after a week or two at a lumber camp. How much more eager would spacers be after a month or more in space? "As to your own pay, Mr. Carew," Lieutenant Carruthers said, picking up the thread of conversation again, "Her Majesty's Navy has seen fit to value your skills and services at the princely sum of £3 per month. With this you will be expected to maintain your uniforms and personal effects as befits an officer of the Royal Navy. In addition, you will receive such food and drink aboard ship as our fine purser finds himself able to supply. By which I mean to suggest that you may find it advisable to lay in a store of provisions for your own use." "Ah, thank you, sir."
"Now, as for receiving your pay, and that guinea from your grandfather, as well as any more he should send you, you're to see the purser once we're back aboard ship, and he'll enter you in the ship's books, which will provide you a ship's account. Once you've a tablet from the chandlery here, and it's tied to Merlin, you'll have access to your account for payment, and your pay will go straight there as well."
He cleared his throat.
"Now, as to coin, it's generally discouraged to have a great deal aboard ship. Oh, a shilling or two in pence for the odd card game in the gun-room is all well, but no more than £1, certainly."
"I see, sir."
"It's not that theft is rampant, you understand. Very rare, and that harshly dealt with. But some of the crew are hard men, straight from the gaols, and the midshipman's berth. Well, Easley and Rowland are decent lads, but some ships—"
He paused a moment.
"Best your habits are such that you've no need to think about it. So log any great deal of coin to your account with the purser, and see it on your tablet before you leave him, mind you."
"Thank you, sir," she said, but thought to herself, "I wonder if he intends to leave me thinking I'll be robbed blind and starved by this purser." Instead she asked, "Easley and Rowland, sir? They're the other midshipmen?"
"Yes."
The two of them had to walk into the street itself to go around a crowd gathered at a cart selling grilled sausages. Alexis felt her stomach rumble at the smell. It had been a long afternoon since tea with the Coulson boy. And a world away, she marvelled. Only a few hours, and yet her entire world had been changed.
"Good lads, as I said," Carruthers continued. "Rowland's 21, been aboard ships 5 years now, so he knows his way about. Easley's just 13 and still in his first year, so he's not much senior to you."
"Senior, sir?"
"Not by age, of course, but by time in service." Carruthers smiled. "You'll find yourself, Mr. Carew, repeating today's date quite often, I think. Seniority in the gun-room's quite important to midshipmen, after all."
He grinned wryly.
"And to lieutenants come to that, as well as captains."
"Even Captain Grantham?"
"Ah," Carruthers said, "but Captain Grantham is not yet a captain."
Alexis looked at him sharply and saw his eyes gleaming with mirth. "I do believe, sir, that you were teasing me now."
"Not at all, Mr. Carew. Captain Grantham's rank is that of commander."
But he is called Captain, she protested. He introduces himself as such, sir.
Carruthers nodded. For he is Captain of Merlin.
And yet a commander, not a captain. I must admit to some befuddlement, sir.
Carruthers laughed and relented. It is the difference between rank and command, Mr. Carew. Merlin, though a fine ship, is too small to warrant a full post captain, and yet too large to be commanded by a mere lieutenant such as myself. Between the two, you see, is the rank of commander, which Captain Grantham holds.
Alexis blinked several times and then said levelly, And yet, sir, you have again named him captain.
As I myself would be named were I to command a ship.
And yet still a lieutenant? Alexis asked.
Indeed.
Alexis pondered this for a moment. So, though a commander, he is called captain by virtue of commanding a ship?
Correct. He is captain of Merlin, and he is to her crew the captain, and yet he is not a captain, but a commander.
Alexis sighed. I believe I see, sir. But why, if he is a commander, is he not simply addressed as such?
Clarity.
Alexis opened her mouth to speak, closed it, then bit her lip. I find myself again perplexed, sir.
Carruthers laughed. Aboard ship, Mr. Carew, it is very important for all to know who is in command. This person is referred to as the captain, regardless of his formal rank. It would not do for the men to have to remember if they should refer to the lieutenant, the commander, or the captain, depending on the rate of the ship they served on. And so, the commander of a ship is always the captain. Do you see?
I do, Alexis said, nodding tentatively. I do see that it is quite important for there to be one commander of the ship, and clear to all who is commanding in voice and action, sir. But if a title is to be used to identify the commander of a ship, and the title given by virtue of his commanding, why then is that title captain and not commander?
Tradition.
Alexis saw the lieutenant's mouth twitch, and gave him a mock glare. I am convinced, sir, despite your protestations and assurances, that you do tease me with this.
Carruthers cleared his throat. Perhaps a bit, Mr. Carew, he admitted, smiling. But it is the truth all the same. Clarity and tradition, you will find, explain a great many things in the Navy. And, as it is tradition to name the commander of a ship captain, so that term is used for clarity.
He stopped walking as they had reached the chandlery itself.
And here we are. I've a few things to see to myself, Mr. Carew, he told her. Just ask the chandler to fit you out with a midshipman's kit to start, and I'll be along in a moment to advise you of any other items.
Yes, sir, she responded.
Yes answers a question, Mr. Carew. I, or I, acknowledges an order. He grinned. For clarity.
She returned his grin, laughing. Aye, sir.
And Mr. Carew,
Carruthers said quietly, and more seriously as she opened the door.
Sir? You may not yet have the uniform, Mr. Carew, but you are now a midshipman in Her Majesty's Navy. In your person, you represent the honour of the Queen, her ship Merlin, and our Captain Grantham. Please do remember that.
Aye, sir.
Be about it, then.
Miss Alexis,
the Chandler, Dokes, exclaimed as she entered the shop.
It's been ages, girl. Is your grandfather with you?
Alexis forced her teeth to unclench at that. She'd always hated the Chandler's easy familiarity. Something about the man had always grated on her nerves, perhaps because of her grandfather's low opinion of him, and how he cheated both the holders and spacers in his role as factor for the Navy and so many shipping companies. No, Mr. Dokes, she'd answered. I'm here on my own. She paused. A bit of unusual business, I'm afraid.
And what would that be, Miss Alexis?
I find myself in need of a midshipman's kit, Mr. Dokes. Would you be so kind as to provide one? The Chandler paused, open-mouthed.
A midshipman's kit, miss? Those I can't be selling except to a midshipman.
Alexis grinned wryly. And so I find myself. I believe if you'll check Merlin's records, you'll see that I've signed on to her. Dokes laughed heartily.
And the other one else bells on, Miss Alexis. You, a midshipman? He laughed again. Off with you now, girl. Whatever game you and your friends are playing at, you'll have to play it elsewhere. I've work to do with the Navy shipping system.
Alexis was silent for a moment. I understand, Mr. Dokes, she said quietly. But I have signed aboard Merlin, and I've been told to get a midshipman's kit. If you'd only check the records.
There's no girls in the Navy, you silly bint,
Dokes said, laughing harder now.
Now quit wasting my time, before I put you over my knee, girl.
Alexis's throat tightened at this. How could she be an officer in the Navy if she couldn't even command this weaselly little man? Maybe her success with her grandfather's hands had been more about their respect for him and not at all for her. Then she remembered what Carruthers had said to her at the doorway. She knew little of the Queen, had never seen the ship Merlin, but if she truly did represent the honour of Captain Grantham, a man who'd been quite kind to her with no real reason to be. She squared her shoulders, eyes suddenly narrowed and flashing. I believe that's Mr. Carew, now I've signed the articles, Dokes. Deliberately leaving off his honorific. You may not believe I'm a midshipman, you may not like it, sir, but you will accept it. She stepped closer and placed her palms flat on the counter. And you will provide me a midshipman's kit this very minute. Dokes opened his mouth to speak, but she cut him off quickly, remembering a phrase she'd heard the boatswain use to a hand who'd been lagging behind. Lively now, Dokes, she barked, or I'll know the reason why. The chandler shut his mouth quickly and bent to his tablet.
Aye, sir,
he murmured. He slid off his stool and nodded to her.
I'll just be a moment in the back putting things together.
Alexis watched him go, satisfied that he was moving, but a bit uncertain as to whether he'd fulfil her needs. She took a deep breath and realised that her hands were shaking. In general, she'd not had confrontations such as this with her grandfather's hands, and she thought suddenly that there might be some truth to her concern that much of their obedience and respect had been for him, and not entirely for her. Well then, when I do gain the Spacer's respect, I'll know it's mine alone. She heard the door to the chandlery open, and Lieutenant Carruthers entered.
Well said, Mr. Carew,
he told her quietly, coming to stand beside her and staring after the retreating chandler.
Well said indeed.
You heard me, sir? She asked. I'm sorry,
Carruthers chuckled. I suspect they heard you aboard ship, Mr. Carew. I'd not have expected you to have lungs so great as that.
I suppose not, sir, Alexis agreed, glancing down at her slight form. Carruthers looked over at her, his grin faltering as he saw the direction of her gaze.
I meant, he began. That is to say.
He cleared his throat uncomfortably, squared his shoulders, and moved his gaze to the doorway Dokes had fled through, as though he might like to follow the chandler.
I meant no offence, I assure you.
Alexis laughed. I was raised quite roughly, Lieutenant, she assured him. I'd not take offence at an innocent comment, nor a good-naturedly wicked one, for that matter.
Thank you, Mr. Carew. I imagine there'll be a bit of adjustment needed for all of us in this, and no few awkward moments.
Alexis considered his words. And the form of address will help with that, yes?
Yes, I imagine so. Keep the men reminded that you're an officer.
I believe I understand, sir.
Carruthers grinned widely. If you begin to understand the Navy on your first day, Mr. Carew, then you're well ahead of most midshipmen. And some lieutenants, I assure you. Now, he continued, I've taken the liberty of drawing up a list of things you might find useful, in addition to the standard midshipman's kit, you having no naval history, so to speak.
He handed over his tablet for her to inspect. She saw the first item on the list and said, I'm not much of a wine drinker, sir. I've little head for it.
You'll be wanting something that isn't mixed with the ship's water. Several months in space, you see. No matter how good the ship's systems, most spacers claim they can tell when the water supply's been through the recyclers a time too many. Even the coffee and tea get thrown off a bit by it. So select something you care to drink, but I'd suggest you keep a case of wine for sharing with the other midshipmen. for toasting and such. And there are some other items on that list which you may not care for, but I know Rowland and Easley do. A bit of judicious bribery is never gone amiss in a midshipman's berth."
"I see, sir. Thank you." She handed the tablet back to Carruthers. "I believe I should be guided by you in this, sir, though it does seem quite a lot."
"You'll be surprised at what you'll wish you had aboard ship, and how quickly it will run out. Spend a week on ship's rations and you'll better understand the need for occasional luxuries. Of course, nearer the core worlds, we'd have access to more options. Out here it's all as nature made it, so to speak."
At that moment, Dokes returned from the back room with a large canvas duffel bag.
"I've everything here, but you'll be needing an officer to sign for it, and I'll make no guarantees to the fit, small as you are."
He'd stopped as he saw Carruthers.
"Ah, Lieutenant,"
he'd greeted him with a wink.
"Is this your midshipman, then?"
Carruthers eyed the man coldly.
"I believe she'd be the Queen's midshipman, Mr. Dokes. Is that the kit you've prepared for her?"
He stepped up to the shop's counter and ran a hand over the surface.
"Lay it out here, if you please, sir. I'll just have a look before it's sent aboard."
Dokes paled visibly.
"Well, sir," he stammered, "might not be all complete. Just getting started at putting it together, you see." "I do see, Mr. Dokes, quite clearly."
Dokes began unpacking the bag onto the counter, and Alexis got her first glimpse of the possessions she'd be starting her new life with.
"I've obviously none of the articles of a feminine nature, you understand, Lieutenant. No call for them out here, least for the Navy lads. Some on the merchant crews, of course, but they mostly stick to the civilian shops."
"I can't fault you for that, Mr. Dokes." Carruthers deftly sorted the contents of the bag. He quickly counted and set to the side piles of undershorts, undershirts, stockings and a stack of dark blue jumpsuits.
"I believe there are supposed to be 6 of each of these, not 4, Mr. Dokes."
"Must have miscounted,"
Dokes murmured quietly. "And the sizes are rather off, I think, sir." He held up a pair of undershorts that would be voluminous even on the lieutenant himself. "Have you, perhaps, mistaken our Mr. Carew for a boatswain overly fond of the mess table?"
"Might be there's something smaller in the back,"
the chandler muttered. Then defiantly,
"but naught that'll fit her right off. I've nothing that small and no cause to. The young ones joined ship closer in, not out here."
"I understand, Mr. Dokes. We've skills enough aboard to make do, given a decent start." He eyed the rest of the items sceptically. "Would you perhaps prefer to make another go of it, all entire, sir?" Dokes nodded gratefully and scooped everything off the counter. "Excellent." He slid his tablet with the list of other supplies onto the counter. "And before you do so, would you kindly see these other items packaged up and sent ahead to Merlin under Mr. Carew's name? You have the orders from Captain Grantham and myself as well, I believe."
"I do, sir. All packed up and being loaded by your crew this minute,"
Dokes assured him as he reviewed the tablet. "Very good." Carruthers smiled. "Then, as soon as you've completed Mr. Carew's kit, we will see the reckoning and let you be about your day. Oh, and would you be so kind as to bring one of Merlin's men along when you return?"
"Just be a minute,"
Dokes muttered, throwing Alexis a dark look before hurrying away. "Thank you, sir." "Pursers and chandlers, Mr. Carew. One daren't trust them." Some time later, Dokes returned with a much heavier-looking bag and one of the spacers from Merlin.
"Will you be wanting to inspect the kit again, Lieutenant?" he asked.
"That won't be necessary, I think. I'm sure our boatswain will be happy to come down again and retrieve anything that might have been missed. In any of our orders, you understand." Dokes swallowed heavily.
"Won't be needing that, I'm sure, Lieutenant. I'll be checking what your men are loading again myself, just after your midshipman's reckoning here."
He slid his own tablet onto the counter. Alexis stared in shock for a moment, as the amount was quite more than she could believe. Midshipman's kit, it read. Undershorts, 6 at 8d. Undershirts, 6 at 10d. Stockings, 6 at 6d. Ship's jumpsuit, 6 at 1 shilling 2d. Ship's boots, 3 shillings. Dress tunic, midshipman insignia attached,
£2 5s, dress trousers £1 4s, beret, dress and everyday midshipman insignia attached 10s, dress boots £2, stockings, silk, 2 at 17s 4d, items of a personal nature 4s, vacuum suit £13 10s, ship's tablet £15 8s. The rest of the items were those added by Lieutenant Carruthers. Claret, 12 bottles at 5s, mixed tea, litre bottles, 12 at 4d, cheese, kilogramme, 4 at 4d, eggs, dozen, 6 at 3d, butter, kilogramme, 4 at 8d, mutton, frozen and packed for shipboard, kilogramme, 3 at 10d, assorted fruits and vegetables, frozen, packed for shipboard, kilogramme, 8 at 10d, chickens, whole, frozen, packed for shipboard, 8 at 1s, beef roast, frozen, packed for shipboard, 3 at 1s 6d, chocolate, kilogramme, 2 at 5s, coffee, kilogramme, 1 at 4s 9d, tea, kilogramme, 2 at 7s 6d. Even with her grandfather having supplied several hams and kilogrammes of bacon and sausage, the total stood out shockingly to her, £43 18s 7d. Alexis raised her hand to her mouth. "Lieutenant, this is too much. It's more than my pay for a year, sir."
"And now you can see why new midshipmen typically come from wealthy families," he grinned. "Or spend some time indebted to Her Majesty if they do not." He slid the tablet from in front of her and reviewed it quickly. "Submit that to the ship, Mr. Dokes. Captain Grantham's account." Alexis started to protest again, but he cut her off. "This is decided, Mr. Carew. Captain Grantham instructed me to see you well situated to start, and I intend to do so. There will be no argument on this point."
"Aye, sir," she agreed grudgingly. "But perhaps I might forego those extras and make do with ship's rations for a month or two. Surely they can't be as awful as all that." The majority of the expense was the midshipman's kit, of course, but even the £6 for those extras seemed an extravagance. The spacer who'd come in with Dokes barked laughter, and Alexis wondered what he might be thinking about the expense. It would take him almost 4 years to earn £43, and even £6 was half a year's wages for a spacer. "Watch yourself, Acker," Carruthers chided with a smile. "Shan't be disparaging our noble purser's doings now." "Oh no, sir. Never would me." "I assure you once again, Mr. Carew, that the captain is acquainted with the expense, considerable though it may be, and believes it a bargain. So I wish to hear no more of it. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir."
"Good. Now let's get you into uniform, so that you look a proper midshipman, shall we?" It took a moment or two of confusion on everyone's part to determine exactly where Alexis would change into her new uniform, with Dokes muttering, "Proper officers just strip down right there," and Acker failing to hide his amusement at Lieutenant Carruthers' discomfiture. Finally, it was decided that Alexis would use the Chandler's small office, over Dokes's objection, but overruled by Carruthers. She took the bag of clothing inside and closed the door, hearing Carruthers call out, "Everyday uniform is what you've 6 of, and the boots meant for working, as well as the beret."
As soon as the door was firmly closed, she dug into the bag and began changing, finding just how poorly sized everything was for her small frame. The undershirt was baggy, with sleeves that ridiculously reached past her elbows, and the undershorts were just as bad, sliding off her hips and dropping to the floor as soon as she stopped holding them up. Just as well that the jumpsuit ballooned and flapped around her, as at least it hid the lumps of bunched fabric from the underthings. The sleeves and legs of the jumpsuit, though, had no such advantage, having to be rolled up to an absurd degree to free Alexis's hands and feet from the fabric. After trying on the boots, she'd given up on them completely, as her feet would come completely out with every step, and put her own back on. There was no mirror in Dokes's office, but she was certain she looked as ridiculous as she felt. "At least the beret fits a bit," she told herself. It was still too large for her head, but its inner band was adjustable enough that it didn't slide down to cover her face. Reluctantly, she cracked open the door to Dokes's office and peered through at the waiting men. "It is Very bad, Lieutenant Carruthers, she warned.
None of that, Mr. Carew. We know it won't be perfect, but it can't be all that.
His voice trailed off as Alexis opened the door and stepped out, face turning red as Dokes burst out in laughter, while Acker covered his mouth with a hand to hide his grin. Carruthers merely rubbed a hand over his face and sighed.
Dokes, he asked desperately, are you certain you've nothing smaller?
Dokes wiped his eyes, laughing.
No cause to, sir, he explained. She's the size of a 12-year-old boy. Fringe Fleet gets 'em when they're 16, 15 maybe, and filled out some. She ain't even filled out for a girl. Mr. Dokes, Carruthers snapped, as Alexis blushed furiously and Acker turned his back, suddenly quite interested in the chandlery's walls. Simple truth, sir, and you can see it yourself. Now, I've a seamstress who works to tailor the dress uniforms proper, and she can take these in, but it'll be a day or more. That's no good at all. Merlin's to transition and continue her patrol in the morning.
Acker turned back to the group and ran an appraising eye over Alexis. Still grinning, but not unkindly, he stepped forward.
It's not so bad, sir, he said to her. Well, I mean it's bad, but not as can't be fixed.
He gestured at the uniform's sleeves and legs, which were tightly rolled up.
I'm a dab hand with a needle, if I do say so myself. Do it for me messmates all the time.
Alexis looked at him hopefully.
Take those legs and sleeves up easy. Dart in the sides.
He nodded emphatically.
No trouble at all.
Carruthers breathed deeply.
Same issue with the vac suit, I'm sure, but the carpenter can fix that. All right, Acker, I'll see you have a free watch or two, immediately when we're back aboard, and you're to have our Mr. Carew looking fit for quarter-deck duty. Aye, sir.
Thank you, Acker, Alexis told him gratefully.
No trouble at all, sir, he assured her. Right then, Carruthers continued. We'll still need to find you some boots that at least resemble proper gear. Have to check some civilian shops, I suppose. Acker, get Mr. Carew's bag and let's be about it. Aye, sir.
Alexis started to protest that she should carry her own bag, but Acker reassured her, grinning.
Carry a bag or go back to shoving those pallets of stores around, sir? Which is it you think I'd rather?
Alexis smiled gratefully and handed over her bag. Thank you again, Acker. The three of them left the chandlery, and Carruthers looked around at the nearby shops.
Perhaps you know of some place for us to finish this shopping trip, Mr. Carew, as this is your home? We'll need to find boots as close as possible to regulation, and there are some things we officers find it best to supply ourselves outside of the chandlery. Soaps and such, for one thing. The purser does supply the ship in bulk, but it's harsh stuff, and we officers often purchase our own.
He paused and cleared his throat uncomfortably.
Not sure of what you prefer, you understand, but I would suggest that you choose something less floral than you might like. The men, you see.
He trailed off. I understand, sir. Alexis paused, feeling much better now that there was a plan for her uniforms, though still feeling a bit ridiculous in the oversized jumpsuit. I shall endeavour to cultivate an appropriately manly odour. Acker smothered a laugh as Carruthers took in her deadpan face and nodded.
A fair point, Mr. Carew. Well and truly struck. He grinned. That wit will serve you well in the midshipman's berth, and I do look forward to seeing you cross blades with your peers.
Chapter 5. Alexis stood still for a moment after the compartment's door slid shut behind Lieutenant Carruthers. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, the dryness and scents of the cool shipboard air unfamiliar. The hours since she'd left her grandfather's holding had been such a whirlwind of activity, and this was the first moment she'd had alone to think and adjust to her new situation. She opened her eyes and glanced around the small compartment, barely 2 meters square, with a door centred in one wall. Along the wall opposite the door were 2 narrow bunks, one atop the other. She sat on the lower bunk and rested her elbows on her knees, closing her eyes again and breathed deeply for a moment. Then she opened her eyes and looked around the compartment. Her new home. Her very small new home, she realised. Her examination didn't take long. In addition to the door and bunks, the compartment's walls, all of its surfaces really, were made of a smooth white plastic. In fact, that seemed to be what everything on the ship was made of, except for the large compartment they'd entered the ship through, what the lieutenant had told her was called the gun deck, where the material had been a deep black. On the wall opposite the door were two neatly made narrow bunks, one over the other. Alexis grasped the edge of the upper one tentatively, and found that it would swing upward, folding against the wall and attaching itself there with a strong magnetic pull. She pulled it down into place again. And that appeared to be the extent of the room's furnishings. 2 bunks. She then noticed that there were 2 triangular panels attached to the wall on either side of the door. Curious, she gave one a tug, and it folded down, clicking into place to form a triangular surface in the room's corner. 2 bunks, and 2 desks, she thought, and me the only girl on board. "Oh, Alexis Arlene Carew," she whispered, "what have you gotten yourself into now?" With the 14 men Captain Grantham had signed aboard at the camps her grandfather had told him about, there'd be 84 crew and officers aboard Merlin. 85, including Alexis. Still not near the 107 she'd learned was Merlin's full complement, but a daunting enough ratio. And she'd be sharing this small room with one of them. Oh, she'd overnighted at the lumber camps and mines before, sharing the men's barracks, even camped rough and shared a tent. But there'd always been the comforts of the farmhouse to return to at the end, and the knowledge that the work crews were a familiar lot, men she'd grown up around and knew well. All she knew about the other resident of this compartment was that he was named Easley, was 13, and had been a midshipman for less than a year. Well, you're well and truly in it now, so put the best face on it. She stood up and grasped her bag that the spacer, Acker, had deposited in the corner. He'd taken one of the jumpsuits and promised to have it fitting reasonably by the end of the watch, whenever that would be, then get to the others before the ship was under way. In the meantime, Alexis was stuck with the one she was wearing, rolled up sleeves and all. Lieutenant Carruthers had told her to get settled in, so she'd better get her things put away. Alexis examined the compartment again, but there didn't appear to be any cabinets or drawers in the walls, and there certainly wasn't a chest of drawers or closet in the small space. Under the lower bunk was a small cube-shaped box of the same material as the rest of the ship, which she assumed was Easley's chest. Though she'd been promised one of her own, she thought there had to be a more accessible place they were expected to store their things. Alexis noticed a notch in the side of the upper bunk and slid her fingers in, pulling sharply. A drawer, perhaps 10 centimetres high, slid out of the bunk. She saw that it was filled with clothing and quickly slid it shut again. That must be Easley's, she thought, and knelt to pull open the corresponding drawer in the lower bunk. This one was empty, so she began transferring things from the bag to the drawer. She quickly realised that there wouldn't be enough space in the drawer for everything. Should I wait for my chest, then? She wondered. But what goes where? She stood quickly, and with a guilty glance at the compartment door, slid open the drawer in the upper bunk. She took in what it contained and how things were arranged, ignoring the clearly personal articles, then slid the drawer shut again and began rearranging her own things. So dress uniform and vac suit must go in the chest, she decided, having not seen one in Easley's drawer. Shortly she had her own belongings neatly arranged, with her bag, vac suit and dress uniform neatly folded on the lower bunk, to await the arrival of a chest for her. She'd no sooner sat down again when the compartment's door slid open, and a young man, in a uniform identical to her own, though much better fitting and more than a little rumpled, rushed in. "Hello, then, I'm Philip Easley." The boy started in a rush, brushing an unruly lock of dark hair from his forehead. A full head taller than her, and thin. She noticed a gap between his wrists and the cuffs of his jumpsuit, as though he'd just grown a great deal. "Lieutenant Carruthers said I was to show you around the Here now! You're a girl!" Alexis started to grin, then deliberately opened her eyes wide in shock and looked down at herself. She leapt to her feet and looked down at herself, returning her gaze to Easley. do believe you're right, she gasped breathlessly. Do you think anyone else has noticed? The boy grinned widely. You're a right one then, aren't you? Do you think they've noticed? He laughed and eyed the rank tabs on Alexis's collar. Are you really a midshipman? So they tell me, Alexis affirmed. She held out her hand. Alexis Carew. Easley took her hand firmly. Philip Easley, he repeated. What's your date? Date? Your appointment date. Which of us is senior? Senior? Well, I'm 15. Easley laughed. No, your appointment is midshipman. I'm March 27th this year. Haven't you ever served in a berth before? No, I guess it would be today. Easley looked shocked. What? Appointed today? I thought you transferred in from somewhere. No, until today I lived on Dalthus. Well then, I'm senior to you. He grinned broadly. First time I've not been junior midshipman in the berth. He gestured to her uniform and bag on the lower bunk. You've stowed your gear then? Alexis nodded. Yes, I saw your things were in the upper drawer, so I took the lower. Was that all right? I haven't a chest yet. Well, Easley said, being just Roland and me, with 2 berths between us, the top drawer was easier to get to, but I've been sleeping on the bottom. But that's okay. Better for you to be on the bottom, since you're a girl. He froze and blushed furiously. That is, I meant to say, easier for me to be on top. I mean... Alexis regarded him calmly, arching one eyebrow. She watched as he blushed deeper, a curious process that started with the darkening of his ears and then a rush of red rising from his collar and slowly crawling up his face. I do wonder if the top of his head will pop off from the pressure. Because you're short, Easley burst out suddenly. Not because... I'm not saying... Alexis relented with a laugh. It's all right. I take your meaning. Mr. Easley, is that correct? She added. Is it Mr. This and Mr. That between us midshipmen as well? Easley sighed with relief, and the colour slowly started to fade from his face. Well, with Roland, he'd prefer it so, he said. He's a right proper prat, and senior to both of us. He grinned. But off watch and amongst ourselves, given names are quite proper and allowed. He paused uncertainly. For friends, at least, if we're to be friends. Alexis smiled at him. I think I should like that very much. She held out her hand again. Philip? I should as well. Alexis. So, to show you the ship, Philip continued, grinning broadly as they left their tiny room, Alexis carrying her vac suit to be left with the ship's carpenter for resizing. This here's the gun room, which is for us, the officers and such, the crew all berth on the gun deck. Through that hatch forward is the ladders between decks, and past it the captain's great cabin, and past that is the bow chasers, 2 4-pound guns. He began pointing rapidly right and left. Those next 2, port and starboard, are the lieutenants, though we've only the one just now. Then us and Roland across the way there. He paused. I've never shared a berth with a girl before, he admitted. If you'd like, I could see about switching to berth with Roland, but... He glanced around nervously, and continued in a whisper. He's a bit of a prat, he is. Alexis had to giggle at this. You stay, Philip, she reassured him. We'll get along famously, I think. Philip gave an exaggerated sigh of relief. Thanks. I've followed him in the head and wouldn't want to sleep near him. So after us is the captain's clerk, who we've none of at the moment, and the sailing master. He continued, pointing. The purser and boatswain with our pantry between them, then the carpenter and gunner. Carpenter? Fabrication. Anything needs making or replacing aboard. Alexis nodded her understanding. Where was I? Right, come on then. He led her past the cabinets in the middle of the floor that he'd said were the pantry, and pointed to 2 doors to his right. There's a spacer who acts as our steward, Gillian, and keeps it all set to rights. We each contribute a bit for the extra work it sets him, a pence or 2 for us midshipmen, so nothing really. Port here we've got the engineer and Lieutenant Ames. He's got charge of the marines. Then to starboard—" "Wait!" Alexis cried, laughing. "Let me catch up a bit. First, what's this port and starboard business?" Philip looked at her in bewilderment. "Well, it's the sides of the ship, isn't it? Hadn't you ever been aboard ship before?" "Philip," Alexis explained, "until this morning I'd never left atmosphere before." His eyes widened in shock. "And all of this is quite new and confusing to me, so please do understand." "Oh, all right then. So, the sides of the ship. This here's port," he said, "and the other's starboard." "Why can't they just be left and right?" Philip's brow furrowed. "Couldn't call them that. It'd confuse everybody." Alexis stared at him flatly. "How to explain it? I know." He turned to face her. "So, imagine this compartment's just been holed and the air's streaming out fast." Alexis nodded. "Now, I scream out that the emergency vacuum suits are in the left side compartment. Where are you going to look?" Alexis gestured to her left. Philip grinned. "But see, I meant the left side of the ship, because I'm facing forward, and it's to my left. They're in the port side compartment. And now you're dead, because what's to starboard of us here is the heads. That's what we call the toilet aboard ship." He glanced around and whispered, "But you'll be wanting a good vacuum suit if you're following Roland in there." Alexis chuckled and nodded. "I see. But how do I know if I'm facing the front or back of the ship even?" "Fore or aft," Philip corrected. "See the stripes on the wall?" Halfway up each wall was a thin stripe, red on one wall and green on the other. Every few feet the stripes were broken by a white arrow. "Red's port and green's starboard, and the arrow points forward. See? Easy." "I do see," Alexis allowed. "The jury's still out on easy, I'm afraid." "You'll catch on, never fear. Now where was I?" "The potentially deadly heads to starboard?" Philip's ever-present grin grew wider still. "You've got it. So aft of Lieutenant Ames to port here are the marines and the brig. They've charge of the armoury as well. Can you shoot?" "A bit, but only chemical projectiles. Lasers or flechettes are too dear on Dalthus." "You'll have to learn those for end-space actions, but it's all chemical in Darkspace anyway." "I see." Alexis wanted to ask about Darkspace, her own knowledge being the little bit she'd learned in schooling, but Philip hurried on. "And over to starboard is the pilot's berth, then the surgeon's cabin and sick berth, then the aft ladders to get between decks, and behind that's engineering and the end-space drives. Come on, we'll head down to the gun deck." "Where are the guns?" Alexis asked. "On the gun deck." "No, the guns here." "Aren't any guns here on this deck, except the chasers, and they're far fore and aft." "But you said this was the gun room." Philip nodded. "It is." "But there are no guns?" "No, this is where us officers berth." "Then why is it called the gun room?" "Ah, see, on a frigate or a ship of the line there'd be a ward-room for the lieutenants and some few of the warrant officers. Then on the gun deck there'd be the gun room for us and the other warrants. But on a smaller ship like Merlin, there's just the one, see?" "I suppose so," Alexis allowed, not really understanding what a ship of the line might be, but assuming it was one quite a bit larger than Merlin, and feeling as though she'd asked quite enough questions. "Come on, then," Philip called, leading her on. "You're a girl." "I am, Mr. Culmer," Alexis answered, as she stared around Merlin's engineering spaces, fascinated by the vast array of equipment. There were consoles, pipes and wiring everywhere in the 2-deck-high space, all crammed around the edges to make room for the large metal oval of the ship's fusion plant that dominated the centre of the compartment. "And a midshipman?" Merlin's engineer looked up from his tablet and then back again. He seemed completely oblivious to the 2 midshipmen, except when he was speaking,
The rest of his time was spent deeply engrossed in whatever system he was monitoring. "So they do assure me, sir." "She's just come aboard today, Mr. Culmer," Philip informed him. "Well, and I could have known that myself, couldn't I, Mr. Easley?" Culmer said shortly. He ran a hand through his stubby grey hair. "I'm not so cut off from the rest of the ship back here that I'd fail to notice a girl on board for weeks at a time, am I?" Philip flushed. "No, sir." Culmer turned his attention back to Alexis, glaring at her. "Know anything about fusion plants, environmental controls, networking, particle projectors?" Alexis could only shake her head repeatedly as the man's questions came rapidly, one after another. "Ion drives?" "No, sir," Alexis finally managed, when it appeared the engineer had run out of things she had no knowledge of. "Well, then, you've quite a lot to learn, don't you, Mr. Carew?" "I'm sure I do, sir." Culmer grinned at her. "Well, recognising that's the first step, then, isn't it?" He turned back to his tablet. "But I've work to do, so off with you, lads." He hesitated, glancing at Alexis in consternation. "Lass, whatever I'm to call the mix of you, off now." "You're a girl." Alexis sighed, wondering if everyone aboard would respond the same upon her introduction. The gunner, a man with the unfortunate name of Breach, was a rough man, heavily built, with large hands scarred by small burn marks. She and Philip had found him in the ship's magazine, deep in the hold where he was working on a row of odd canisters. Each was 30 centimetres high, and perhaps 10 in diameter. But it was the material that caught Alexis's eye. A shining metal with a finish of deep purple and brilliant white swirls. "Is that—" "Galenium," Philip whispered. "Protects the electronics of the shot from Darkspace." "Why is a girl aboard this ship, Mr. Easley?" Breach asked. "We're not out of discipline, are we? I'd heard nothing about that." "Ah, no, Mr. Breach. Mr. Carew here has come aboard today as a midshipman." The gunner stopped working, hand raised with a light felt-covered hammer he was using to seat a cover on one of the cylinders. "Midshipman?" "Yes, Mr. Breach." Breach looked thoughtful for a moment. "Well," he allowed, "that'll be different then." He pointed the hammer at Alexis. "Very well then, Mr. Carew, was it?" Alexis nodded. "As you're here, you'll learn about the shot now." He set the canister aside and selected another, which Alexis saw was empty. "Each casing's worth more than you are, Mr. Carew, so treat them well. Now first in is this bit." He held up a fat disc, several centimetres tall, that fit snugly into the canister, snapping securely to the bottom. "That's the capacitor that charges the shot. And next the lasing chamber." He slid another assembly inside the canister, this one nearly filling it. "And finally, the cap. Once it's sealed, it's protected from Darkspace and can still fire. That's a £6 shot there." Alexis frowned. "With so much galenium, sir, surely it would cost more than £6. "Oh, each shot casing's cost would be nearer £100, Mr. Carew. No, the 6 is its weight, the weight of its capacitor at least. Measures the power of the shot." "Weight?" "A bit more than 2.5 kilos, or £6 as the Navy measures it. An archaic measure, but the way it's done." "A tradition," Philip explained. Alexis rubbed her forehead. "Is perhaps tradition a naval term for some sort of insanity, I begin to wonder?" The gunner barked laughter. "Now, that would explain a great deal, wouldn't it, Mr. Easley?" "Indeed." "As to the different types of shot," the gunner told her. He reached beneath his work surface and pulled up 3 cones, each of them of the same purple and white galenium. He set them in front of Alexis and tapped each in turn. "Round shot," he said, indicating a cone that ended in a wide hole perhaps 6 centimetres in diameter. "For the hull." Then in turn he tapped the others, first the one where the cone ended in a wide, thin dash shape, and then where it ended in a series of smaller set of round, narrow holes. "Your chain shot and your grape, for sails and rigging, and—"
He grinned.
Targets of a softer nature.
Softer nature? Alexis asked. Crew, Philip said. Fewer, smaller beams that spread out, for firing at crew on the hull, or when their gun deck's been holed and we can fire into it. Alexis thought of the gun deck as she'd seen it on entering the ship, with its darkly coloured decks and bulkheads, almost black where the rest of Merlin was the gleaming white of its thermoplastic construction, and the dozens of crewmen swarming it as they unloaded supplies from the captain's barge. She shuddered at the thought of the thin laser beams slicing through that space. "Why is it coloured that way?" she asked. "The gun deck, I mean. It's so dark, where the rest of the ship is light."
"Reflection,"
Breach said. "The gun deck's most exposed during action," Philip said. "Has to be, for the gun ports to open. We want nothing that would reflect an opponent's beam inside the hull."
"Or worse, splinter it. Turn one beam into 10, each that'll hold a man's suit, or kill him outright." "You're a girl."
Alexis was staring at the man, so fascinated by his resemblance to Dokes, the Port Arthur chandler, that she could barely register irritation at his now expected reaction to meeting her. They could be kin. The same weaselly look, the same narrow, pinched face, the same long nose that seemed to twitch from time to time. I do wonder if there's not a factory somewhere that turns them out in job lots. "Lieutenant Carruthers' compliments, Mr. Lothrop," Philip said, "and we're to see Mr. Carew all signed aboard." Alexis tore her eyes away from the purser and looked around the compartment they were in, trying desperately not to inhale through her nose. After leaving Merlin's magazine, they'd toured the environmental and hydroponics parts of the ship. After the fresh, clean scent of the air in those compartments, the stench in the purser's compartment was nigh unbearable. Great bubbling vats of nutrient solution lined one of the walls, and were the source of the odour. They were filled with clumps of pinkish mass, with an occasional lump of grey. Lothrop frowned and grumbled, but held out his hand for her tablet. Alexis handed it over, and he laid it next to his console, mumbling to himself as he worked.
"Midshipman, article signed. Here."
He slid her tablet back to her.
"Fill these out. Sign."
Alexis picked up her tablet and reviewed the forms. "Excuse me, Mr. Lothrop, but don't you already have much of this information from my identification chip?"
Lothrop glared at her. "Fill it out. Sign."
He turned back to his console.
"Or leave me be to get back to my work here."
Philip leaned toward her and whispered, "Best to just do as he asks, I suspect." "Oh, very well." Alexis quickly filled out the forms and pressed her thumb to the required places, then she placed it back on the counter. Lothrop tapped it against his console and slid it back to her.
"Done then. Off with you."
"Mr. Lothrop, if you've time, I've also a guinea coin I'd like to put on my account for safekeeping," Alexis told him, digging in her pocket for it.
"Huh."
The purser held out a hand.
"Give it here, then. I'll see it logged to your account when I've time."
Alexis held out the coin, but also raised her tablet and an eyebrow. "I believe I'm to see it put on my account at this time, sir, or so Lieutenant Carruthers advised me." Lothrop grunted and picked up his own tablet. A moment later, Alexis's tablet pinged with a message, and she saw that her account on board Merlin now had a balance of £1 1 a full guinea. Lothrop held out his hand.
"I've not all day to wait on you, Mr. Carew,"
he prompted, and Alexis handed over the coin. "Thank you, Mr. Lothrop," she said. "I'm a girl," Alexis stated, hoping to head the remark that, so far, everyone she'd been introduced to aboard Merlin had seen it necessary to make. Dudgeon, the ship's carpenter, looked at Alexis curiously.
"Well, and I can see that, can't I? I'm not blind."
He turned to Philip.
"She a bit, simple?"
he asked, tapping his temple. Philip coughed into his hand to hide his laughter, while Alexis closed her eyes and sighed. "She's our new midshipman, Mr. Dudgeon." The carpenter furrowed his brow irritably at Philip, seeming to crinkle all of the skin on his shaved head. "And I can see her rank tabs as well, Mr. Easley, sir." He paused, taking in Alexis's ill-fitting jumpsuit. "Though the uniform's a disgraceful fit. Now will the two of you state your business or let me get back to my work?" He waved a hand impatiently at an array of hoses, nozzles and robotic arms that made up the ship's fabrication compartment. "I've much to get built today, you know." Philip squared his shoulders and cleared his throat. "Lieutenant Carruthers' compliments, Mr. Dudgeon, and went to ask you for a chest, and to see what may be done with Mr. Carew's vac suit, sir." Dudgeon crossed his arms and nodded. "Better, young sir, much better. Less wasting time with nonsense and the obvious. Now as for the one—" He turned to a nearby console and started pressing keys, squinting and frowning at the screen. "There," he said, with a final key press that started a nearby machine moving. Alexis watched, fascinated, as the machine's arms began laying down strips of some material that quickly hardened and fused together. Within seconds, she could see that it was building a chest similar to Philip's. "Like it, Mr. Carew?" Dudgeon asked. "It's fascinating, Mr. Dudgeon. I know there's a small fabrication plant in Port Arthur, but I've never seen it. The material cost—" "Expensive out here," Dudgeon agreed, nodding and smiling. "Cheaper to build from wood and what you can make yourselves in the colonies." He patted a nearby barrel fondly. "But we've full tanks on Merlin today. Could build a whole new ship if I'd a need to." Then he frowned again, his good mood gone, and gestured impatiently for her vac suit. "Hand that over and let me have a look then." Alexis handed him the bulky suit, and he held it up next to her, grunting when he saw that the collar was even with her eyebrows. He laid the suit on a counter and unzipped it to look inside. "Need to fix that," he muttered. "Yes, it is quite too large for me, sir," Alexis agreed. "I do hope you can—" "Not the size that's the problem, Mr. Carew. Not the size at all. Size we can fix with ease. Trim it a bit and re-weld the seams in a heat sealer, not a problem. Easier by far than making that uniform fit, I'll wager. No, the problem here is the—" Dudgeon blinked rapidly, as though just realising something, and cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Well, water is the problem." Alexis frowned. She'd seen that the suit had a container for water as well as air, and a mouthpiece near the collar for drinking, but didn't understand how that could be a problem or need sizing. "I don't understand, Mr. Dudgeon. How was water a problem in sizing the suit for my use?" Dudgeon flushed red and looked helplessly at Philip. "Can you perhaps explain it to her, Mr. Easley?" But Philip looked as confused as Alexis felt. Dudgeon motioned Philip to the side and whispered to him. "It's the making of water, Mr. Easley." "I'm sorry, I don't follow." "The plumbing, Mr. Easley," Dudgeon said irritably, and quite a bit louder. There was an embarrassed silence, into which Alexis said quietly, "Oh, my no, that would never work now, would it?" Chapter 6. Alexis approached the long table at the centre of the gun-room's common area with a bit of trepidation. Of the men gathered there, she'd met only the gunner, Mr. Breach. At least the spacer, Acker, had completed altering one of her ship's jumpsuits in time for her to change into it before supper, so she'd not look a total fool. Though he'd warned her, "It's a quick job, Mr. Carew, sir, so go easy on the seams, and I'll have another done up proper afore 6 bells in the first watch." She'd thanked him, though she had no idea whatever when that might be. "Gentlemen," Philip announced as they approached the table, "may I present to you one Mr. Alexis Carew, our latest midshipman, and—" his face spread in a wide grin, "the junior one." The men eyed her speculatively as they offered her their hands and introduced themselves. First the sailing master, Mr. Gorbett, an older man with white hair and what seemed a perpetual squint, which made him appear to be always in deep thought about some matter. The Lieutenant of Marines, Ames, a young man perhaps in his early 20s, Alexis estimated, with an aristocratic nose and bluff, hearty bearing. the gunner, whom she'd met earlier in the day, and finally Stanford Rowland, the third and senior midshipman she'd heard about. Philip had told her he was 21 and had been 5 years aboard ships, but he appeared to be older. Lean, with a haughty demeanour that didn't lessen a bit as he shook Alexis's hand with a smirk. "Mr. Carew," he said, with a slight emphasis on Mr. "Well, sit down, Mr. Carew," Ames said, holding up a bottle, "and have a glass before the meal arrives." Alexis sat, and the man poured her and Philip each a glass of wine from one of the bottles on the table. Philip had explained to her that no one would note that she contributed nothing to the table's wine or food, as her supplies were not aboard and stowed as yet, so long as she did so once they were. "Thank you, Lieutenant," she answered, sitting and taking a small sip. "It has been an eventful day, and I do welcome the opportunity to relax for a moment." "Ha!" Ames laughed. "Few enough of those aboard ship, true enough, especially for you young officers. Eh, Rowland? Easily?" The two midshipmen indicated their agreement heartily, and raised their own glasses in response. "You've not served aboard ship before, Carew?" Rowland asked, his voice a lazy droll that grated on Alexis's nerves. "I have not," she affirmed. "Haven't even been off Douthis before, truth be told." Then, anticipating his next question, and wishing to deflect it beforehand, so as not to reveal too much of what had driven her to leave home, "It seemed like the proper choice for me at this time. A worthwhile life of service and duty." "Ha!" Ames exploded, his every sentence seeming to be punctuated with explosions of mirth, and unable to speak without it being an excited utterance. "Service and duty! I like that!" He leaned forward and looked pointedly at Philip and Rowland. "Not all about the prize money and advancement, young sirs. Remember that." "Prize money?" Alexis asked. "It's a bit of an incentive, so to speak," Philip said, "if we take a ship for piracy or smuggling. Or an enemy warship, or some fat merchantman, should we ever see a war," Rowland added. "Yes, or those, should it come to that. Well, those captures are called prizes, and they're either sold or bought into service by the Navy, and we all share in the value." "Not that there's been much of either these last years," the sailing master muttered. "True enough," Rowland agreed, raising his glass and drinking deeply. "To a bloody war, or a sickly season." The other men laughed and raised their glasses in response, so Alexis did as well, though wondering at such a brutal toast, and merely sipping. "Is the wine not to your taste, Carew?" Alexis took another small sip. "I'm afraid I've little head for wine," she admitted, grinning ruefully. "Not nearly enough of me to absorb it properly, you see." "Ha! You're a small one, right enough. Leaves more wine for the rest of us, though. Eh, Rowland?" "I do suppose." Rowland eyed her thoughtfully for a moment, then glanced up as 3 spacers approached with covered platters. "Ah, supper at last." The platters were placed on the table, and plates and silverware passed around from one of the cabinets in the wall. Bulkhead, Alexis reminded herself, and the group began eating. There was a small roast chicken, a dozen or so cutlets of beef, roasted potatoes, and a platter of assorted vegetables. As the platters were passed around the table, Alexis chose a small piece of chicken, one of the cutlets, a few potatoes, and a large helping of vegetables. Conversation quickly ceased as they began eating. Philip, she noticed, had filled his plate with the meats and potatoes, but none of the vegetables. Without thought, she swallowed a bite of carrot, which was surprisingly well done in her opinion, and said, "You should try some of the vegetables, Philip. They're quite good." "Ha! Yes, young man, eat your vegetables." Rowland eyed Philip evilly. "Yes, Philip, eat your vegetables." Alexis saw Philip's deep blush and regretted her words. While Ames's outburst was clearly, to her, good-natured, Rowland seemed filled with spite. "I merely intended, sir, that they are quite good. I'm sorry, Philip." "Quite all right, Alexis." "Oh, no harm," Ames said. "A bit of ribbing and word-play's all the thing amongst you lot. You'll see that soon enough." "Yes, Carew," Rowland agreed. "Just a bit of fun, no harm." Alexis nodded politely and took another sip of wine, not believing that Roland's intent had been good-natured at all. She'd seen his like before, and was certain that he enjoyed embarrassing others and putting them on the spot. She noted that, while her own glass was still half full, the others, including Philip, had all refilled theirs several times, and the level remaining in the bottles on the table had decreased dramatically. She wondered if, even with her own light drinking, the 12 bottles she'd brought aboard would last even a week, and how the others could afford such consumption on the meagre navy pay. They must spend every bit on food and drink. The group resumed eating, and Alexis raised a bite of the beef cutlet to her mouth. It was curiously tender, cutting easily, but she did notice an odd aroma. An aroma, she realised as she placed it into her mouth, which carried over to its taste. It was, in fact, quite unlike any meat Alexis had ever sampled, with a mushy texture and a sour, pungent flavour that made her want to spit it out, if that weren't such an impolite thing to do at table. With a start, she realised that the others had stopped eating and were watching her as she slowly chewed the morsel, unable to keep herself from grimacing at the taste.
"Ha! First taste of the vat as well, Mr. Carew."
Alexis swallowed heavily and grasped for her wine. "Good heavens! What is that?" she asked, taking a much larger swallow of wine than she normally did.
"That, Carew," Roland drawled, "is quite the finest nutrient-fed vat-grown beef our fair purser can provide."
"The beef-like," Philip amended. "Can't label it beef in the core worlds. Have to call it beef-like processed food product."
"True,"
Roland agreed. He carved off a large hunk of his own cutlet and shoved it into his mouth, chewing and grinning widely.
"Welcome to the Navy, Carew."
"Beef-like, I think, does it quite too much favour," Alexis said, cutting another piece and sniffing it warily. "Were the cows dead in the sun for a fortnight or more?"
"Ha!"
Gorbet, the sailing-master, cut himself a large mouthful as well.
"It is vile," he agreed, "but it's what we have when our own supplies run low."
Alexis chewed her second bite, washing it down with another gulp of wine. Perhaps these great quantities of drink have a purpose after all. "And the men, sir," she asked curiously, "are they required to supply their own food as well, or receive this if they do not?"
"Ha! Not at all, Mr. Carew," Gorbet answered. "The men have so little mass allotment that they could never bring enough food aboard. They are supplied out of the vat daily. 1/2 kilogramme a day."
Alexis shuddered at the thought of having to eat the vile substance daily with no option to supply her own provender. Though, she supposed, there would be times when she'd have no choice but to eat it, when supplies or her own funds were low. But every day, day in and day out for months on end? She couldn't fathom it. With a shudder, she took another bite, not wanting to waste what she'd already placed on her plate, but resolving not to serve herself from that platter again, unless in dire need.
"What of your berth, Mr. Carew?"
Gorbet asked, during a lull in the conversation.
"Do you find yourself all settled in?"
"Yes, Carew," Roland asked speculatively.
"How goes it with your bunkmate? Do you prefer the top or the bottom?"
"There are still some issues to be resolved with my uniforms," she answered Gorbet, glancing at Roland but ignoring his question. "But I do believe I'm settled in. Or at least, so much as one can be in such a very different situation than one is used to."
"Ha! Well said. Quite different, I'm sure."
"Likely the top," Roland pressed.
"Given young Easley, after all. Can't imagine him on top." "Here now,"
Ames objected. Roland took another long drink of his wine.
"A jest," he said. "Merely a jest, I assure you."
He winked broadly.
"Though I'm a top man myself, and always will be."
Alexis saw that Philip was blushing heavily, and raised her own glass to sip. She realised that Roland would continue, like any other bully, so long as he was unopposed by his victims. "I'm quite sure," she said, "that Mr. Easley would acquit himself with distinction, no matter the position."
"Mayhap,"
Roland said, leaning forward with a leer and another gulp of wine. "But you'll never find me on the bottom, I assure you." Alexis met his gaze levelly and took another slow sip. "I'm sorry to hear your repertoire is so limited, sir. Perhaps with more experience you'll achieve some versatility." The table was silent for a moment. Then the gunner, Gorbett and Ames burst into hearty laughter, while Philip gave her a grateful grin, and Roland flushed furiously. "Ha! Limited repertoire indeed!" "That's right, lad," Breach the gunner said with a wicked grin. "There's more to it than just running your rammer home." This set off another round of laughter amongst the three older men, causing Roland to flush even more. "Thank you for that bit with Roland, Alexis," Philip said. The two of them were in their berth, each at one of the corner desks, using their sturdy chests as seating and studying their tablets. Near the end of supper, everyone's tablets had let out a demanding ping, and they'd received the message that Merlin would be setting sail the next day, at 6 bells of the morning watch. Alexis thought this bells bit would likely be one of the most difficult things to get used to aboard ship. The watches she could understand. Dividing the day into watches of 4 hours each made sense, though why one of those was split in two and then called dog watches she couldn't fathom. But to then take those 4 hours and split them up into 8 segments by ringing bloody bells? "You're quite welcome, Philip," she answered absently, continuing to read. The message on her tablet had included an admonition from Lieutenant Carruthers to learn about the ship's masts and sails before morning, for she'd be going out on the hull with him as they left orbit. Provided the alterations to her vac suit were completed by then, of course. And she quite didn't think it was at all fair of them to send her outside the ship on her first morning in the Navy, though it probably made sense in a way, as they'd want to find out early on if she reacted badly. "It's just that I can never think what to say to him in return," Philip continued. "The thing about bullies like Roland, Philip, is that they're often quite insecure themselves." She continued reading, wondering how she was ever going to remember all of it for the morning. "Frequently about the same things they use to attack you. It's just a matter of turning it all back on them." "I'd never thought of it that way." Alexis turned to look at him. "That does not, by the way, mean saying things like, 'I know you are, but what am I?'" Philip laughed. "No, I imagine not. Have to be a bit cleverer than that, I guess." "A bit." Alexis returned to studying the diagram of Merlin's masts and sails. "Is he often like that?" "Told you he was a prat. But he's been absolutely horrible since we left Zaria." He yawned. "I think he got notice that he's turned down for lieutenant again." "How's that?" she asked. "Last we were at Zaria station, Roland went off for 2 watches and wouldn't say where. Usually he's bragging about which Philip stopped and cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Well, which establishment he's off to when on leave, I mean." Alexis chuckled. "I believe I take your meaning, Philip. Do go on." "I think he stood for lieutenant again, but didn't say. You can do it after your 3 years a midshipman, you see, and he's been 5. Stood for promotion twice earlier, but the captains wouldn't pass him. So I suspect he didn't want anyone to know he was standing again." "I see. Is it a very difficult examination, then?" "I've heard it is. 3 or more captains all barking questions at you, and you've to answer immediately." He shuddered. "Not looking forward to it myself. The captain and Lieutenant Carruthers will sometimes quiz us so, to help us prepare." He smiled as though remembering something pleasant. "Roland does as well at that as at the other." "I wonder what's given Roland so much trouble with it." Philip yawned. "Wouldn't know, but I believe it's time to get a bit of rest." "Quite right," Alexis agreed, rubbing her tired eyes. "I do hope I remember all of this lot in the morning." She stood and slid her chest under the lower bunk, then raised the desk, hearing it fasten to the wall with a sturdy clunk. She stretched and then hesitated for a moment, looking about the small compartment. "Well, then, we hadn't considered this bit, had we?" She thought about the situation, and then shrugged. The baggy underthings supplied by the Navy weren't any more revealing than what she'd wear on a hot summer's day back on Dalthus, after all. She considered asking Philip about it, but dismissed the notion. She'd already revealed her utter ignorance of the Navy quite enough for one day, and she was well familiar with the way men behaved in the work camps. So long as they changed their actual underthings in the head, or when the other was out of the berth, she saw no reason to make an issue of it. She raised a hand to her collar and began unsealing her jumpsuit. "Here now, what are you doing?" Alexis stopped and turned to see Philip staring at her with wide eyes and pale face. "Well, and it appears I misjudged that as well, now didn't I?" "I'm going to bed," she told him. "But you're undressing." Alexis laughed. "You don't expect me to sleep in this jumpsuit, do you?" She paused for a moment. "Or is there some rule that we must?" Philip cleared his throat. "No, I suppose not," he said uncomfortably. "But you can't just strip down right here." Alexis thought of the summer days spent at the village pond near home, where the bathers would frequently wear next to nothing, or even nothing at all, and smiled. "I wasn't going to strip naked, Philip," she told him, grinning wider as a red flush spread up his face. "We'll simply have to deal with this, preferably without a lot of bother and inconvenience. Surely these underthings cover enough. You've seen knees and elbows before, I assume?" Philip hesitated. "Well, yes, but—" He flushed a deeper shade of red. "They're underthings, and such." "Yes, the same underthings you have on, I imagine." She resumed unsealing the jumpsuit, which caused Philip to turn his face to the wall and cover his eyes. Yes, he agreed. "I'm sure they're much the same. It's just the—" He trailed off, his discomfort clear. Alexis sat on her bunk to remove her boots, then pulled the jumpsuit off and slid under her blanket. "The and suches?" she asked, trying desperately not to laugh at the poor boy. For all he knew far more about the ship and the Navy than she did, he was still but 13. "Yes," Philip agreed, still facing the wall. "The and suches are quite disconcerting." "You could always move in with Roland, I suppose." "No, I don't want to do that, but it's just the idea, you understand. My and suches or Roland's gastric distress, Philip. I fear you'll have to pick one or the other." Philip swallowed heavily and squared his shoulders, still not looking away from the wall or lowering his hand. "I'm sure I'll get used to the idea in time. For the moment, though, just please do give me a bit of warning and I'll look well away." Alexis bit her lip to keep from laughing. She propped her pillow up and grabbed her tablet to study a bit more before going to sleep. "You can turn around now, Philip," she told him. "The and suches are all safely covered."
Chapter 7. "I'm opening the hatch now, Mr. Carew." Alexis heard Lieutenant Carruthers' voice over his suit radio. "Just stand easy." And it's easy for you to say, she thought, swallowing hard. She was wearing her newly sized vac suit and standing at the fore of Merlin's sail locker, just in front of the closed hatch. The suit felt bulky and weighted down with the equipment she'd need outside the ship. A pair of safety lines at the belt to keep her from floating off into space, more tools than she could name, and a gun that shot a heavy bag attached to a long, light line. A rescue gun, they'd named it. Just the thing to inspire confidence in one who was about to step into space for the first time. Carruthers stood beside her and reached over to grasp the handle and slowly pull the hatch open. "You and your bloody traditions." It was, she was told, a Navy tradition for a new spacer to stand at the front of everyone his first watch outside, both in normal space and dark space, so that their first view outside the hull would be unobscured by any of the other hands. She closed her eyes as the hatch slid slowly open, took a deep breath, and then opened them, gasping in reaction. She threw her left hand out, grasping the edge of the hatchway, suddenly certain that she was about to tumble forward and fall forever.
Easy, Mr. Carew,
Carruthers reminded her. Hearing her breathing heavy inside the suit's helmet, Alexis swallowed again and took in the scene. Framed by the hatchway was a yawning emptiness scattered with faraway stars. To the upper right she could see just a sliver of Dalthus above, and a bit ahead of the ship's bow as it placidly orbited the planet. I'm in space, she thought, amazed.
Out onto the hull now, Mr. Carew. We've work to be about.
Remembering her instructions, Alexis grasped one of the safety lines at her belt and unclipped an end, pulling it taut and sliding her other hand along it to ensure that the free end was still attached. She carefully knelt down, keeping her eyes on the hatch's edge, and tentatively reached a hand through the hatchway. The ship's sail locker opened at the very bow of the ship, like a doorway halfway up a vast curving wall. Immediately in front of it was the ship's bowsprit, a metre wide, narrowing spike thrusting out from the bow, to which the rigging attached to hold the masts in place. Along its length and cross-hatching the hull as well were a series of wires and pipes to which the safety lines could be attached, allowing the spacers to safely navigate the hull and masts. Alexis carefully clipped the free end of her safety line to one of these and gave it a nervous tug, then stood up. She could feel the eyes of the entire sail crew behind her, watching as she made her first step outside. And they'll be judging me, sure, just as miners or loggers would, wanting to see if I've aught for them to respect. Alexis held her breath and lifted one foot over the hatchway's edge, feeling the pull and click as her suit's magnetised sole made contact with the hull. Not so bad at all, she thought, lifting her other foot and swinging it forward. As she passed the hatchway, leaving Merlin's artificial gravity, her stride didn't come down as she'd expected. Instead, her free foot arced up, away from the hull, but her other foot, the one still in contact with the hull, had started to lift in the natural cadence of walking. She found herself, suddenly and unexpectedly, with both feet floating several centimetres above the hull, as the momentum of her stride carried her slowly out along the ship's bowsprit. Alexis tried desperately not to panic, though she twisted and flailed frantically in an effort to regain contact with material of the bowsprit. She stretched her legs to their fullest, pointing her toes desperately to regain just the slightest bit of contact that would let the magnets bring her back down, even going so far as to wave her arms and hands as though she were swimming. As she continued to drift, her breathing grew more ragged, and she could feel the blood pounding in her head. Rationally, she knew that she was probably in little danger. There was an entire crew of experienced spacers behind her in the locker, as well as Lieutenant Carruthers, and surely they'd be on the lookout to keep her from such obvious harm her first minute outside.
"If you are finished skylarking, Mr. Carew?"
Carruthers asked dryly. On the lookout for me to make a fool of myself, Alexis thought, feeling her face grow hot with shame. How am I to... Her thought trailed off as she drifted higher and felt a tug at her waist. Silly twit. She stopped waving her arms about and grasped the safety line at her waist, pulling herself down with such force that her knees buckled and she stumbled forward as her feet made contact with the bowsprit.
"Very good, Mr. Carew. Please stop where you are, and don't move a muscle now."
Alexis froze, certain that she'd drifted into some dangerous area of the ship. Her heart was still beating rapidly, and she slowly turned her head to see the lieutenant gliding toward her along the bowsprit in an odd shuffling gait that kept one foot firmly planted at all times. So that's the way of it. Behind Carruthers, the men were exiting the sail locker, and Alexis had another moment of vertigo as she saw them clamber out to stand and walk on what seemed to her a vertical surface. She realised that there was quite a bit more to get used to in all this, when down seemed to be whichever way your feet were pointing. Carruthers reached her and carefully examined her safety line where it was clipped to the guide wire, as well as the bowsprit near her feet. Alexis's suit radio crackled briefly, and she heard the lieutenant call out, "I make it 11 metres 7, lads."
There was a chorus of groans over the general channel, and what sounded like a single cheer.
Ladding at 11 metres even, sir. Looks like he takes it.
Alexis's eyes grew wide, and then she smiled as she realised what had happened.
Can't blame the lads for a bit of fun at a landsman's expense, can we, Mr. Carew?
The lads and yourself, I think, Lieutenant, she thought, realising that her hands were still shaking a bit inside of the suit's gloves. She took a deep breath before answering, knowing that the men would judge her on how she took both the joke and their betting on it. "No, sir," she said, voice still a little ragged from the experience, but trying for far more bravado than she actually felt. "But if someone had thought to tell me, I'd have given a bloody great shove out the hatch and gone for a record." She heard a bit of good-natured laughter, and thought she might have won a few of the crew over at least.
"All right, lads," Carruthers called. "We've had our fun and there's work to be done. Let's have the mainmast stepped top and top-gallant, if you please, boatswain."
A chorus of "Aye, sir," sounded over the radio, and the men started moving over the hull to the top of the ship.
"You picked a fine spot to come down, Mr. Carew. Watch carefully from here, and you'll see the whole of the evolution."
"Aye, sir." Alexis watching in fascination and trying to relate what she saw to what she'd read. Within a few minutes, however, she found herself distracted by the discomfort of the vac suit. Though its insulated materials protected her from temperature extremes such as the cold of open space or the heat of direct sunlight unfiltered by an atmosphere, it was also efficient at keeping heat in, and Alexis soon found herself quite warm, with an occasional bead of sweat trickling down her face, an annoying occurrence when she instinctively raised a hand to wipe it away and encountered her helmet. She wondered how much worse it was for the men who were labouring to raise the ship's masts. In orbit, the sails and masts were stowed, so as to protect them from damage by any debris. While the sails were folded and stored in compartments along the bow, the masts themselves were folded back along the top and bottom of the ship. As she watched, the spacers clambered up the bow to the top and walked back along the hull to the end of the mast. They grasped the end and lifted it from the hull, easing it gently upright on its hinge near the bow. Some of the spacers grasped trailing lines and pulled them through fittings on the upper hull, leaning their weight against the push of their fellows in order to control the speed of the mast's ascent. When it was in place, in much less time than Alexis would have thought possible, one spacer locked the mast's hinge, while others grasped additional lines and spread out to port, starboard, and along the narrow bowsprit to secure them, locking the mast in place. Next, 4 spacers attached their safety lines to guides that ran up the mast and quickly ascended to its top, 10 metres above the deck. Once there, 2 of them affixed their lines to rings at the top and slid a telescoping segment out of the centre of the mast. The 2 then leapt upward, letting their momentum and mass pull the inner mast with them, while the 2 who remained behind pushed and shoved at the rising tube. When that had risen to its full height, another 10 metres or so above the hull, they repeated the process again with another segment, until the uppermost spacers were 30 metres up. Additional lines were brought out and passed up the mast to anchor each of these new levels to the hull and bowsprit. "Lieutenant Carruthers," Alexis asked, "why do we do this by hand? Surely a motor of some kind would make it easier."
"It wouldn't work at all in Darkspace," he answered. "But if it did, it would add mass to the ship, mass that would slow us or could be better used to other purposes. As the men are already aboard to work the sails in the dark, there's little need to lessen the work in normal space."
He gestured to where the spacers were making lines fast to the hull and then to the masts.
"Name for me those mast segments, if you please, Mr. Carew."
Alexis fought to remember what she'd read the night before. It seemed that every piece of the vast ship had some odd and distinct name. Each of the lines anchoring the mast, she knew, had its own name, and she breathed a bit of a sigh of relief that Carruthers was only asking her to name the masts themselves. "The mainmast for the whole, sir, as it's on the top of the ship," she said, thinking. "And above it the topmast, and then—" She paused. "Top gallant, sir."
she answered finally. Main topmast and main topgallant, Mr. Carew, as each mast has those pieces. Clarity, Mr. Carew, if you remember. Alexis thought she could hear his smile over the radio. And these others? He asked, pointing down. Or at least down for the two of them as they stood on the bowsprit. Alexis looked in that direction and staggered a bit as she saw another group of spacers, these working upside down from her perspective as they raised the mast that had been flush against the bottom. Keel, she reminded herself, of the ship. For the first time she noticed that there had been spacers walking along the bowsprit under her and Carruthers as they made fast the lines to hold that mast in place. Eyes wide, she followed their progress with fascination. Mr. Carew? She shook herself, bringing her attention back to the lieutenant. I'm sorry, sir. Mizzen, she answered. The mizzen-mast, topmast, and mizzen topgallant mast. Alexis looked back to the mainmast and saw the crew of spacers had brought out long poles. Yards, she remembered, and were hoisting them up to the heights of the mast, laid perpendicular to the mast itself. Spacers clinging to the mast pulled on lines to draw the yard upward, while men on the deck held lines to keep it in check and from gaining too much momentum. For, while the long yards might have no weight with the ship in orbit, they did not lack for mass. And despite the material's ability to make the yard both strong and light, 100 kilos of awkward, ungainly yard took as much energy to stop as it did to start it moving to begin with, and Alexis saw that what the task lacked in necessary brute strength, it made up for in a need for deliberation and judgment. Once the yards were securely in place, and yet more lines were strung from their ends to the ship's hull, the spacers brought out the sails. Huge bundles of shiny metallic mesh, which they hoisted up in the same manner as the yards, firmly attached to the upper yard, and then drawn down to the lower, in a shimmering curtain that caught and reflected the ship's lights. 3 of them, Alexis saw, one for each of the 3 sections of mast that had been raised, and yet another section above those, Alexis remembered, called the Royal. Main course at the bottom, sir, she offered unprompted. Then the main topsail and the main topgallant. Very good, Mr. Carew. And the sail will be raising on the mizzen-mast? Mizzen course, mizzen topsail, and mizzen topgallant, sir, she replied confidently. Not quite, Mr. Carew. Would you care to try again, please? Alexis racked her brain for the answer. There was something about the mizzen-mast that was different. She remembered now, something that had made no sense to her when she'd read it, and that she'd found no time to ask easily to explain. I find myself at a loss, sir, she admitted finally. The lower sail on the mizzen of this ship is called the crossjack, Mr. Carew. You'll note it's fore and aft, unlike the shiprig of the others. Alexis did note that it was different. Its yard hung toward the rear of the ship instead of perpendicular as the others. She started to ask why that was, but Carruthers spoke again. My compliments to the boatswain, Mr. Carew, and would he provide you with our commissioning pennant and explain to you its placement at the masthead? Alexis hesitated, unsure if she'd understood. I'm to climb the mast, sir? Perhaps its heights will inspire you to learn the lessons set to you. Alexis swept her gaze up the length of the mast, now towering over 30 metres above the ship's hull. Eyes wide, she answered, Aye, sir, and scanned the masts and hull for the boatswain's distinctly coloured vac-suit. Seeing him near the sail-locker where he could watch the work on both the main and mizzen masts, she started in his direction, forgetting, in her anxiety at the thought of climbing the mast, to step deliberately. She found herself floating free from the hull again with her first step. Flushing with embarrassment, she tugged at the safety line and felt the sharp clack of contact as her boots again made contact. Carefully and deliberately she made her way down the bowsprit to the sail-locker where the boatswain stood. She adjusted her suit's radio to speak only to the boatswain. She remembered the phrasing she'd heard Philip use with the carpenter the day before. The first lieutenant's compliments, Mr. Kinsley, and I'm to affix the commissioning pennant to the masthead." The boatswain faced her, and she could see his wrinkled face grinning behind his suit's visor.
"All ready, does he? Very well, then."
He pulled a tightly wound coil of fabric from a compartment within the sail locker and handed it to her.
"Snap this carabiner to the top of the mast. Aft, mind you. Don't go putting my rigging into disarray and such."
He reached into the centre of the coil and showed her a second carabiner.
"Then grab onto this and come down the port backstay. Port, mind you. They're working to starboard."
Alexis nodded, but had to ask, "Backstay, sir?"
"Them,"
the boatswain said, pointing to 2 lines that ran from the very top of the mast down to either side of the ship, further back on the hull.
"Top gallant backstays. The port one, mind you."
Alexis stared in horror. She was to climb up the mast and then down along one of those slender lines, all on her first trip outside the ship, on her first day in space even. "Aye, sir," she whispered. She shuffled her way slowly and carefully along the hull to the base of the mainmast, securing her safety line to new guides as necessary, all the while attempting not to get in the way of the spacers busily working, though they seemed to pay her no heed, blithely unsnapping their safety lines to go around her and reattaching them once past. When she reached the mast, she saw that it was larger than she'd thought, fully 40 centimetres in diameter. As with the hull, guide wires ran up the length of the mast, and Alexis carefully secured her safety line to one. For a moment she looked for handholds or projections to climb, but then realised with a laugh that they wouldn't be necessary. With a slight flexing of her feet and a tug on the guide wire, she floated free of the hull and was very slowly gliding upward alongside the mast. Effortlessly she glided upwards, the length of the mast flowing past her. With a nervous giggle, she reached out and tugged the guide wire again, increasing her speed. "It's like flying," she thought ecstatically. She gave the wire another tug. "With all deliberation, Mr. Carew." She heard Carruthers' voice in her helmet and realised that he was watching her progress. "Aye, sir," she murmured. She looked upward and saw that the guide wire her safety line was attached to ended at the top of the first mast segment, and she would have to stop and reattach it to the next before proceeding upward. In a remarkably short time she was at the very top of the mast, 30 metres or more from the hull of Merlin, and with nothing to cling to but the mast itself, now seeming quite a bit less substantial than it had when she'd started up. Alexis examined the very top of the mast, and saw how in the next section, that which would hold the royals, was telescoped within it. The edge of its top was ringed with attachment points, and lines already angled down to secure the mast in place, one to the fore, where it met the very tip of the ship's bowsprit, one to either side, attaching to the ship's hull, and 2 aft, angling very slightly to attach to edges of the ship about a third of the way back. She clipped one end of the commissioning pennant to a ring at the back of the mast, and eyed the 2 backstays dubiously. Her heart began beating faster, and her mouth went dry as she took in the distance to the hull below. "And I'm to just slide down from 30 metres in the air," she thought wryly. Then her eyes widened and she smiled. "Well, and there is no air, you silly thing, nor any risk of falling." With a laugh, she realised that getting down would be no more difficult than getting up had been, with no gravity to speak of. She looked back along the expanse of ship's hull and grinned. "The port backstay," he said, "and port's left." She attached her safety line to the left-hand backstay, and grasping the carabiner at the centre of the pennant's coil. With a deep breath, she pushed herself gently off the mast, angling as best she could to follow the backstay to the hull below. Away from the solidity of the hull or even the mast, with just the thin line of the backstay beside her, and no contact with either the hull or the mast, Alexis felt her heart leap. "No, this is like flying," she grinned wildly. "It's incredible, it's—"
"Belay that, you cunny-handed!"
she heard the boatswain's voice yelling over the radio.
"Starboard main to gallant backstay! Watch yourselves, lads!"
Alexis looked ahead to the rapidly approaching hull and saw several spacers clustered around the line, oblivious to her approach. How? She realised her mistake. She'd been facing aft when she'd attached her safety line to the left backstay. "Port's the other left," she muttered, grabbing for the line to slow her descent toward the group. Her hand missed the backstay, and the momentum of her grab started her body spinning, entangling her in her safety line. She began desperately waving her arms, trying to regain contact with the backstay, and losing her grip on the line for the commissioning pennant as she let out a shriek of fear. Suddenly there were bodies all around her, and Alexis let out another shriek, certain that she'd ploughed headlong into the work crew and injured someone, before she felt herself gently slowed and steadied. "We've got you, sir," she heard over the radio. Within moments, 2 spacers had righted her and helped to settle back to the hull, desperately grateful to have her feet on something once again. "Mr. Carew," she heard Carruthers bark over the radio, "are you quite finished playing?" Alexis took a deep breath, steadying herself and moving away from the group of spacers, who quickly resumed their work. "Yes, sir." "Then I suggest you retrieve Merlin's pennant, as you've left it quite scandalised." Alexis looked up at the mast to see the long stream of the commissioning pennant drifting high above, one end still attached to the top of the mast, but the other more than 10 metres above the hull. Surely he can't mean for me to go back up the mast after what's just happened. "Lively now, Mr. Carew." Chapter 8. The men eased themselves on the benches, dripping sweat and sucking greedily at the water tubes from the sail locker's wall, and Alexis followed suit, despite its taste. The scent of sweat, fresh and stale, permeated the close space, and she concentrated on her breathing, trying to breathe shallowly and avoid the odour. When they'd first returned to the locker in preparation for the transition to Darkspace, she'd thought to sit on one of the benches herself. There was plenty of space with the ship so undermanned, and her trips up and down the masts had quite tired her out. But Carruthers had stopped her as she'd begun to sit, explaining that officers traditionally stood at the lockers in a hatch, leaving the benches to the men. "It's an acknowledgement of their work," he'd explained. Alexis, who'd spent the last hour being sent up and down one mast or another on some errand, felt that she'd worked quite a lot herself. Or played, I suppose. After her embarrassment at coming down the wrong stay, Alexis had quickly regained her sense of exhilaration at being outside the ship, and the hours they'd spent in transit to the Lagrange point had passed with run after run up and down the masts, as Carruthers set her to naming and identifying parts of the ship. With every wrong answer, and there were many, he'd sent her off with, "Perhaps a closer look, Mr. Carew, and if not, then ask a nearby spacer the proper name and return here to me." Before long, she'd been exhausted, and sweat ran down her face and neck, but she'd met every correct answer with a thrill of accomplishment, and every wrong answer with a different thrill at the opportunity to fly up the masts or over the hull. "Oi, Had!" one of the spacers called loudly. "Remember me a thing what slipped me mind, will you?" "And what's that, Burley?" The first man furrowed his brow and narrowed his eyes. "Port, lad. Be that the left one or the other left?" The spacers roared laughter, and Alexis felt her face heat as she realised her muttered comment had been broadcast to the entire sail crew. Oh, and my screeches as they caught me, I imagine, as well. "Oh, Burley, port's the other left, I'll tell you true." He waited for the renewed laughter to die a bit. "And officers say so, after all." Alexis lowered her eyes and bit her lip nervously at the renewed laughter. She'd been quite certain that the laughter and betting over her first step outside had been good-natured, but she was not so confident about this. She tentatively scanned the men's faces in the dim light and caught the eye of the spacer Acker, who was altering her uniforms for her. The man was laughing along with the rest, but when he caught her looking at him, He gave her a quick wink. That made her feel a bit better, and as the laughter died down again, Acker called out, "Here now, Burley, what were your own first trip outside like?" Burley drew himself up, with squared shoulders and a proud look. "Why, I ran to rigging like a grand old topman, I did." The Spacers all laughed harder than before, and Burley glared at them until his face finally broke in a wide grin. "Till that first stop," he added sheepishly. He stretched and put a hand to his back. "Bloody back still hurts at times." "Burley were a jumper, Mr. Carew," Had said, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes. "Going to show us all how quick he could go up the mast." He stood from the bench and wrapped his arms around an imaginary mast to demonstrate. "So he clips on, and he bends his knees way down, he does." He crouched low, buttocks touching his heels, while Burley grinned and shook his head, before standing quickly. "And up he go!" "And bang! He stop at the top!" another man yelled, and the sail locker was filled with laughter again. "Oh, Burley, he didn't think none but how to stop." Alexis smiled along with them, and gave Acker a grateful nod. "Oi then, Had," Burley said as the laughter died. "Don't remember your first time out being all rosy." Had's face darkened as he glared at the other man. "Don't like us to speak of that, I don't," he said, as the others laughed even louder. "Had, he got a mite queasy first time out. And the boatswain says to him, he says, 'Shake your head, lad, it'll move that mess to the back, it will.'" "It don't," Had muttered miserably, to more laughter. "And what of Darkspace, gentlemen?" Alexis asked. "Should I expect much different from that?" The laughter trailed off as the men sobered, looking away from her uncomfortably. "The Dark's fair different, sir, it is," Had said finally, and the other men nodded agreement. "Known strong men what couldn't go outside in the dark." There were murmurs of agreement. "And no few who were right grateful for their suit's plumbing, first they laid eyes on what's out there," Burley added, then coughed uncomfortably with a glance at Alexis. "Begging your pardon for the language, sir." "Quite all right, Burley." Alexis bit her lip nervously. "Is it really so terrifying?" she asked, glancing at Carruthers. "It is different, Mr. Carew. Not a place man's supposed to be," Had muttered, and the other Spacers nodded agreement. "You'll be all right, Mr. Carew," Burley assured her. "A minute at the hatch with it dark, and then the lights will be up. Not near so bad with the lights up." "Less'n a minute," another Spacer added. "Just seems longer." "And likely time to discover it for yourself, Mr. Carew," Carruthers said, moving to the locker's front hatch and motioning for her to follow. "We're at the Lagrange point and ready to transition to Darkspace, I see. Do remember that the radios will not work once the hatch is opened to the dark." Alexis swallowed heavily and followed him, her heart beating faster. She fastened her helmet back onto her suit as the others were doing, then placed her hand flat against the hatch in front of her. Without warning, the lights in the sail locker went out, and she realised that they had transitioned to Darkspace, or were about to. The hatch began to slide under her fingertips, and she knew that they must have, though she'd felt nothing to indicate it, and felt no different herself. She waited in anticipation as the hatch slid away into the hull, and looked out into nothing. She could see nothing but blackness, broken only by the dim glow of the tritium-coated needle of her suit's oxygen gauge. She stretched her arm out ahead of her, thinking perhaps that she had been mistaken, and had simply lost contact with its surface, but felt nothing ahead of her. She could see nothing, feel nothing, except her vac suit and the deck under her feet. She stood still for a moment, wondering if this were another of the Spacer's jokes, but nothing at all happened. And then, as her eyes adjusted to the utter lack of light, she saw something. Almost a swirl of darker black in the distance, and then
as though her brain had suddenly discovered how to interpret what she was seeing. More of them. Far in the distance, great masses of darkness, swirling and rolling across the void. How she was seeing them, when there were no sources of light that she could see, she didn't know. But she could. Or almost could, for it seemed that there was detail just out of her grasp. Alexis gasped as one of the masses, shaped like a dark thundercloud against a jet-black sky, slowly rolled across the void and touched another, smaller one. The two shapes roiled into each other, flashing with ebony lightning, until the larger cloud split in half where it touched the smaller, the two halves gradually flowing up and over the other shape before folding back upon the whole, and Alexis lost sight of the two shapes as they drifted past the edge of the hatchway and were blocked by the ship's hull. Fascinated, Alexis dropped to her knees and groped blindly outside the hatchway for one of the guide wires. Finding one, she snapped on her safety line and stepped out onto the bowsprit, remembering to step slowly and keep her feet firmly anchored to the hull. As quickly as she dared, she moved out onto the bowsprit, away from the hull, and looked around her. There were far more of the objects out there than she'd been able to see through the narrow hatch. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of masses far off in the distance, all slowly moving, majestically colliding and absorbing each other. And behind those shapes, thousands of points of blackness, like dark stars. Can a star shine blackness? She wondered in awe. Merlin's outer lights came on, shining from the hull and masts, but not all at once. Even the light behaved differently here, seeming to pool and flow across the surface of the hull, creeping toward her along the bowsprit, and as it reached her, she found it more difficult to make out the far-off shapes. Reluctantly, Alexis turned her attention back to the ship, and Carruthers quickly approaching her along the bowsprit. He reached her and touched his suit's helmet to hers so that she could hear him. "Are you quite all right, Mr. Carew?" he asked, his voice echoing, and perhaps a bit breathless. Alexis looked off into the distance again, barely able to make out the distant images while standing within Merlin's lights. It's beautiful. Alexis watched the sails charge from her spot on the bowsprit. A bright azure glow covered them, shot through with sparks and bolts of darker blue and white. The fine mesh of the sails stirred and then bellied out from the mast, taking the load and pulling Merlin into motion. In normal space, the ship would use either its conventional drive or the sails for propulsion, tuning the sails to the gravitational signature of one or more bodies and being pulled along at a significant fraction of the speed of light. In Darkspace, though, the conventional drive was useless, and there were no predictable gravitational fields, only the winds that varied in strength and direction. A slow grin crept across her face as she realized she was seeing something that very few people ever witnessed. Not even those who travelled frequently from star system to star system were able to see Darkspace for themselves or witness the sails in action. Passenger ships had no viewports, as they preferred a solid hull to keep the Darkspace radiation at bay and protect the ship's electronics. Radiation and effects that mankind still didn't fully understand. The perplexing problem dated back centuries, to when mankind was still planet-bound on Earth. Scientists, theorizing about the origin of the universe, recognized that the universe was expanding, but made the proposal that the force that had started that expansion would eventually dissipate, causing the universe to then begin contracting again. When they measured this, however, they discovered something very odd. Not only was the expansion of the universe not slowing, but it was actually increasing. This meant that something unseen, was continuing to apply energy to the universe's expansion, more energy than could be accounted for by what their instruments could detect.
At the same time, they noticed that there seemed to be more gravitational force than could be accounted for by the observable masses of stars, planets, and other objects. There seemed to be quite a bit of the universe that simply couldn't be seen. Over 90% of the energy and matter that had to make up the universe, in fact. They called these dark energy and dark matter, for want of a better term. Then, as humanity began serious utilisation of near-Earth space, they made another discovery. Lagrangian points were well known in orbital mechanics. With any two bodies where one is orbiting around the other, such as a planet and a moon, there are 5 points in space where the gravitational effects of the two bodies provide precisely the centripetal force required to keep an object, if not stationary, then relatively so. Humanity first used these points to build a space station at L1, the Lagrangian point situated midway between Earth and the Moon, thus providing a convenient stopover for further exploration of the Moon. This was quickly followed by a station at L2, the point on the far side of the Moon, roughly the same distance from it as L1. Both of these stations began reporting odd radiation signatures, radiation that had no discernible source, but seemed to spring into existence from within the Lagrangian points themselves. Further research into this odd radiation began taking place at the L4 and L5 points, which led and trailed the Moon in its orbit by about 60 degrees. More commonly referred to as Trojan points, L4 and L5 are much larger in area than L1 and L2, and it was discovered the unknown radiation was much more intense. More experimentation, including several probes that simply disappeared when their hulls were charged with certain high-energy particles, eventually led to one of those probes reappearing, and the discovery of Darkspace, along with the missing 95% of the universe. Winds, Alexis thought, watching the sails billow. Dark energy, flowing and ebbing through dark space, typically, but not always, blowing toward star systems, perhaps supplying the impetus that kept the universe expanding at an ever faster rate. Winds that could quickly turn into storms, that would blow a ship off course or strip its sails from the masts, but that could also propel a ship either faster or farther than any other form of propulsion, allowing ships to travel the light years between systems in weeks or months. And somewhere out there, she knew, was the dark matter, hidden shoals that could pierce and crumple a ship's hull if struck. But what captured Alexis's attention was the billowing blue glow of the sails against the vast expanse of flowing darkness. Simply beautiful, she murmured. Chapter 9.
And what do you suppose will happen then, Mr. Carew?
Alexis considered for a moment. This odd way of speaking outside the hull in Darkspace, heads bent so that their helmets touched, unable to see the other person's face, and his voice echoing dully in her own helmet. Given your question, I rather suspect it will do something quite different than I would suppose, sir.
Carruthers laughed.
Indeed, Mr. Carew. Watch carefully now. This is called throwing the log, and it will tell us our speed and any deviation from our course.
He bent to the hull and attached the device to a bracket on the hull. He motioned her to step back and then sharply jerked a lever on its side. There was a puff of gas, and a small weighted bag flew out of the tube, trailing a thin wire. She watched it soar straight until it was 10 metres from the hull, and then it suddenly slowed. Still moving away, but clearly slowing, and now quickly dropping back along the ship's hull. Alexis furrowed her brow, confused. What she was seeing made no sense. Admittedly, she'd never been in space before, but she'd studied basic physics. We're in a vacuum. There's no gravity. It shouldn't do that. She stared at the bag and its trailing wire, eyes wide in fascination. It had stopped moving further away from the ship, at perhaps 20 metres, but was still falling behind, as though it had stopped moving entirely,
and the ship was simply pulling away from it. Carruthers tapped her leg to get her attention, and she crouched to look at the device where he was pointing. There was a mechanical timer counting down to 0, and another counting the amount of wire being pulled out. When the timer reached 0, Carruthers stopped the counter and began turning a crank that reeled in the wire. Once he'd recovered the log, he gestured for her to follow, and they made their way back to the bow and into the sail locker. Alexis pondered what she'd seen while they waited for the locker to pressurise. Nothing she knew about physics allowed for what she'd just seen. An object moving through space should not just slow and stop as the log had done. And if the ship were to travel between star systems, surely it had moved further in a minute than 100 metres or so of line that had run out.
7 knots speed, Mr. Carew,
Carruthers said when they removed their helmets.
Not spectacular, but neither is it horribly slow.
Lieutenant Carruthers, how is that at all possible? Alexis asked.
By knowing how much line was pulled out in a particular time, he explained, we can determine our speed.
I meant the way the log behaves, sir. How does it just stop? It shouldn't do that.
Answer that, Mr. Carew, and you'll have done more than anyone since we discovered Darkspace. We know how it behaves, can measure it to a certain extent, but the why of it?
He shook his head.
No, we only know that once outside the field effects of the Galenium in Merlin's hull, things just stop. Their momentum stills until they come to rest, and that's the end of it.
He slid open the hatch to the quarterdeck and led her to the navigation plot.
Now the log tells us our current speed by how much line was pulled from it, and the angle, if it was pulled to one side of the ship or the other, will tell us if we're drifting at all from our course. Knowing that and time, we can calculate our position.
I truly don't understand, sir. Alexis stared at the navigation plot for a moment, frowning. Carruthers had entered the information from the log, and the plot now showed the latest leg of Merlin's travels. This shows us well away from Dalthus, but the last position was still within the system, and it's been but an hour.
2 bells, Carruthers corrected her, and we are making good time.
Bugger the bloody bells, Alexis thought, staring at the plot with her brow furrowed. But that was our speed before as well, she said, comparing the 2 segments on the plot. And we've travelled near twice as far in the same time. And the log only pulled out 100 metres of line or so. We're barely moving at all.
Space and distance are quite different in Darkspace. The further we get from a system, from any large mass in normal space, then the greater the distance we cover in Darkspace.
So a metre in Darkspace is different than in normal space?
We don't rightly know if there's a correlation as simple as that. Simply that it may take hours or days to sail between Lagrange points within a system, Dalthus 4 to Dalthus 8, that big gas giant beyond your asteroid belt, for instance, while it takes us only a fortnight to sail from Dalthus to Idera, light-years away. Once away from the system, either the ship moves faster or the distance is somehow shortened, but we don't know, because the only places we can drop back into normal space to truly determine our position are within systems. This is why the sailing master, captain and myself all calculate the ship's position independently, and independent of the computer. It's quite important that our estimates be as accurate as possible.
Alexis stared at the navigation plot with dawning horror. Sir, are you suggesting that we truly pilot the ship between star systems by guessing?
Carruthers smiled at her. I do assure you, they are our very best guesses. Very good, Mr. Rowland, Gorbett said, as the 3 midshipmen transmitted their navigation estimates from their tablets to the central plot. Very good indeed. And Mr. Easley, improving at least. He cleared his throat. Mr. Carew.
Alexis looked down at the deck as Captain Grantham stepped to the plot and snorted.
Mr. Carew appears to have a desire to visit New London, he said,
eyeing the line of her plot that veered almost 90 degrees from the three others and speared its way toward the core systems.
An admirable goal, I'm sure, but not when our destination is Idera.
Alexis felt her face grow hot, and she bit her lower lip. The navigation exercises were a nightmare for her. She simply couldn't fathom the fact that there wasn't a more accurate way to determine the ship's position than dead reckoning. And though she understood the calculations involved in determining the ship's distance from each system, and how the distance it travelled at a given speed was related to how near the closest system was, well, understanding and acceptance were very different things. She'd been trying for the entire week she'd been aboard to be able to make the equations work properly, but had so far been unable to do so. Everything else about sailing the ship excited her, though. Even after the extensive reading and lessons she'd been assigned by Lieutenant Carruthers, she'd delved further into Merlin's vast library on ship handling, staying awake well past when she should have been sleeping.
"Mr. Rowland,"
Grantham said suddenly,
"you were captaining a sloop of 14 guns in pursuit of a similarly sized chase. You were flying mains and topsails on both the mainmast and the mizzen, running full downwind, when a squall of a size sufficient to encompass both ships forms to starboard. What will you do, sir?"
Roland blanched and opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Alexis looked to Philip, but he merely grinned and nodded at Roland.
"The squall is approaching, Mr. Rowland. It is nearly upon you."
He began, but then swallowed and bit his lip, brow furrowed in concentration.
"I would—" "You are dismasted, sir. The main is snapped below the crosstrees, and all trails to leeward. Mr. Carew, what action do you take? Quickly now."
Alexis blinked, picturing the situation, almost able to see the dark, swirling mass of a Darkspace squall engulfing her ship, and what was needed. The damage cut away, obviously, but also something to avoid being blown too far off course, and then to somehow gain control again. Drop the... Damn, what's it called, then? But Captain Grantham was already narrowing his eyes, preparing to turn away from her for not answering, and she knew she had to act. Drop the bottom thingy that digs in, sir, and cut away the debris. Take in all sail on the mizzen, instanter. How much of the main is left, sir? She asked, narrowing her eyes, trying to remember something she'd read.
"A bare 9 metres, Mr. Carew," Grantham said, his lips twitching. "Just below the crosstrees, as I said."
"And hoist a royal yard to the stub of the mainmast, sir, and fly a royal to gain some bit of steerage way."
"You have regained steerage way. Mr. Easley," Grantham called out, turning his attention from Alexis. "What will you do?"
"Shake out a reef or two in the mizzen topsail, sir, now that I've some control," Philip responded confidently. "As much as she'll take, and resume the chase, if she's in sight. Put the ship on the previous heading, but a bit to port if she's not."
Grantham was silent for a moment. "Very good, gentlemen. Mr. Rowland, you must be decisive if you wish to command. Mr. Carew, I suggest you work more diligently at your navigation." He cleared his throat. "And it is a keel board, Mr. Carew, not any sort of thingy, if you please, sir."
Alexis felt her face grow hot, but with it came a bit of pride. Whether she'd named it or not, it must have been the correct thing to do.
"Mr. Carruthers, I'll be in my cabin."
He nodded to them and left the quarter-deck. Alexis let out a breath she hadn't realised she was holding, and turned to Philip. "What was that about?" she asked, eyes wide.
"Preparing you to stand for lieutenant, Mr. Carew," Carruthers answered instead. "Should such a time ever come."
"Is that what it's like, then?"
"Worse," Roland moaned. He was still pale and his hands were shaking. "There are 3 of them barking at you, and you've no time to think. And they're all the time changing it on you. No sooner do you think you've got the answer, but they've added something to the mix. Fusion plant failures, shoals to leeward. They're bloody in love with shoals to leeward, I tell you. Never a moment to think." "Much like life in the dark, Mr. Rowland," Carruthers said gently.
Chapter 10. Clarity, my arse! Alexis snarled in a very unladylike and, quite probably, unofficer-like tone. It seemed as though every object aboard the ship, and every task necessary to keep it running, had some obscure and nonsensical name she was to learn. The reason for which, when she asked, was given either as the need to keep things clear or tradition. That tradition and clarity were of times at odds seemed to be clear only to Alexis, and didn't bother the rest of the crew at all. She was prowling Merlin's Hold, wending her way through the maze of passageways created by the provisions and supplies needed to support the crew through months of space travel. It was a task set her by Lieutenant Carruthers, which was called Learning the Ropes, and the tablet she held had just informed her that the edge of the hatchway she'd just passed was called the Forward 10 Port Hatch Combing. She accessed the ship's inventory to see what was stored here, and found that it was mostly tons of raw thermoplastics for the ship's fabricators. At least she appeared to be out of the food stores and into something different. She'd grown tired of reading the list of ton after ton of frozen and freeze-dried food, as well as thousands of litres of nutrient solution for the ship's hydroponics and cultured meat vats, not to mention the alcohol stores. 19 tons of beer, over 2,000 litres of wine, and 5 tons of rum. Yet drunkenness aboard ship was considered a serious offence. When she'd asked about this, Philip had told her it was due to both tradition and necessity. She'd noted wryly that clarity wasn't in it. Both a tradition dating back centuries to the founding of the kingdom, and a necessity to give the men some way to either avoid the ship's water, recycled over and over again throughout a voyage, or alter its taste and their perception of it. After passing several large tanks storing the thermoplastic, Alexis decided to find out the name of one of the odd ridges that crossed the floor. Deck, she reminded herself, every metre or so. She pointed the back of the tablet at one of them and pressed the query icon. Forward 12 Port First Futtock! She glared at the tablet in disbelief. Now you're just making things up. From ahead of her, she heard a flurry of sound and footsteps, and, as she rounded the next corner, found a man sprawled across the corridor. Alexis hurried forward to see if he was injured. The spacer staggered to his feet, murmuring, "Where'd me mates go to?" Alexis recognised him as the one who'd made a comment when she tried to volunteer to Lieutenant Carruthers back on her grandfather's farm. Alan, she remembered, and drunk from the look of him. "Here now," Alan said, catching sight of her, his head swaying back and forth. "You're the girl." Quite drunk. "You'd best catch up with your mates, Alan," she advised. Alan smiled and took a staggering step toward her. "They's left. But you might be a bit more interesting," he slurred, then grinned widely. "A little bit." He held a hand up at about her height, palm flat to the deck. "Little bit. Do you get it?" Alexis took a step back. She'd dealt with drunken men before in her grandfather's camps, and something in Alan's look made her wary. "I get that you're quite drunk, Alan," she said, keeping her voice calm as she could, and hoping the man would take the out she was offering. "But if you're off after your mates now, I'll take no notice of it." Alan staggered toward her quickly, backing her against one of the plastic's vats and bracing himself against it with one arm. "Have to be an officer noticing," he said quietly. "And you ain't no officer. Just a girl. Little bit of a girl." He laughed again, and Alexis could smell the raw alcohol in his breath. Alexis pressed herself back hard against the vat, trying to avoid contact with him. "Stand back, Alan," she ordered coldly. Instead, he edged closer. "Nah. Me mates left us all alone. Shame to waste that, don't you think?" He raised his free hand to brush her cheek,
and she tried to bat it away. But surprisingly quick, he caught her wrist and forced her arm back to her side.
"None of that," he whispered.
"Alan," Alexis said, hoping to penetrate his alcoholic haze. "You don't want to do this. It's time to back off now."
2 months.
He moved closer, pinning her against the side of the vat with his body, and bent to put his mouth near her ear. Alexis could feel the heat of his breath on her as he spoke.
2 bloody months we're in this ship, and no liberty. No station in this poxed system neither. Ship not even out of discipline for a bloody day. Ain't right."
Alexis twisted her arm painfully, but managed to break his grip and shove him away. She darted past him, but he was quickly after her and dragged her back. Alan's arms wrapped around her, pinning her arms to her sides. He straightened and lifted her off the deck. Alexis threw her head back, hoping to connect with his face, but missed.
"Ain't right,"
he insisted. Alexis's mind raced. She was no stranger to a physical fight, having grown up wrestling with the boys from the village, but this was quite a different thing. She remembered some advice her grandfather's foreman had given her as she'd grown older and begun visiting the working camps alone.
"Most of the lads are decent," Brandon had told her. "But there's some as aren't, and others might not remember to be when they've been in the drink. So you remember this, Miss Alexis. If it comes down to you or him, and he's not listening, then we'll just hurt him. However it takes, and however bad it needs to be, don't you worry about it. Not about him being dead nor maimed, nor if he'll put the law on you. Just hurt him."
Alexis raised both her legs high, thighs tucked against her midsection, then straightened them hard. Her right foot grazed Alan's thigh, deflected to the side, but her left heel struck his kneecap squarely, forcing it down with a loud pop, barely audible over his sudden shriek of pain. Alan released her to clutch at his knee, and Alexis fell forward to land on all fours on the deck. Without thinking, she lashed out again, driving her foot backward, and feeling her heavy boot connect with something that drew another shriek from the man. She caught her balance and prepared to run, but thought about the twisting maze of compartments, vats and pallets of goods that made up the hold, unsure if she'd be able to find her way, and certain the spacer knew the hold far better than she. The rest of Brandon's advice echoed in her head.
"Once he's hurt, though, if you can't get away clean, sure and clear to you, bet your life on it, clean away. Well then, you hurt him more. For sure as he catches you, he'll have learned his lesson, and you'll not get another chance."
Alexis tucked her right fist into her left palm, and holding both near her chin, she spun around, elbow swinging in a short, vicious arc that connected with the crouching man's face. Alexis felt a sharp pain lance up her elbow, and Alan spun around, his head impacting the bulkhead with a dull thwonk. Alexis leapt to her feet, breath ragged and heart pounding as she prepared to run.
"What's all this about, then?"
Alexis glanced toward the voice and saw the boatswain rushing toward them, face red and furious. He took in Alexis's wide eyes and dishevelled state, her beret and tablet dropped to the deck, and he paled.
"Are you all right, Mr. Carew? Are you hurt?"
Alexis took a deep breath. "No, Mr. Kinsley, I'm not hurt." She took a moment to steady herself.
"Alan, you sorry bastard,"
the boatswain muttered darkly, stalking past Alexis. He grabbed the spacer by the collar and dragged him to his feet, paying no attention to the man's shriek of pain as his knee straightened. He slammed him against the bulkhead and pinned him there.
"Drunk,"
he affirmed, smelling the man's breath. He glanced at Alexis.
"And worse. I knew I'd see you hang, and you'll swing for this for certain, Alan."
The spacer's eyes went wide, and he opened his mouth to speak, but the boatswain slammed him back against the bulkhead again. "Hang, Mr. Kinsley?" Alexis asked, not sure if she'd heard correctly.
"Aye, for assault on an officer, and worse when the captain's done with him. Gone too far this time, the bastard has."
Alexis was shocked. Would they really hang the man?
"It were the drink, sir,"
Alan said desperately, clearly sobering as his situation became clear to him. The boatswain shoved him hard against the bulkhead again.
"And who was it forced the drink on you?"
he asked with disgust. "It'll make no difference, and shouldn't."
"Please, sir,"
Alan begged, eyes wide and pleading. Alexis hesitated, eyes darting back and forth between the two men. She knew she'd been lucky in her encounter with Alan. It was only his drunkenness and luck in striking his knee with her first blow that had allowed her to get loose. But did she want to see the man die for it? And surely the rest of the crew would think ill of such an outcome. She made a sudden decision, hoping it wasn't a mistake. "I'm afraid you've mistaken the situation, Mr. Kinsley." She took a deep breath. "The man is drunk, certainly, but that's all. There was no assault." The boatswain turned to her in shock.
"But—"
Alexis bent to retrieve her beret and tablet from the deck. "Drunk alone, Mr. Kinsley."
"Thank you, sir,"
Alan said.
"Thank you."
"Mr. Carew, and what of the man's leg and face?"
Alexis regarded the spacer, his knee already swollen to the point that his jumpsuit was stretched tightly around it, and blood streaming down his chin. She took a deep breath, and regarded the boatswain levelly. "He fell, Mr. Kinsley."
"Fell?"
Alexis nodded. "Quite a bad fall, it seems." She looked Alan in the eye. "Lucky the damage wasn't worse, I imagine."
"A fall?"
the boatswain asked as Alan nodded his head vigorously, drops of blood flying from his nose.
"Lucky, and I won't forget it, sir. I won't."
Alan nodded his head rapidly.
"Shut up, you,"
the boatswain said, shaking Alan again and ignoring his cry of pain.
"This is a mistake, sir. The man's been trouble since he come aboard, and his hanging be no more than his due. No loss at all."
Alexis regarded the two for a moment. "Surely any man's death is a great loss, Mr. Kinsley." Alexis spent the next 2 days dreading the upcoming captain's mast, where the captain dealt with the crew's offences aboard ship. Alan would be brought before Captain Grantham on charges of drunkenness. But would the boatswain say anything about what he suspected had really happened? And what would Alexis do if the captain questioned her about it? When the time came, the sound of the boatswain's pipes trilled through the ship's speakers, calling the hands to assemble on the gun-deck. Alexis took her place beside the captain and the other officers near the aft companionway. Captain Grantham quickly dealt with a handful of other, more minor offences, ordering punishments ranging from stoppage of pay to extra duties and confinement to quarters when not on watch, leaving Alan's offence the last to be heard. The spacer made his way to the open space in front of the officers and hung his head. His knee and forearm were in braces supplied by the ship's surgeon, and his eyes blackened from the blow to his nose. Captain Grantham looked from his tablet to Alan, then at the boatswain.
"Drunk?"
"Aye, Captain, very drunk he was,"
the boatswain answered. Alexis looked from one to the other, her heart pounding and palms slick with sweat. Grantham raised his eyebrows.
"You came upon him alone in the hold, Mr. Carew. You cannot identify the others who were drinking with him?"
"Yes, sir, alone," she answered, swallowing hard. "I wouldn't know who else was with him before I came along, sir." Grantham stared at Alan for a moment, and the spacer shifted nervously, wincing whenever he put weight on his injured leg.
"And the injuries?"
Alexis licked her lips and glanced at Alan again. What was the right thing to do? And what would the boatswain say? The boatswain cleared his throat and she looked at him. He glared at her for a moment, then sighed and looked away. She glanced back at Alan, who had raised his head to look back at her, eyes wide and pleading. No, she couldn't let the man hang. She might happily have killed him herself in the moment, but not after the fact. She'd made her decision in the hold, and she'd stand by it. "He fell, sir." Grantham raised an eyebrow again, and looked back to his tablet as the boatswain let out a snort of disgust.
Fell?
Yes, sir.
According to Mr. Comerford's report, I've lost a topman for at least 2 weeks, due to a— He paused to review his tablet. Fractured ulna, a dislocated kneecap and a broken nose.
He stared levelly at Alexis.
From a fall, Mr. Carew?
Alexis swallowed heavily and bit her lip. Beside her she heard the boatswain sigh.
It were a bad fall, sir,
he said.
No doubt, Mr. Kinsley, no doubt. And you witnessed the fall, Mr. Carew?
Right after I put my elbow into the bastard's face. I did, sir. It was quite a dire fall.
A humbling bad fall, if I'm any judge, sir,
the boatswain added, with a glare at Alan. Grantham nodded.
And what have you to say for yourself, Alan?
Alan looked up with wide eyes.
I fell, sir. Yes, Misters Carew and Kinsley have quite established that, I believe. And the drunkenness?
Alan hesitated.
I were drunk, sir.
Grantham sighed.
And have you anything to say about that?
The spacer looked over at Alexis and then down at the deck again.
Not good in the drink, I'm not, sir. Real sorry for the fall,
he finished weakly. The captain was silent for a moment, regarding Alexis levelly.
Is there anything else about this incident I should be made aware of, Mr. Carew?
She took a deep breath. No, sir. Nothing you should take notice of. Grantham narrowed his eyes, but nodded.
Very well, then.
He referred to his tablet again.
Not the first time you've been before me for drunkenness, Alan, nor the first it's gotten you into serious trouble, is it?
No, sir.
Well, there'll be some work for you and your cat out of this, Mr. Kinsley, Grantham said. 6 lashes, and we'll have the grating rigged instanter. Aye, sir.
The boatswain jerked his head at one of his mates, who rushed off. 2 others seized up one of the deck panels that gave greater access to the hold and placed it upright against a support column. The assembled spaces crowded to the sides of the gun deck. Captain Grantham stepped forward and raised his tablet, carefully reading out the articles of war, with particular emphasis on the 2nd article.
All flag officers and all persons in or belonging to Her Majesty's ships or vessels of war, being guilty of profane oaths, cursings, execrations, drunkenness, uncleanness, or other scandalous actions, in derogation of the Queen's honour and corruption of good manners, shall incur such punishment as a court-martial shall think fit to impose, and as the nature and degree of their offence shall deserve.
Then stepped back and nodded to the boatswain.
Seize 'em up, lads,
the boatswain said, nodding to 2 master's mates. But Alan stepped forward before they could approach him, unsealing his jumpsuit to the waist and shrugging out of it, before pulling his undershirt over his head. He stepped up to the grating and grasped the corners. Alexis gasped as she saw that his back was covered in a lattice of thin white scars. The boatswain's mate who'd hurried off returned and handed the boatswain a red bag. He reached inside to pull out a long, thin-corded length of ship's line. The line had been unravelled until half its length was made up of 9 strands, each knotted in several places to add weight. He stepped up to Alan's side and said something to the man that Alexis couldn't hear, but she could see the cold look in Alan's eye as he responded. Then the boatswain stepped back and shook his arm, loosening the strands of the cat. He drew back his arm and swung it forward, laying the cat's lashes against the spacer's back. Alexis gasped again as red lines of blood appeared. The boatswain drew back his arm again, and she looked away, unable to bear the sight.
Eyes front, Mr. Carew, Lieutenant Carruthers whispered. Officers are required to witness the punishment.
Reluctantly she looked back, seeing the 4th stroke land across Alan's back, drawing more blood and a grunt of pain from him. The 5th and 6th strokes were quickly delivered, drawing more blood, and then it was over. Alan released the corners of the grating and stepped back, shrugging his shoulders. He picked up his undershirt and followed the surgeon off without a backward glance. Chapter 11. Alexis sat on her bunk, elbows resting on her knees and near tears, trying to make sense of what she'd just witnessed. The blood and brutality of the beating were completely at odds with what she'd learned and seen aboard ship thus far. From what she'd observed, Captain Grantham and Lieutenant Carruthers truly cared about the men, so she couldn't understand how they could order such a horrid, barbaric punishment. There was a soft tap at the hatch, and she rose to slide it open. "Hello, Acker." "Mr. Carew?" The spacer looked uncomfortable, eyes downcast to the deck instead of meeting her eyes. Was wondering I was if your uniforms are holding up all right. The stitching and all." Alexis was confused. It had been weeks since he'd finished altering them, and she'd had no problems. "Yes, they're all quite fine. Thank you again." Acker nodded, but made no move to leave. "Begging your pardon, sir, but couldn't help noticing you seemed put off by the punishment. Was wondering if you were all right. Not my place, I know, but I've a daughter your age and wouldn't want her to see such, I wouldn't." Alexis returned to her bunk, and Acker stepped into the compartment, leaving the door open. "It was quite shocking, I must admit," she said. "I had not expected such cruelty aboard ship." "Shocking, no doubt, but 'tweren't cruel, sir. No more than he deserved. Captain's got to maintain discipline." Alexis looked up at him, eyes widening. "How can you say that? Surely there are better ways." "And what else is he to do, then?" "Well, as he did with the others, I suppose. Stop their pay, their daily rum, confine them to quarters." "Those was for minor things, sir. Talking back a mite, shoving a mate and such." "But—" Acker looked away for a moment, then squatted on his heels to look her in the eye. "Merlin sails a month and more between ports that has Admiralty offices, sir. 3 or more months at times. And some of the crew are hard men. Straight from the jails, some, as that Allen were. What's the captain to do when a man like that gets so out of line?" "There are cells in the marine berth, I know. He could be locked up." "And for how long? With the ship shorthanded as it is, and him doing no work and needed guarding and feeding all the time?" He shook his head. "No, the cat's best, for now it's over and done and there's no more to be said about it. Least for the captain to say, anyways. A man takes his punishment, and that's the end of the matter." Alexis considered this for a moment. "Do the men truly feel that way?"
Acker shrugged. "Most know it for what it is. Don't like it, mind you, but see it's needful, and some will not be moved by aught else."
"Have you ever been flogged?"
Acker looked away, jaw tight.
"I'm sorry," Alexis added quickly. "Is that not something one asks?"
"Not on Merlin," Acker said finally. "She's a happy ship, and Captain Grantham's no tartar."
His eyes narrowed.
"Not all ships is that way, though."
"Thank you, Acker. You've given me much to consider."
Acker stood and went to the hatchway. "I'd hoped to, sir. And, begging your pardon for saying so, Alan'll likely be hearing from some of the lads on this as well."
His face hardened.
"There's most none too happy with him and his fall. Even his mates are put out by it."
Alexis bit her lip as he turned to go. "Acker." He stopped and turned back.
"Sir?"
"You said, 'over and done and no more said about it,' yes?"
"Well—"
"I think it would be best if that were the case. His injuries from the fall and the flogging, then no more said about it."
"Are you sure, sir?"
Alexis nodded. "An end to the matter, as you said." The Sergeant of Marines cocked his head to one side and raised an eyebrow.
"And you're sure of this, you are, Mr. Carew?"
"I feel I must be, Sergeant Hodgman. I'm a decent shot and I've played at wrestling some, but if there's ever a boarding or some other reason, I'll need more than that." Hodgman nodded. He was a short, stocky man, only a little taller than Alexis, but considerably wider,
seemingly all of it hardened muscle, especially as now when the Marines had dragged heavy mats over the aft half the gunroom deck and were hard at work practising unarmed combat.
Some skill with your hands and a blade will help, to be sure, though most of the spaces are about hacking away and pounding with no plan.
He crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes.
I'll not go light on you, for all that you're an officer, nor that you're a girl.
I understand. He gestured at the Marines behind him, busily throwing each other to the mats or coming together in a great clang of steel on steel.
Nor that fancy fairness the officers and gentry play at.
He pointed one arm at her, as though holding a sword, and raised the other high above his head, wrist bent and fingers wagging at her.
There's none of that in what we do. It's put the other man down and move along for us, you understand?
Alexis considered how lucky she'd been with the spacer, Alan, in the hold. If the man hadn't been dead drunk, the encounter certainly would have had a different outcome. She gestured at her slight frame. Would any fight I'm likely to be in be fair at all, do you think, Sergeant? I'm sure the dirtiest trick you could show me would hardly even the playing field a bit.
Hodgman grinned wider.
Oh, don't you be demeaning my dirty tricks now. I've a few and more that'll do right for you.
He looked over his shoulder.
Clear some space, lads. We're going to see what young Mr. Carew comes to us with.
The other Marines stopped their sparring and stepped to the edges of the mats. Alexis caught her lip between her teeth. When she'd decided to ask to train with the Marines occasionally, she'd not expected to become the centre of their attention right off. Hodgman stepped to the centre of the mat and beckoned her.
Come on, then.
She stepped onto the mat and walked over to him, stopping a metre away and waiting for his next instruction. She could feel the eyes of the Marines on her. The sergeant gave her an odd look, and someone in the watching crowd laughed.
He meant for you to try and hit him,
someone called out, and there was more laughter. Alexis blushed. Oh. She started to step away. Shall I go back and start over? Hodgman held up a hand, stopping her. He seemed to be fighting a laugh of his own.
Let us try it a bit different, then.
He pointed to her hand.
Show me a fist.
Alexis raised her hand and made a fist. Hodgman grunted.
At least you know how to put your thumb on the outside. That's a start.
Well, of course I know that. It's not as though I've never hit anyone before. Though in the sergeant's defence there was no way for him to know that.
All right, then. Hit me, he said.
What?
Hit me. I'm standing right here, so hit me. Show me that you can.
Alexis took a step forward and tapped him in the chest with her fist.
I said hit me, girl, not pat me like your favourite dog.
The surrounding Marines were openly laughing again. Alexis drew her arm back and threw a punch into the sergeant's stomach. The solid thunk of her hitting him was followed by a shooting pain up her hand and forearm. "Owie!" she yelled, stepping back and shaking her hand. The laughter increased and Hodgman was rubbing his eyes.
"Owie?"
"Well, it hurt." She rubbed her hand and flexed her fingers. Hodgman grinned.
Just not the sort of thing we hear during this sort of thing.
What should I say when it hurts? Hodgman hesitated, and one of the Marines called out,
Go on, Sergeant, tell her one.
He frowned.
Suppose we'll stick with owie for the moment.
He turned in a circle, scanning the watching men.
And you lot'll watch your language as well. We've a lady training with us.
He turned back to Alexis.
So what did that teach you then?
She was still rubbing her hand. Why they call you lobsters, I suspect. You've a bloody shell under there somewhere. The laughter doubled.
And what else?
Hodgman asked. That punching a grown man is far different from hitting one of the boys from the village, which I'd already suspected, by the way. Hodgman gave her an odd look.
And why did you do it then?
You're the instructor and told me to. I assumed you had a reason.
Aye, to drive that point home. You've not the size nor strength for a stand-up fight. It's deceit and treachery for you.
He scanned the group of Marines.
Culmer, you're a sneaky one. Teach our Mr. Carew here some of your nastiness.
Alexis sparred with Culmer for nearly an hour, then retired to the head when the Marines stopped their unarmed training and began setting up the deck for firearm and sword practice. She should start working on those as well, she knew, but she was worn out from the previous hour's work. She was moderately skilled with a pistol, but the short, heavy cutlasses they used were new to her. Any combat practice other than with the ship's guns was optional for the naval crew and officers, but she did feel she'd need every advantage in the event of a boarding action. She came out of the head to a transformed deck. Large panels made of the ship's strong thermoplastic hulling had been set up to form 2 shooting lanes the length of the deck. The air echoed with the crack of chemical weapons, along with the occasional high-pitched sound of a flechette gun. The latter, along with the few laser pistols the ship carried, were seldom used by the crew or Marines. Their electronics wouldn't work in Darkspace, where most actions occurred. Some officers carried laser pistols specially designed for Darkspace, with each capacitor enclosed in galenium, as the shot for the ship's guns were, but the cost and the need to change the capacitor after each shot limited their use. From the far side of the shooting lanes, she heard the clang of steel on steel, and assumed the Marines were practising there as well. But when she rounded the far end of the deck, she saw that it was Lieutenant Carruthers and Roland who fought. The two came together for a series of ringing blows, so fast that Alexis couldn't follow what was happening. Then Roland stepped back, nodding. Alexis joined Philip, who was seated on one of the gunroom's mess tables, feet on a chair, where it was pushed to the side. "What are they about?" she asked, taking a place beside him. She watched their blades as they engaged again. This time it was Carruthers who nodded as he stepped back. "Those are longer than a cutlass." Philip nodded, not taking his eyes from the fighters. "Too long for outside the ship, or if the gravity goes out. No, those are for duelling. Just practice blades, though. Dulled and no point." Roland knocked Carruthers' blade aside and followed through with the turn, swinging his elbow at the lieutenant's head, and then spinning past to slash at him from behind. Carruthers, though, spun quickly in the opposite direction, getting his blade in place to stop Roland's. The two stepped apart, circling each other. "I thought duelling was forbidden to officers," Alexis said. "It is." Philip glanced over at her, then back to the action. "It's complicated." Alexis laughed. "What isn't?" Philip grinned. "It's technically against regulations and absolutely forbidden within the chain of command. Can't have lieutenants challenging their captain or a captain challenging his admiral. But there's some leeway. If you've a title, then it's allowed, and it would never do for an officer to challenge a civilian. That's right out. Best to let a magistrate handle something like that, if it's a serious enough offence." Philip was silent for a moment as he watched. Roland lunged forward, but Carruthers turned to the side and deflected his blade, at the same time running his shoulder into Roland and knocking him backward off his feet. "But a captain has a great deal of discretion for handling other situations. If 2 lieutenants have a go at it on some remote station, what's a captain to do? Clap the living one in the brig and be out 2 officers? No, he'd hand down some discipline, but not raise it to a court-martial." "I see," Alexis said. "Is it common, then?" Philip shook his head. "No, not common, but it's happened." Carruthers offered Roland a hand and helped him up. "I count it 7 and 4, Mr. Roland." "Yes, sir," Roland said when he was on his feet. "I count the same." Carruthers reversed his blade and held it out to Roland hilt first. He smiled. "Loser cares for the equipment. But you're getting better. A bit faster on that one pass and you'd have hamstrung me." Roland accepted the sword from him. "Thank you, sir." Carruthers nodded to Philip and Alexis, then walked toward his quarters. Roland stepped over to them, a sword in each hand. He tossed one and caught it by the blade, holding the hilt toward Alexis. "Fancy a go, Carew?" "I wouldn't, Alexis," Philip said. "If you're going to play at being an officer, you should have the skills, don't you think?" Alexis eyed the hilt of the sword. "I've never even held a sword, Roland. I don't think I'd be much of a challenge for you. Roland raised the hilt and tapped it on her shoulder.
Oh, don't sell yourself short, Carew.
He grinned.
Sorry, can't help but do that, can you?
Alexis sighed. I suppose you'll never let it go if I don't at least once, she said, taking the sword from him. It was likely the path that would give Roland the least to bait her with later. If she refused, he could call her afraid, but how much could he say about beating someone who'd never held a sword before? She hopped off the table and took her place in the area Roland and Carruthers had used. She held the sword in front of her in her best approximation of how she'd seen them do it earlier. How much could it hurt, really? Roland lunged forward. Alexis tried to move her sword to where she thought his was. There was a loud clang, and a jolt like an electric shock ran up her arm, from her suddenly empty hand to her shoulder. The cold length of Roland's blade pressed against her neck. She stared at him, eyes wide. She couldn't tell how he'd moved or been able to follow the motion of his blade. Roland slid the steel along her throat and tapped it under her chin. Dead, he said, stepping back and lowering his blade. Alexis swallowed, mouth suddenly dry. Quite. She retrieved her blade and narrowed her eyes, determined to at least follow what he did this time. It's customary to give your opponent a nod to acknowledge his point, Carew. Alexis took a deep breath and nodded. Roland moved forward, his blade low. Alexis moved her own lower in an attempt to at least parry once, but with another jolt to her arm he knocked hers aside. She managed to retain her grip this time. Roland spun past her, and she had a moment to recognise the move he'd used on Carruthers and think about turning herself, but then he was past and the flat of his blade slapped against her rear with a resounding smack. Alexis leapt forward with an involuntary screech of pain and outrage. She clapped her free hand to her backside and turned to glare at Roland. She suspected he hadn't held back much in the blow, and she'd have more than one bruise in an embarrassing place. Sorry about that, he said, with a grin that belied his words. That'd be the hamstring on someone of a proper size. She continued to glare at him, but nodded to acknowledge the point. She raised her blade again and waited. Roland grinned and rushed her. This time she saw what he aimed to do, but couldn't act in time to stop it. Her arm jolted as her blade was knocked from her hand again, and Roland's shoulder slammed into her, throwing her backward to sprawl on the deck. He slapped his blade against the inside of her thigh and drew it upward to mimic a cut. Dead again. Alexis nodded, but made no move to retrieve her sword. Roland grinned and swept her sword off the deck, turning them both in his hands to offer her the hilts. Loser cares for the equipment, he said. The gunner can show you the way of it.
Chapter 12. Alexis took a deep breath and gazed out into the dark. Even the stale, sweaty odour inside her vac-suit wasn't enough to dull the enjoyment of just watching the endless variation of flowing shapes in the distance. She was off watch, and so had some time for herself, choosing to spend it out on the ship's hull, far back toward the stern, away from most of the lights and the bustle of the men working the sails. She was floating free of the ship, legs crossed and gently drifting above the hull, secured only by her safety line, and the sensation of being completely free of anything but her vac-suit thrilled her. From her position she could look aft, past the end of Merlin's hull, and past the flat planes of the rudder and elevators that bit into Darkspace behind the ship. From here her view of the dark was clear and unsullied by the brighter lights forward. She let out a startled yelp as she was grabbed roughly and sent spinning and twisting in place. Dizzying visions of Merlin's hull and Darkspace flashed across her field of view. She threw her arms and legs wide, managing to slap the hull sharply with one hand and bring her momentum under control, Then she was able to grab the guide wire and right herself, glaring at the figure retreating toward the ship's bow, who was rapidly pulling himself hand over hand along the wire. "Philip!" she yelled, ignoring that he couldn't hear her. She laughed with delight. She hadn't expected Philip to come outside this watch, but a good game of tag was far more fun than simply exploring the rigging on one's own. In a shot she was off after him, pulling hard on the wire and gaining momentum with every moment. Philip and the other spacers might have more strength, but they also had more mass, giving her an advantage in accelerating and decelerating. Within a few seconds she'd cut his lead in half and was rapidly gaining on him, the ship's hull flashing past beneath her. As she closed, she took a moment to hook her second safety line to another guide wire running parallel to the one she was on, unhooking her first once she was safely attached. Now she'd be able to pass him if she could gain more speed, or slow him down. Which she accomplished handily, just as she was even with his trailing feet, timing her move perfectly and slapping his leg with one hand just as his own hands were only loosely on the guide wire. Using her own grip on the guide wire to control the inertia, she pulled herself as close to the hull as she could and smoothly slid under his spinning, twisting legs. "It!" she yelled, laughing as she sped by. Alexis looked ahead and saw that she was rapidly approaching the bow of the ship. She deftly spun herself around so that she was travelling feet first and wrapped her gloved hands around the wire, letting it slide against her palms and gradually increasing her grip to slow herself. She could feel her palms heat from the friction, even through the thick gloves of the vac suit. She glanced back along the hull and saw that Philip had righted himself and even begun to catch up to her, but then he too had to turn and slow. She came to a stop at the mainmast and planted her feet on the hull. This next bit would be trickier, for Philip had the advantage on her in travelling up the mast. His more muscular legs would give him an extra boost pushing off from the hull, but, she hoped, she had a deftness that would compensate for that. Clipping on to one of the mast's guide wires with one safety line, she kept her hand on the carabiner and gripped her second lines in her other hand. Alexis bent deeply and pushed off as hard as she could from the hull. She could have also pulled herself hand over hand to gain more speed, but that wouldn't have allowed her to keep both lines in hand. As she neared the top of the main course, she risked a glance toward the hull. Philip was just latching on and about to follow her. She slid her attached line down, the guide wire sliding smoothly through the carabiner, and reached up with her free hand, the carabiner open and waiting. As she arrived at the top of the mast segment, she clipped on to the next with the spare line and deftly unsnapped the other, allowing her to continue smoothly toward the top of the mast. She looked down again and saw that Philip had made the transition as well, gaining on her slightly. She grinned widely. "Topmast'll stop him, or he'll have to slow for the topgallant, and I'll have more speed down the backstay." She made the transition from topmast to topgallant smoothly as well, and saw, as she was approaching the very top of the extended masts, that Philip seemed to be stopped at the topmast crosstrees, possibly with his lines tangled, or unable to detach from the lower segment. Laughing, she slowed herself and clipped onto the backstay, gaining momentum as she pulled herself hand over hand down the line. She glanced over at the mast to check on Philip's progress, and let out a startled yelp as she saw that he had somehow leapt into the space between the mast and the backstay, flying across the metres of empty space, but tailing a much longer line behind him than her suit was equipped with. His body slammed into her, knocking the breath out of her for a moment, and he locked his arms around her waist and his legs around hers as his mass took her off the backstay, ripping the line from her grip. "It!" she heard him yell as he pressed his helmet to hers. The two of them reached the limit of her safety line, and their momentum quickly translated into revolving around the backstay. Philip released her, but not without a quick twist that sent her spinning, as he attached a new line to the backstay to begin pulling himself toward the hull. Finally righting herself, she set off after him. He'd gotten a good start, but she was confident she could catch him again, for the chase down the backstay and then back along the hull would be all arms and pulling where she had a bit of an advantage. She saw him fumble the transition from the stay to the hull, losing a metre or two to her, and grinned. "Oomph!" She was stopped short of the hull by a sharp tug at her suit's belt, breath yanked from her again, and lost her grip on the stay. With a start, she realised she was drifting away from the backstay toward the mast, already farther from the stay than her safety line should allow. Her hands flashed desperately to her belt, searching for the line, and her heart pounding at the thought of being adrift without any attachment to the ship. Oh, the spacers working elsewhere on the hull would surely get her back to safety, but it was frightening nonetheless, and would be quite embarrassing. Her searching fingers found the line and she began pulling it in to find the loose end, gasping in surprise as it suddenly went taut and spun her around. "You tosser!" she screamed. Somehow, in the short time he'd had hold of her, Philip had managed to not only detach her line from the backstay, but clip his from the mast under her belt. She was drifting in space between mast and stay, with no choice but to pull herself back to the topgallant where Philip had leapt from, and no hope of catching up to him. "You cheat! You dreadful, sneaky, despicable cheat!" Alexis said, laughing. She raised her palms to Philip's chest and shoved him back against the bulkhead in the sail locker. "Wherever did you get such a line?" "I believe I'll keep that my secret," he laughed. "I need something to even things up out there, the way you scurry about the hull." "I do not scurry. I am lithe and brisk." "Like a bloody squirrel out there." "Philip!" The two of them, still laughing, opened the hatch to the quarter-deck and practically staggered through it. They sobered quickly, seeing Captain Grantham there. He and Lieutenant Carruthers were near the navigation plot with Roland, who was pale and visibly shaking. "I'll have some decorum on my quarter-deck, gentlemen," Grantham said. "Aye, sir. Sorry, sir." Eyes downcast and faces sober, the two hurried through the aft hatch and up the ladder to the gun-room. "What do you suppose that was all about?" Philip asked once they were well away from the quarter-deck. "More drill, I suspect. That was surely the look Roland gets when he's put on the spot for a decision. I do wonder why he has such trouble with it." Philip laughed. "Just glad he gets a comeuppance once in a while." "Philip, that's unkind. It bothers him greatly. You can tell. I wish there was something we could do for him." "I wish there was something we could do to him. Honestly, Alexis, why you care he's bothered after all the snide, evil remarks he's made about you?" They arrived at their compartment and retrieved clean, or relatively clean, given the ship's laundry schedule, clothing, then walked toward the heads. "Those are personal," Alexis said as they walked. "And I doubt Roland and I will ever like each other personally. I doubt Roland and anyone will ever like each other personally, to be truthful, for he is a dreadful person. But shouldn't we be trying to help each other learn what we need to know as officers?" "Don't see him offering to help us with navigation, do you?" "No, but I dearly wish someone would." "Not a chance Roland will, that's for sure." "No, I suppose not." Alexis eyed the cramped shower-stall of the gun-room head longingly, then sighed and resumed washing with a damp cloth. After almost a fortnight in space, with the 2 minutes per day ration of running water midshipmen were allowed, Merlin was finally on her way back along her patrol, and Alexis was looking forward to the expected liberty on Zariah Station. They'd be stopping at Dalthus again as well, but only briefly. Zariah, however, would mean a stop of several days, and the men talked longingly of pubs with beer that wasn't 2 years in the keg before the purser brought it aboard. The other members of the gun-room yearned for fine dinners and real meat, and both groups were looking forward to other things, that they seemed to fall silent about whenever she came near. But for Alexis, it was the thought of a decent shower, perhaps even with water that hadn't been through the recycler more times than she wished to imagine. She knew that the recycled water was pure as could be, but had to agree with the crew that it left one feeling almost greasy. Then there's the odour, which the engineers and purser swear can't be there. And yet... She sighed. A proper bath, perhaps, if the cost isn't too dear. She pulled her hair, still damp with sweat from her time outside, back into a ponytail and dressed. At least she had fresh clothing, and she'd save her water for just before going to bed. She left the head and saw Roland sitting alone at the gun-room table, shoulders slumped. On a sudden impulse, she stopped at the pantry and retrieved a bottle of her wine. She walked up to the table and began pouring wine into Roland's glass. "What are you? You do not like me, Roland," she said, sitting across from him and pouring herself a glass as well. "Mr. Roland is how you should address me. I am senior." Alexis gave him a small smile. Despite the older midshipman's insistence on how he should be addressed, she'd found no regulation to that effect. "It's a courtesy," he said. "A courtesy? Yes, that would be most refreshing to find in your company. And again, you do not like me." Roland looked at her suspiciously, but took a drink from his now full glass nevertheless. "I do not." "Why is that?" Roland was silent for a long moment before taking another drink. "Do I need a reason, really?" Alexis considered that for a moment. She'd expected him to say that he disliked her because she was a girl. At least that's what she'd been assuming all along. On the other hand, he seemed to dislike Philip just as much, or possibly more. "I suppose not, no." She sat back in her chair. "As it's just occurred to me that you do dislike everyone." Roland grinned widely and raised his glass to her. "There you have it, then." He drained his glass and held it out to her for refilling. "And why is that, I wonder?" She poured again for him and even added a little bit to her own glass. "Oh, don't pretend you don't know," he said. "I see the looks." "Looks?" "Aye, the looks. When the captain's grilling me. The looks from you and your sweetheart Easley. From Lieutenant Carruthers. Even the captain himself. Just as you were laughing at me on the quarter-deck not an hour past." He glared at her. "You'll face your own examinations soon enough and see how you like it." "We were not. We'd been playing on the hull and were in high spirits. But how we would have known from the sail locker what was happening." She paused. "And Philip is not my sweetheart." Roland glared at her for a moment, then shrugged. "Doesn't matter. Go ahead and laugh." He took a large swallow. 22 next month and still a midshipman," he snorted. "Worth a laugh or two, that." Alexis was more confused than ever. Well, she and Philip did tend toward amusement when Roland became tongue-tied at the captain's examinations, but only because he was so utterly rude the rest of the time, and so utterly insufferable about those things he was good at, that it was quite satisfying to see him fail at something. Which may not be an entirely charitable attitude, she admitted. He was certainly wrong about the captain and Carruthers, though, for she'd overheard the two talking about Roland, something impossible not to do when a conversation took place on Merlin's cramped quarter-deck. "You're quite wrong about the captain, though, you know." She scanned the gun-room, but they were still alone. She was certain the captain wouldn't approve of her telling Roland what she'd overheard, but equally certain that the young man needed to hear it. "Wrong, am I?" "Yes, you are." "Really?" "I heard him say so to Lieutenant Carruthers. They'd both rather have a second lieutenant than a senior midshipman out of you." Roland stared at her for a moment, eyes wide. Then he clenched his jaw and narrowed them.
Having me on, are you?
Alexis sighed. Are you really so dense? Think for a moment. She hurried on, seeing Roland's face cloud. If they thought you had no chance, why would they keep at it with you?
Entertaining, I suppose.
Roland! I've known them less than a month and can see they'd never do that.
It's just...
He looked away and took another long drink. Is 22 so old, then? She really had no idea of what ages were appropriate for advancement, simply that she'd have to be 3 years a midshipman before she could stand for lieutenant herself.
Not the oldest, certainly, but old enough,
he admitted. Alexis began to understand, and she had a sudden surge of sympathy for the young man, tempered with exasperation that he had so misjudged the situation with the captain, and no little anger at herself. She hadn't thought she was the sort who'd take pleasure in another's misfortune, but realised that's what she and Philip had been doing. I'm sorry. Roland froze, glass half raised. His eyes narrowed.
What?
You're absolutely correct about Philip and I. Oh, not today. We were laughing because we'd just had a great run around the hull, not at you. But we have been amused by it before. And that was horrid of us. She thought about Roland as she'd seen him earlier on, coming in from the hull, pale and shaking, unable to respond to the captain's questions. It must feel like when I've plotted the ship's position all outside of explored space. Roland laughed.
That was a good one, that was.
Alexis closed her eyes for a moment and clenched her teeth. Really, he was so infuriating. Roland. He cleared his throat.
Well, yes, I hate it. Feels so damned useless, and that's not me. I know what to do, always come to the right decision. Just takes me a moment.
More than a moment, really. What takes so much time for you, then?
Have to consider this, then consider that, and by the time I've given thought to this and these others, well, the captain, he has that look on his face. Don't rightly know how you would easily do it, going through all those things so quickly.
Alexis considered his words for a moment. I don't. Roland stared at her, eyes narrowing. Truly, she assured him. I can't speak for Philip, but really I simply say the first thing that pops into my head.
But,
Roland blinked rapidly.
What if you're wrong?
Well then, I suppose the captain tells me I've dismasted the ship and I have to go from there. She paused, wondering if she'd been going about it all wrong herself. But honestly now, after you've gone about all your theses and that's, which do you usually settle on? Roland was silent for a very long time.
But,
he finally began.
Well, generally the first thing I considered, but...
So, you see? Roland was staring at her as though she'd just tossed something foul onto the gunroom table.
But what if the first thing's wrong?
He demanded. Stanford, she said, hoping the use of his given name might get through to him. I think that you must act, for it is certain your opponent will. And what matters how sure you are of your response if he's already moved on? If it's the wrong choice, fix it, but better to do something than to cede all of the initiative and be forever reacting. Roland's brow furrowed.
I shall have to think on that.
Really? He laughed.
Yes, perhaps that is the problem.
How do you suppose you could overcome it?
Roland eyed her suspiciously. You've something in mind, I suspect.
Yes, Alexis agreed. A proposal, if you will. Roland leaned forward, leering and looking her up and down.
And what did you have in mind?
Oh, will you please stop with that? It truly does nothing to your credit, you know. She frowned at his answering shrug and went on. You are much better than Philip and I at navigation. I simply can't get my head around the guesswork involved. nor how we've no explanation for this nonsense of changing speeds. She held up her hand as he started to speak. No, I've had all the explanations I care to from the books Lieutenant Carruthers has recommended. No matter how they pretty it up, it still comes down to, we know what it does, but we're buggered as to why, and here's a nice bit of rubbish I've run up to try explaining, though I can't at all prove it.
That's quite a good summary when you get right down to it, he said, laughing. So, if not to explain it, then what do you want of me?
If you're to accept that you should just act on your first thought and damn the consequences, then I must try to just make the guesses and damn the reasons. She took a deep breath. Perhaps we could simply remind each other of that instead of relishing each other's failures. A bit of helpful quizzing instead of each of us studying independently. Roland scowled and raised his glass to take a long drink.
I'll think on that.
Chapter 13. Alexis was in an uneasy state of both boredom and excitement. Boredom because her position at the signals console provided little for her to do in Darkspace. With no radio signals possible and no ships in sight to watch for light signals, her watch was uneventful, other than the occasional need to relay orders to trim the sails. The excitement was due to the fact that they were returning to Dalthus for the first time in weeks. Mere hours away from sighting the Dalthus-Lagrange points, in fact, if the sailing master was to be trusted. And though she knew they'd not be in system long enough for liberty and a visit with her grandfather, their return did mean that Merlin would finally receive any messages sent to her.
Shouldn't be long now at all,
the sailing master said from his position at the navigation plot. Grantham smiled.
You're quite confident, Mr. Gorbett.
The two of them were waiting at the plot for Merlin's computers to identify potential Lagrange points in the images taken through the optics. Once a potential point was identified, it would be up to the captain and master to decide if it truly was one, and the ship should alter course. In fact, all of the officers, Carruthers as well as Philip and Roland, were on the quarterdeck, eager after their last 2 weeks in Darkspace for the transition to normal space and sight of the stars once more. The spacer at the tactical console, an even more boring duty than Alexis's station, for he had not even the relaying of sail orders to look forward to, suddenly sat up straighter and stared intently at his screen.
Sail, sir. 4 points off the port bow, up 3.
The captain went to the station and peered at the screen. Alexis, from her station, could see nothing, but then the two expanded the image, and she could make out a faint dot of light.
It's a sail and not the pilot boat's beacon, Grantham said. He returned to the navigation plot and began sliding his fingers over it. Off our own course, though.
By some distance, sir,
Gorbett said. He adjusted the plot to extend their own projected course and highlight where they estimated the Dalthus-Lagrange points to be.
He'll miss the Dalthus 4 points entirely if he keeps on, I wager.
Mr. Carew, light our colours, if you please. If they are off course, then perhaps that will alert them and draw them back in line.
Alexis bent over her console for a moment, entering the commands that would light up Merlin's masts and spars with the bright red and white lights, identifying her as a Queen's ship. Minutes passed uneventfully, and then,
"She's increased sail area, sir."
Grantham brought the image from the forward optics up on the navigation plot, and grunted. The dot of light had grown considerably, more than could be accounted for by Merlin's drawing closer.
"Seen the pilot boat, do you suppose, sir? And it's us who are off course?"
Grantham narrowed his eyes.
"Or seen us and wish no part of it. Mr. Roland?"
"Yes, sir."
"What do you suppose we should do in response to this situation?"
Roland froze, his eyes wide.
Mr. Easley?"
Grantham asked after a moment. Roland lowered his eyes, staring at the deck and flushing red.
"Decisiveness, Mr. Roland. The perfect course matters little if you've already sailed past your destination before you set it."
"I would alter course toward the sail, sir," Philip said.
Grantham turned to Alexis. Mr. Carew?
I agree with Mr. Easley, sir, she answered immediately. She glanced toward Roland. He pursed his lips and gave her a slow nod. Perhaps he really would think about what she'd said.
And why is that?
If they've increased sail for having seen the pilot boat, then we're off course and should follow. If it's for having seen us, well, that would make me curious.
Curious, yes.
His eyes narrowed.
I am indeed curious. Mr. Carruthers will bend our course to theirs, if you please. Mr. Carew, alert the sail watch that I'll have the royals bent on.
Aye, sir.
Sir,
Gorbett said.
If our own position and course are correct.
He ran his fingers over the navigation plot quickly.
Here,
he added, pointing.
If we're on course for the planets L4, then they are heading straight for L3, far side of the sun. And a fair approach for those who wish to remain unnoticed, sir.
Roland added.
What does that suggest to you, Mr. Roland? Smugglers, sir,
Roland said quickly and with a glance at Alexis. He consulted his tablet.
But Dalthus has little in the way of import duties. There are other reasons to smuggle, Mr. Roland. To land something you've no right to possess in the first place, for instance.
They sailed on, closing with the other ship.
We're close enough to make out signals, sir.
The image of the other ship had grown enough, though blurry from magnification, to make out its sails and yards.
Very well. Mr. Carew, make heave to and inspection, if you please.
Aye, sir. Alexis turned to her console and sent the signals that would cause the lights on Merlin's masts and yards to change colour and pattern for the other ship to read. No response, sir, she said after a few minutes.
And they've not slowed either, sir. They're sure to have seen us by now. Oh, they've seen us, Mr. Gorbett. I've no doubt of that.
He nodded quickly.
Mr. Carruthers, clear the ship for action. Mr. Roland, I'll have you and the bow chasers with the gunner, please.
There was a sudden flurry of activity as the orders were passed and spacers rushed to take their stations and prepare the ship for action. Alexis had seen this done often enough as drill, but this time was in earnest. Men rushed throughout the ship, ensuring that every hatch and compartment was secure. Anything that might be pulled loose in the rush of decompression if the ship were holed was packed up and struck down into the hold. On the gun deck, the men clambered into their vac suits and pumped the air out before opening the gun ports and rigging the galenium nets that would allow their radios to work for a time. At least until those nets were shredded by enemy fire and Darkspace made its way inside. Alexis felt an odd surge of excitement at the thought. The ship ahead was no longer just a strange sail, but a chase, prey for Merlin, and she felt her heart quicken at the thought. She placed a copy of the navigation plot in a corner of her console, watching the tracks of the ships as the range between them closed. The plot showed arcs to fore, aft and either side, representing the range of Merlin's guns. Shorter fore and aft, where the less powerful chasers were stationed, but eventually they closed, so that the fleeing ship was in range.
Mr. Carew, request that Mr. Roland put a shot beside her, if you please. Beside, and not into. I suspect they'll not wish to fight, and simply hope they may escape us somehow.
Aye, sir. Alexis turned to the signals console, her stomach knotting. A boring station it might be at times, but in action she was to be responsible for communicating the captain's orders to the rest of the ship. By radio or communications line to those inside the hull where the Darkspace radiation wouldn't interfere with the signal, or by light codes, and at worst, messages passed by hand where it did. She switched to the frequency Roland would be monitoring in the cramped enclosure of the bow chaser, and passed the order along, hearing him respond, though the channel crackled and hissed with static. A moment later, the monitors displaying the chase showed a bolt of laser light flow by the fleeing ship to port. It almost oozes along, Alexis thought, still disturbed by the odd way things behaved in Darkspace.
Minutes passed, but there was no change in the chase's speed, and no signal that either Alexis or the signals computer could detect.
"They're certainly aware of us now, sir," Carruthers commented. "No doubt," Grantham said. "Another shot, if you please, Mr. Carew. Inform Mr. Rowland that I am desirous it be as close as he and the gunner may manage without actually hitting her."
"Aye, sir." She passed the order along, and a moment later another shot flashed out from Merlin's bow. This one, she was certain, would strike the other ship. It slid by along the chase's starboard side, so close that she couldn't tell it hadn't hit until it was clearly past.
"Mr. Breach has outdone himself with that last."
"Yes," Grantham said.
"And still they run." "Must be a valuable cargo," Gorbett said. "Punishment for smuggling's not so great as to take a risk like this."
"Valuable or incriminating?" Grantham narrowed his eyes. "It's always been curious that the identifiable goods pirated in this area never appear for sale anywhere." "You think they're kept in the area, sir?" Carruthers asked. "Used and not sold elsewhere?"
Grantham nodded.
"Some wealthy holder teeming with the pirates. He gets goods from the core at a fraction of the cost, and the pirates get a safe market. It would not be the first time such has happened."
He turned to Alexis.
"Have you heard anything of the like on Dalthis, Mr. Carew? Some holder who always has the newest and best, more than he ought, perhaps?"
Alexis considered for a moment. Her grandfather and his friends had sometimes discussed the profligate spending of other families, but there'd been no hint or accusations of wrong-doing. "My grandfather might have some suspicions, sir. I'm afraid I concerned myself more with the internal workings of the holding and less with the rest of Dalthis."
I may have to speak to your grandfather."
He returned his gaze to the navigation plot and the image of the other ship.
"Ask Mr. Rowland to put a shot through her sails, if you please. That should make our intentions unmistakable."
"Aye, sir." Alexis relayed the order, and watched a moment later as the shot flashed out, cutting through the chase's topsail with a bright flash of vaporizing metal. The topsail fluttered, its azure glow overlaid with white arcs of ionization. Then it split at the hole, and split again as the two halves were pulled away and ripped to tatters by the stress of the forces pulling on it. On the monitors, Alexis could see tiny suited figures climbing the other ship's mast to repair the damage.
"Another, Mr. Carew. Into their main course, if possible."
Alexis relayed the order, biting her lip as she waited for the result. She wondered why the other ship didn't simply give up. Merlin had been gaining on the chase even before their sail had been destroyed. Now she was gaining faster. Soon she'd be close enough to turn and bring her main armament to bear without fear of falling behind. And she wondered at the other ship's crew, climbing the mast and out onto the yards to repair sail, knowing that Merlin's next shot might well strike them. That shot came, flying through the space where the topsail had been and very close to the mast. Alexis watched in horror as two of the suited figures were struck and fell away from the mast, drifting back along the ship until they came to the end of their safety lines. A moment later, the other ship's main course went dark, the azure glow replaced by lines of white light along her masts, spars, and hull.
"She's struck, sir," Carruthers said, grinning. "Cease firing, Mr. Carew. Lieutenant Carruthers, gather Lieutenant Ames, some few marines and a prize crew. I want every bit of information you can find on their destination."
The mood around the gun-room table was ebullient after the short, successful action against the smugglers. Merlin had laid to for the night while the carpenter and his mates worked to repair the damage to the other ship. Carruthers was closeted with the captain, discussing their prize, and the boatswain and other petty officers were busy in the other ship.
"Finally a prize,"
Rowland said, raising his glass.
"Aye," Ames agreed. "Not much of a hull, but her cargo's worth a coin or two. Ha!" "And I'll get a step from it, myself, if I'm any judge," Rowland said, smiling. "Command of a prize always goes a way toward promotion."
Don't count her as yours yet, Philip warned. And who'll the captain give her to instead? You? No, she's too small to do a lieutenant any good, so Carruthers is out, and I'm the senior midshipman. She'll be mine to command into Zariah. Even only following in Merlin's path, it'll be time and command. I'm only saying, not interested in what you're saying, Roland snapped. Did you say she'd be a prize and there'd be coin for us, Lieutenant Ames? Alexis interjected, hoping to put off yet another row between Roland and Philip.
There'll be coin for all regardless once the prize court gets her, what?
Ames said.
At least certificates, enough for a run ashore and a spot of fun.
He raised his glass.
To wives and sweethearts.
May they never meet, Roland responded, raising his own glass as the others laughed. There was a glance or two at Alexis, but in general they seemed to have become comfortable that she wouldn't take offence.
Not that you'll ever have that problem, eh, Carew? Nor Easley neither, given his runs ashore.
Comfortable except for bloody Roland, who still seems to revel in the trying, and never can bear to miss a chance at needling poor Philip, and taking every opportunity to remind the others that she was different from them, though she couldn't understand why he persisted. She saw Philip flushing, eyes downcast. No doubt, Roland, Philip said, though I can understand your concern.
Quite right. Would never do to have that happen.
Philip looked up and raised his glass slowly to his lips. Yes, with your limited repertoire, they might find they prefer each other's company and take a house together by the sea. The group was silent for a moment.
Ha! What? What happened?
Breach asked, for he was a bit hard of hearing.
Said Roland's wife and sweetheart might like each other best and take a house together. 'Cause of his limited repertoire, don't you know?
Breach looked at Roland and nodded.
It's a dire risk you run, lad. Best do something about that.
Alexis lowered her face to disguise her smile. She stretched out her foot and nudged Philip under the table, glancing up in time to catch his answering wink. Roland flushed red and took a large gulp of his wine. A spacer came into the gun-room and nodded to Alexis. Captain's compliments, Mr. Carew, and he'd be obliged if you'd join him and Lieutenant Carruthers in the day cabin. Alexis stood, nodding to the others, and made her way aft. She stopped outside the hatch to the captain's cabin and waited while the marine sentry rapped on the hatch and called out, "Midshipman Carew, sir." He slid the hatch open and she entered. "You sent for me, sir?"
"There's something I'd like your opinion of, Mr. Carew."
Grantham and Carruthers were gathered at the captain's desk, its surface changed to display an image of Dalthus. Carruthers traced a finger across the display, spinning the image and then zooming in.
"We've plotted the coordinates found aboard the smuggler's ship, Mr. Carew, and wonder if you have any insight into these locations."
Alexis studied the image for a moment. "I had thought there was no mention of a planet with the coordinates, sir. Is there some reason to think they were for points on Dalthus?" "That was the smuggler's destination. While the coordinates may be for some other system entirely, we must start somewhere."
"We know whose land these points fall on, Mr. Carew," Grantham said, "but wonder if there might be something that strikes you about them."
Alexis thought for a moment. She could easily tell whose land each of the points fell on. She ran through the family names in her head: Goodwill, Coulson, Warriner, Hollingsworth, Sermons. Her thoughts went immediately to the Coulsons, but she worried that her distaste for Edmund Coulson would colour any opinion she offered. Of the others, Buckley Warriner had been another of her suitors, though without the dramatic results of the Coulsons' visit, and the other three had no children her age, so she'd had little to do with their families socially. Although the Coulson and Sermons families both had their major holdings on the coast, the other three were spread out over the planet's surface. There was something, though. "Can you bring up the belt holdings, sir, and highlight these 5 families?" Carruthers bent over the plot table, expanding its view to show the outer system and entering commands. In a moment the view displayed the entire Dalthus system, the asteroid belt circling the outermost portion of the display and lit up with colours representing the holdings of the families in question. It was a complex display, due to the nature of claims in the ever-changing belt, with the larger asteroids, worthy of being tracked individually, claimed regardless of their orbit, while the smaller rocks were claimed by area. But, regardless of the complexity, there were clear patterns in evidence on the plot, with these 5 families consistently claiming areas quite near each other. Grantham grunted. "I wonder at these gaps," he mused, indicating areas within each block that were not owned by any of the 5. Alexis cleared her throat. "I believe those will be my grandfather's, sir." Grantham looked at her sharply. "The Coulsons have often accused him of taking the claims they most wanted. It is a rivalry that goes back to the colony's founding." "Interesting. Has your grandfather found anything at all peculiar in these holdings?" "Peculiar in what way, sir?"
"Anything at all out of the ordinary?"
"Not that I'm aware of, sir. But the colony's young, so we've barely scratched the surface of most of the claims. Nothing at all in the belt. My grandfather thinks it will be 100 years or more before it's worth bringing in the infrastructure to mine the belt instead of the planet's surface."
Grantham considered that for a moment. "Well, perhaps it's nothing then. Though this pattern does seem to connect the families in some way." He frowned. "Tell me, Mr. Carew, is there any galenium mined on Dalthus?"
"Galenium, sir? I've never heard of it being found, no."
"There was no mention of galenium in the survey report we reviewed, sir," Carruthers added. "If the Colonial Survey had found any indication of galenium, it would have figured prominently, I'd think." "Yes, and raised the colonists' share price as well," Grantham said. "Does that no mention not make you wonder, though? There are always traces, after all, even if there are no large deposits."
"Perhaps it was so little, they didn't find it worth mentioning." Grantham narrowed his eyes, still staring at the pattern of claims in the system's asteroid belt.
"Or worth not mentioning. Mr. Carew, are any of these families politically connected in some way?"
Alexis tried to remember all she'd heard her grandfather say about the planet's politics. To be truthful, she hadn't listened as well to those lessons as she had to those about running the holdings. The work of building and producing things had interested her far more than making laws. She wasn't at all sure why they should in the first place. After all, with all of human history to build on, surely all the good and necessary laws had already been made. "I believe the sermons are a minor branch of a house that sits in the Lords, sir. And the Warreners may be as well. I'm sorry, but I paid less attention to those things than I ought, it seems."
"Quite all right," Grantham assured her. "If you weren't aboard, I'd have no place to start at all, so you've put us ahead of the game already."
"Thank you, sir. If I may ask, sir, did you find any reason for them to be smuggling at all? Dalthus has no import duties to speak of, I know. We're desperate for all the imported goods we can get."
Grantham and Carruthers looked at each other for a moment. "We did, in fact. A number of the crates contained luxury goods and electronics from Corward, goods bound for Idera, aboard a merchantman that went missing some months ago."
"I don't understand, sir."
"Piracy, Mr. Carew," Carruthers said. "Pirates took that merchantman, but instead of disposing of her cargo in a far-off system, some of it at least was bound for Dalthus still in its original crates. Which means," he continued before she could ask, "that the intended recipient cares little about its origin. Otherwise they'd have repackaged the lot."
"So you think someone on Dalthus is in league with these pirates?" Alexis looked at the plotted holdings with new eyes. "One of these families?"
"Or all of them, as the coordinates we found indicate landing sites on each of their lands."
"But—" she frowned, not understanding why anyone would do such a thing. "These are all first holders, and major ones at that. Between them they hold as much as 5% of the entire system." She paused. "Why?"
"Some always want more than they have, and many who make our laws do not believe they should apply to them."
Chapter 14.
Quite a large place, Carruthers remarked, nodding to the Coulson residence behind the fence they were approaching. The home was 3 stories high, of red stone, and with 2 large wings to either side. It was fronted by a vast green lawn. They'd landed the boat in a fallow field far from the main house and its manicured gardens.
40 or more rooms, my grandfather told me when they were building it, Alexis said. The Coulsons and some few others were building alike. She hesitated for a moment. He wondered at the expense. She wondered why the captain had brought her along on this visit. She'd told him everything she knew about the Coulsons and the 3 other families whose lands the smugglers had coordinates for, so she doubted she could provide any value planetside, and given her recent history with the man's son, she doubted Daviel Coulson would be pleased to see her on his lands. The 3 of them, Grantham, Carruthers and Alexis, backed by 2 Marines, left the spaces with the ship's boat and walked up the lane toward the house. The day was bright and warm, with few clouds. Alexis could smell the heather in the fields bracketing the road. It didn't seem to be a day to be talking of smuggling and piracy. As they neared the gates, they found a group of men waiting for them. Most were burly farmhands, but Daviel Coulson was easy to pick out. He wore a jacket well tailored to fit his form, and his greying hair was slicked back on his head.
Captain Grantham, he said, stepping forward to the gate but not opening it. Have we met, sir? Grantham asked, stepping up to the gate as well. He held out his hand to the other man, but withdrew it when Coulson gave no sign of responding in kind. Alexis stood behind Lieutenant Carruthers, doing her best to remain unnoticed. Though she'd never met Daviel Coulson, word of her joining Merlin's company must surely have spread, and there certainly weren't that many 15-year-old girls in the Navy that the man would mistake her for someone else. There's only the one Navy ship in system, sir, and I've cause to remember your name. Your last visit to my lands left me several workers shorter. We properly paid you their remaining indentures, Mr. Coulson, Carruthers said. Left with your foreman at the site and all according to law. With Navy drafts, I've to wait 6 or more months on for payment, while your chandler, that scoundrel Dokes, gets confirmation. I understand your frustration, sir, I do. It's no more than we have to wrestle with when dealing with the prize court and the men's pay each month. Grantham smiled. Why, just last week we took a prize outside this very system, but once we deliver it to Zariah, it'll be a year or more, no doubt, before we see the prize court's findings on it. A smuggler, you say? Indeed, bound for Dalthis with pirated goods no less. I see. What brings you to my lands again, Captain? I'd prefer to discuss it inside, sir, if we may. I think not, Captain. This is my home, and I've no cause to invite you in. He changed his gaze to stare at Alexis. And certainly not with that one in your company. Do you have some grievance against my midshipman, sir? Midshipman? Coulson snorted. I don't know why you've chosen to take her aboard your ship, Captain, but she assaulted my son, and she's lucky the boy didn't proffer charges. Indeed. Alexis could feel Carruthers turn to look at her, and she flushed, but kept her eyes firmly fixed ahead. He leaned toward her and whispered, Assault, Mr. Carew? I may have poured a bit of tea over his head, she whispered back, barely moving her lips, and perhaps threatened him. A bit. I'll want to hear more of this, I think, Carruthers murmured with a grin. The issue I wish to discuss with you, Mr. Coulson, Grantham said, has naught to do with my officers. And what issue is that, Captain? For I do little business with the Navy and have work of my own to complete this day. It has to do with those smugglers I mentioned. Are you quite certain you wouldn't like to discuss it in private? More than before, Captain, as I have neither interest nor concern for smuggling. It doesn't affect me, sir.
Grantham removed his tablet and held it out to the other man.
Do you recognise these coordinates, sir?
Coulson made no move to take it, nor even look.
Should I, Captain? They are, sir, not too very far from here, in fact, and on your lands.
Coulson's eyes narrowed. He finally looked at the tablet, but only a short glance.
I have extensive lands, Captain, and that area is as yet undeveloped. I fail to take your point. They were found aboard the smuggler's ship, these 5 sets of coordinates. Why would that be? I'm simply curious, Mr. Coulson, as to why the smugglers would be putting down on your lands. My name was not mentioned by these smugglers, Captain? It was not. Then what you have are numbers. Numbers that may or may not be coordinates, and numbers that may not even be on Dalthus if they are. Please, do come again, should you ever have business that matters to me.
He turned his back to them and strode off toward the house, his men following. Grantham watched his retreating back for a moment, and then turned back to the boat, motioning for the party to follow.
Well, he's our man then, sir?
Carruthers asked quietly. Grantham nodded.
One of them at least, it seems certain.
Alexis was quite confused at how they could be so certain. Sir, if I may, he denied it all, so how can you be sure?
Tell me, Mr. Carew, Carruthers asked, with a brief glance at 5 sets of latitude and longitude, could you or your grandfather state with certainty which was on your lands and that it was as yet undeveloped? Especially,
Grantham added, handing her his tablet that displayed only 4 sets of coordinates, the 5th having been scrolled off screen.
If the coordinates for your own lands were not displayed at all.
Alexis chose one of the tiny cakes from the plate Julia had placed on the kitchen table and popped the whole thing into her mouth. The rich flavour and sweetness filled her mouth. Sweets were something she'd missed during her time on Merlin. The ship's cook seemed to know nothing except to add cream and sugar to rice and call it a pudding. Since the rice was cooked with ship's water, and the cream was powdered milk rehydrated with ship's water, the result was distressing. "Miss my cooking, did you?" Julia asked, returning with 2 cups of tea. Alexis grasped hers and quickly sipped. It wasn't proper etiquette, of course, but she needed to rid her mouth of the cake before answering. "I missed you especially," she said. "But, yes, your cooking as well." She grinned. "Though I'm not sure even you could do anything with the provisions aboard ship." Julia smiled. "Should I take that as a challenge and follow you aboard?" "Your cooking would be welcome, I assure you." She quickly popped another cake into her mouth, closing her eyes in bliss. Julia's smile faded. "And what of you, Alexis? Were you welcome aboard these past weeks?" Alexis was silent for a moment, considering. "I believe I have been." She thought about it some more. Aside from Alan, there had been no real incidents, serious as that one had been. The men in her division seemed to genuinely like and respect her, especially Acker and the top men, Burley and Had. When she'd first come aboard, there had been some dark looks and mutterings, she knew, but they'd faded quickly. "I truly do," she said, surprised by how easily she'd found herself fitting in. "And what do you think about it yourself?" She had no need to think about her answer to that, and found her face breaking into a wide grin. "I love it, Julia. I really do." She caught her lip between her teeth, torn with what to talk about first. "I went outside when we first transitioned to Darkspace, and it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life." She paused for a moment, trying to find the words. "It was like the sky was alive and fighting itself." Julia looked at her askance. "I'd always heard it was terrifying." "No," Alexis insisted. "It's perfect. I almost feel as though I can see the winds.
I can't, I know, but it seems so. And Julia, I'm good at it. I know I am. Sometimes the captain will give an order to trim sail or change our course, and it's the very thing I was thinking we should do. And it's important work. We caught a smuggler right here in Dalthis. So I heard, Julia said. She reached out and grasped Alexis's forearm. We were quite worried about you when Merlin came in system with the prize. Your grandfather especially. It was all he could do to wait till word came that you were safe. But we took her without a shot in return. There was no danger. The gunner put a shot straight through her topsail and it shredded from the stress. She struck instanter, and there wasn't a bit of fuss when we boarded her. Alexis felt her heart begin to race as she described the chase. Even the horror she'd felt at seeing bodies fall away from the other ship's masts had faded quickly, replaced by the thrill of chasing and capturing their quarry. And they shouldn't have run if they didn't want the risk. We gave them every chance to strike before firing into her. Look at you, with your topsails and boarding. You sound quite the proper spacer. Alexis looked down, blushing, and took another cake to hide her embarrassment. Well, and I hope I should. There's little leeway given for being told something once, let alone twice. Julia stood. I'll just prepare a bit of sweet for you to take with you, seeing as how you've finished with all that. Alexis looked at the table, eyes widening when she saw that she had indeed eaten all of the cakes Julia had set out. Heavens! I'm sorry, Julia. I've made quite the pig of myself. It's just that we've nothing so good aboard ship. I'm sure the cook tries. Well, I think he must try very hard, but the stores the purser brings aboard are not the best. Julia laughed. No matter at all. Her gaze grew calculating. And how many lads is it you say are suffering so up there?
Lexi, girl.
I've missed you so, grandfather, Alexis said, wrapping her arms around him and feeling his go about her in turn. The captain and Lieutenant Carruthers had finished speaking with him and gone outside to see that more supplies they'd negotiated for were loaded, clearly leaving Alexis to visit with her family without the strictures of other officers being present.
And I you, Denholm said, holding her tightly. It's been an empty place without you here.
He sighed heavily.
You read my letters, I trust.
They separated and sat down while Julia brought them both more tea. I only just received them when we returned to Dalthis, Alexis said, sipping hers. They none of them caught up with Merlin on our patrol. She grimaced at this. The difficulties and delays of sending messages between planets were great enough, let alone to a ship that might change destination at any time. Her time on the signals console had taught her the process, but it seemed so haphazard. Messages simply went with outbound ships, transmitted and retransmitted to other planets, stations and ships in what was believed to be the general direction of their intended target. Eventually, with a bit of luck, both message and destination would wind up in the same system, and it would be delivered. Then came the process of marking it so and transmitting that bit of information along to begin removing all of the copies on other ships, planets and stations. Alexis had been astounded by the size of the undelivered message store aboard Merlin, full of millions of messages Merlin had yet to deliver or receive an instruction to remove. Some of them a year or more old, and only just about to expire, with the assumption that they had either been delivered or that Merlin would never meet their intended recipient. Official Navy communications, of course, were treated somewhat differently, but the process was much the same. Though they were only transmitted to Navy ships or depots, there were still hundreds, if not more, copies of any given message being carried across the galaxy at any one time, all in the hope that one would reach the recipient as soon as possible.
Well, there was news to hope over in them.
He held up a hand at Alexis's expectant look.
Hope, but not rejoice. I've still no reason to expect change outside of years, but if we plan it well, there's a chance we could change the inheritance laws. Have to plan a vote at least, though, and that'll take a year or more to achieve.
Alexis nodded her understanding, but found to her surprise that her first reaction,
while mostly glad that there was hope, was also tinged with a bit of apprehension at the thought of one day having to choose between her lands and the navy. Who would have thought that I'd find such a place in so little time?
The opposition's still there, her grandfather went on, led by that Coulson, damn him to hell, if he's truly at all involved with piracy. But I had a thought.
At the counter, Julia cleared her throat loudly.
Well, and it was Julia that suggested it. There are not the votes to pass a change, you see, but I think that's more from fear of the Coulsons and their like than real opposition. But there'd be, I think, enough support to put it on a ballot for a vote.
Alexis furrowed her brow, not understanding. But won't that just set the change up for defeat? If there isn't enough to pass it, why have the vote?
Denham smiled.
Once it's on the ballot, it's public, and people start to talking about it. Wives and daughters and the like. They may not hold the vote themselves, but they hold those who do.
There was a meaty thunk from the kitchen counter as Julia sank a cleaver into a fresh pork loin. Sure those that vote they've ought to fear more than Daviel Coulson and his ilk.
And what do we have for afters, Gillian?
Carruthers asked the gunroom steward as he cleared away the last of the dinner dishes and refilled everyone's wine.
Not more rice, I hope.
Oh, no, sir, Gillian answered. He set fresh plates before each of them and then went to the pantry and retrieved one of the cheesecakes Julia had sent aboard.
Mr. Carew's brought you somewhat better than that. Or so I assume, sir,
he added quickly, adjusting the slices to hide that one was missing already. Alexis gave him a quick grin and a wink to forgive the expected pilfering.
Ha!
Ames exclaimed, eyeing the platter, thick slices of cheesecake topped with fresh strawberries from the Holdings grow-house and drizzled with chocolate.
Now that's a princely contribution to the table, that is.
There are cakes and pastry in the pantry as well, gentlemen, which I hope you'll make free with before they go stale, Alexis told the others. She said nothing of the 3 other cheesecakes Julia had sent, which she'd asked Gillian to have distributed with the crew's dinner. Roland will be sorry he's missed this, Philip said, scooping up a large forkful.
Carruthers smiled. Mr. Roland will be quite too busy to miss anything this next fortnight, if he's to get our prize to Zariah Station without incident.
Captain Grantham had indeed sent Roland to command the captured smuggler as they made their way to the station. But isn't he just to follow in Merlin's path, sir? Alexis asked.
Not as easy as it sounds, Mr. Carew. He'll be expected to maintain station on Merlin and keep his own log and navigation charts of the journey. Captain Grantham will be watching his position and reviewing the logs and plots once we arrive.
He regarded Philip and Alexis levelly.
Something the 2 of you would do well to keep in mind, should you ever be granted command of a prize.
Aye, sir, they answered. And what will happen with the prize when we arrive at Zariah Station, sir? Alexis asked. The crew seems very excited by the prospect.
Ha! Ames said. They always are, and'll be despondent before we've left port, no doubt.
Yes, Carruthers said. He narrowed his eyes at Alexis and Philip.
The first time bringing a prize to port for both of you, so heed what I have to say. The prize court will take months or more to release a decision on the ship and contents. If they determine it's a valid prize, and there's no reason to think they won't, then we'll all receive shares. He raised a hand at their expressions. It'll not be much. I'd expect no more than £3,000 for the ship and cargo. Likely they'll find some reason to discount it more, and the award will be closer to 2,000. You 2 will split an 1/8 of that with the junior warrants, petty officers and their mates, as well as Sergeant of Marines and the surgeon's mates. You should expect no more than £20 as your share, and that some months from now. There'll be prize certificates for your shares issued as soon as we turn her over. Do not, he told them, fall prey to the prize agents offering advances. The crew will, and they'll sign over their future rewards for whatever cash in hand they can get. Some sharp will offer you £5 or £6 for your share. I advise you to be patient.
Chapter 15.
Alexis closed her eyes and sank back into the tub of hot water with a sigh and a smile. It certainly wasn't perfect. What the bathhouse on Zaria Station lacked in quantity, it made up for in expense. She'd paid 2 full shillings for a short bath, a shallow tub filled with barely enough water to cover a grown man's legs, but it was hot, clean, and all for her. She bent at the waist and used a bucket to pour water over her head. Then she shampooed it twice before laying back to relax and soak. Or at least baste, she thought, idly splashing the shallow water over herself. When the water cooled, she dried herself and dressed, pulling her hair back into a ponytail before settling her beret atop her head. Visiting the station was an opportunity to wear her full uniform rather than the jumpsuit she usually wore aboard or on a working party. She shrugged her shoulders to settle the uniform jacket about her and opened the closure at her shoulder to pull back the top and expose the cream-coloured lining against the navy blue of the jacket. Acker had done a fine job of altering both the jacket and trousers. They fit well, and she looked quite the thing, she thought. She checked the time on her tablet and hurried out of the bathhouse to meet Philip. "In here for a moment, Alexis," Philip said, motioning toward a nearby pub. "I just need to use the head." "You should have gone before we left the ship," she answered, teasing, then took a closer look at the establishment. Like most of the merchants and dining or drinking establishments along the station's main corridor, it had a double-sized sliding hatchway as an entrance and tall, wide windows flanking it. These windows, though, showed little of the inside, being darkly painted and covered with advertisements for a variety of different beers. Alexis was quite familiar with the port and other towns on Dalthus, and this place reminded her of the working man's pubs she knew her grandfather and other landowners, or even their foreman, wouldn't be welcome in. Not that they'd be accosted or bothered, never that, but the sort of place where men who worked hard for a living went to relax, without the presence of those they worked for. She assumed spacers would be much the same, and didn't think 2 junior midshipmen would find much welcome there. Philip grimaced. "I'm a bit off today, I'm afraid. Think it was whatever was in dinner last night. A bad bit of the vat, I think." He hurried toward the doorway. "Are you sure we should go in there, Philip?" "Of course," he answered, quickening his pace. "We're officers." "Well, that's my point, isn't it?" The working hands, she knew, would want a bit of time and space to themselves, much as those on her grandfather's lands would, after a long day of labour. She followed him through the doors, and immediately knew she'd been correct. It was a dimly lit room with a handful of tables and a long bar, a few merchant spacers scattered around the place, drinking tall pints of beer, clearly crew and not officers. Philip blithely hurried to a short hallway near the back that led to the heads, while Alexis lowered her eyes and followed closely, hoping not to disturb anyone. Once in the little hallway, Philip left her for the head, and she felt a bit less conspicuous. The walls of the hallway were covered in handbills for a variety of shows, some current and some that had last played on the station years before. She and Philip were considering seeing a show of some sort, after they'd had a decent dinner, and she took the opportunity to peruse the offerings. Alexis glanced toward the main room as she heard the pub's doors slide open and a boisterous group of spacers enter. When she saw that they were from Merlin, she slid back into the shadows of the hallway so that she wouldn't disturb them. "We'll be out of here in a few moments, and they can be about their business in peace." "Beer!" she heard one of them yell, followed by the rattle of stools as the spacers settled themselves around the bar. "Twopence the pint. You lads from Merlin?" the barman asked. "We are," one answered. "Well, then, I've summat special for you." Alexis edged to the corner of the hallway and peered out, curious. The barman's hands worked out of sight behind the bar for a moment, and then he set a mug of beer on the bar with a heavy thump. The spacers were silent for a moment. "That's pink," one of them said finally. The barman laughed loudly, and a few of the merchant spacers joined in.
"And I've some lace for your cuffs, and colours too, boys."
This drew more laughter from the surrounding merchant spacers.
"Here now," one of the Merlins growled menacingly. "What are you saying?" "Well now," the barman drawled lazily, "just if you're taking orders from a wee girl officer, then I'd be expecting your skivvies to be pink next."
He crossed his arms and grinned widely while the onlookers roared with laughter. Alexis drew back into the shadows again and leaned heavily against the wall, closing her eyes. She'd expected some derision to be aimed at her, and been surprised that the officers and crew of Merlin had been as accepting as they'd been. Well, aside from Roland and the incident with Alan, but she'd not expected that it might carry over to cause trouble for the crew in port.
"Don't you talk about Mr. Carew like that, you." "Oi! Mister, is it? Is she growing a pair atween her legs, then?" the barman asked. "You leave off our little bit, or we'll show you."
Alexis gasped at this, surprised to hear the spacer call her that. She didn't recognise the voice, but knew it wasn't Alan. Did the whole crew think of her that way?
"Little bit?"
The bartender laughed again.
"Little bit of bosun, that's what we call her, aye. She's as hard a hand as one."
"Oh," the bartender asked.
"She strike the hands, them as can't hit back?" "No, you daft git. It's 'cause she—" "Tell him about her and old Alan, mate," another Merlin cried out. "Well, then I'm about to, ain't I? So shut your gob and let me. But first, let's have some real beer out here, aye?"
Alexis crept to the corner again and peered out. All of the merchant spacers had moved to the bar, clustering around the group of Merlins to hear the exchange. She bit her lip nervously, wondering what they'd say, how the crew had really taken her confrontation with the spacer. She watched as the barman filled mugs and passed them to the Merlins. In the dim light, she could tell that there were 5 men from the crew at the bar, but not who they were.
"So Alan's a good mate, he is,"
the spacer started, smiling widely when he saw that he was the centre of rapt attention.
"A fine topman, pulls sails like a bugger, and fast up a mast."
Alexis's heart fell for a moment at this, thinking the crew would take Alan's side and expecting them to express dislike for her over what had happened.
"But he's a bloody mean drunk, he is. Mean and hard. Got him in deep trouble more'n once. So one fine day, Alan's in the old drunker and piss with some mates, and who should come along but Mr. Carew herself. Now Alan's mates, they scurry off quick as they hear her coming, but Alan, he's too drunk and mean to run. And it's 2 months a ship he's been, so his wind is up, if you catch me meaning."
The listeners muttered darkly at this.
"Aye, you ken where the drunk bastard went next then. So, Alan grabs on to our Mr. Carew, and next thing you know is the boatswain a-coming round the corner, and what do you suppose he sees?"
The bartender gave a loud snort.
"And so she calls for the lobsters and old Alan. He's trussed up for a hanging." "Wrong you are. Never called for the marines at all. What the boatswain sees is our little bit, standing straight she is, no muss, no fuss, and looking just like she step out onto the quarter-deck for watch." "But old Alan," one of the other Merlins broke in. "Is it me what's telling it, or you? 'Cause if'n it's you, then why you been speaking out of my mouth this time past?"
There was silence for a moment.
"All right then, where was I? Right, so our little bit's standing there, nary a hair out of place, mind you. But Alan, why he's a-laying on the deck a-moaning and a-groaning something fierce." "What?" the bartender demanded. "She put down a growed man. Growed in twice or more her size she did, and down hard he was. The boatswain now, he ain't no fool, bastard that he may be." "Aye, a right bastard him," several Merlins agreed. "And he kens what were happening right off, so he goes to Alan, and the boatswain's right pleased, 'cause he'd like naught better than to see Alan hang." "The bastard." "Aye, and what do you think our little bit says when she hears the boatswain tell old Alan he'll hang for assaulting an officer?"
He paused dramatically.
"Now, you keep in mind here, the boatswain, he's a-looking at Alan, and Alan's on deck with his knee all busted. Swelled to size a case shot it was, one of the Merlins interjected. And his arm broke. She broke his arm? The barman asked. And his face a bloody mess with teeth all scattered on the deck? She never, the bartender objected. Did? Several Merlins insisted. Teeth and all.
In the shadowed hallway, Alexis covered her mouth and suppressed a giggle at how the story had grown.
So, to Bosun, he's looking at Alan like this, and our little bit, she says to him, he fell.
There was silence for a moment. Then the whole crowd roared with laughter.
He fell,
someone yelled, and the laughter doubled.
Aye, just like any good hand when the bosun catches him in a brawl. He fell.
And then, the Merlin who'd been telling the story said when the laughter died down.
What? And there's more?
The bartender asked.
Oh, aye. So then the captain hears about old Alan being all banged up and such, never mind drunk and all, so he calls in the bosun. And then he calls in Mr. Carew and says to her, he says, what happened to that man there? And little bit, calm as can be, like butter wouldn't melt in her mouth, she says, he fell, sir.
More laughter, even louder than before.
To the captain? Aye, straight to the captain's face she did. So that's our Mr. Carew, who's a little bit of bosun in her. Beat that man bloody, then spared his life, she did.
The crowd muttered appreciation, and Alexis had to smile.
Ah, well, the barman said then, so she can beat a man, but be an officer. All right then, one of the other Merlins spoke up. So we're 3 days out into the dark, and I'm brailing to topgallants, but who's up there with us? Our Mr. Carew she is. Skylarking amongst your work like snutties do.
The barman scoffed.
Why no, you bugger. She's a draped over the yard and pulling sail like any good tar she is. What? Working? Aye, as hard as any. Worked sail to hold watch she did. And gun drill too, another Merlin added. Hold cartridge, loaded and fired. Looked the first lieutenant in the eye and said, I'll not order men to work I ain't done myself. Only she said it all right and proper like as she does. Right and proper likes for sure, another added. Ladylike. Aye, ladylike. Always with a please and thank you for the lads, not like Mr. Fetch me this, fetch me that Rowland and his ilk. And always with a smile, another chimed in. A smile, and she'll look you in the eye, she will. Makes a man feel appreciated, that. Aye, another agreed. Well, lessen you're a laggard, the bosun comes out to her then it does. Aye, and rightly.
Alexis leaned against the wall and wiped her eyes. For the first time since boarding the ship and leaving Dalthus, she felt confident that she'd made the right decision. That the men seemed to like her, respect her, even appreciate her, gave her the same feeling of usefulness she'd had working her grandfather's holdings. They defended me, she thought, smiling wider. Like I belong. Philip finally came out of the head, grimacing. So sorry, Alexis, he said, then caught sight of her as she wiped her eyes again. Are you all right? She smiled at him, eyes bright. Why, yes, Philip, I do believe I shall be. Well, let's find somewhere for a proper dinner then. Alexis's heart fell suddenly. They'd have to walk out through the pub and past the bar where the Spacers from Merlin were drinking. She took a deep breath. Well, there's no way around that, is there? She squared her shoulders and followed Philip into the main room. As the Spacers caught sight of the two midshipmen and then realised that one of them was Alexis, all conversation ceased. Alexis merely smiled and nodded to them. But midway across the room, she caught sight of the bar itself and the mug of pink beer still sitting there. On an impish impulse, she touched Philip's arm to stop him. A moment, please, Philip. She smiled wider and walked toward the bar, Spacers parting before her, until she stood in front of the mug. She reached into her belt pouch and considered. She'd taken 5 shillings from the purser when she'd left the ship. After paying for her bath earlier, she'd enough for the dinner, show and bit of shopping she'd planned with Philip. but it was a full quarter of the guinea her grandfather had given her when she'd boarded ship. She could always access her shipboard account if she ran out of hard coin, but that guinea was all she'd have until her grandfather could send more, or her own pay arrived. Still, she knew, the men had far less. She'd read in the regulations what the men were paid. 19 shillings per month, and out of that came charges from the purser for their clothing, any odds and ends they might need, and the small luxuries available aboard ship. More than that, they were often paid in arrears, up to 6 months, so that they'd have incentive not to run. Of what was left, nearly all the men sent some home to far-off systems in support of families they rarely had the chance to see. With the little remaining, they spent their rare time ashore, seeking simple entertainments like a meal of meat not grown in a vat, or the freedom to drink more than just the daily measure aboard ship. Though it wouldn't be appropriate to acknowledge what she'd heard, Alexis wanted to let the men know, in some small way, that she appreciated them. Palming one of the shillings, she grasped the mug of pink beer and held it up. "What a lovely beer," she said, smiling sweetly at the barman, who blanched visibly. She turned to the group of Merlins, 5 of them she saw, and raised the mug. "To Merlin." She raised the mug to her lips, watching as the spacers, eyes wide, muttered "Merlin" in return, and raised their own. Alexis had grown up around her grandfather's hands, men who worked hard, played hard, and especially drank hard at the end of a long day. Though she lacked the body mass to drink a great deal, she'd had the curiosity to learn from them to drink well. She tilted her head back, upending the mug, and pouring the pint of beer down her throat, ignoring the sourness and the acrid taste she hoped was simply whatever the barman had used to colour it, to drain the mug in one draught. Finished, she slammed the mug onto the bar and slid the shilling across to the barman. "For mine, and a round or 2 for the Merlins here," she told him pleasantly. At 2d. a pint, the shilling would cover hers and 2 rounds for the 5 crew members, leaving nothing extra for the barman. And if the beer's my message to the men, let that lack be my message to the barman. She nodded to the crew, smiling. "Gentlemen, enjoy your liberty." She turned, motioning Philip to the door, following him. As they passed into the station's corridor, she heard from behind her, "Well, let's hear it, lads. 3 cheers for Mr. Carew." And if, in the cheering, she might have heard a man or 2 call out, "Hooray for little bit," well, that was quite all right with her too. "That was quite generous, Alexis," Philip mentioned as they walked down the corridor. "They have so very little, Philip, but we ask a great deal of them." Philip seemed to ponder this for a moment. "I thought you didn't care for beer, though." Alexis stopped suddenly, putting one hand to Philip's arm and the other to her stomach. The acrid tang of the beer had set her insides roiling. "Oh, Philip, I don't." She paused. "Do you think we might find somewhere quiet to sit for a time? A place with tea, perhaps?" She swallowed heavily. "And possibly some biscuit?" "You were right, Philip. The show was wonderful. I can't imagine how they managed to do such stunts." "I'm sure the null grav field helps, but they are amazing. I'm glad they were still on station so you could see them." "So am I." "And the dinner?" Alexis laughed and took his arm. "Yes, and the dinner. Though after weeks of the food aboard ship, I'm not sure I'm much of a judge." The 2 were walking along the station's main corridor on their way back to the ship. Though the station was active at all hours, most ships that were stopping for any length of time tried to match their ship's time to the station's, and it was quite late by that measure. The corridor lights were bright, and all of the storefronts were open for business, but it was late in the station's night, and there were few others about. "It does have a lasting effect," Philip agreed. Alexis stopped walking and turned to face him. "Truly, thank you, Philip. It's been such a challenging time since I left Douthus, and I think this is the first I've truly been able to relax and enjoy myself." "Alexis, Alexis looked up at him and saw his face soften as her own smile faltered. Her pulse quickened, and there seemed to be something wrong with the station's environmental controls, because the corridor had grown quite warm. She caught her lower lip between her teeth and swallowed nervously, as Philip narrowed his eyes and looked past her down the corridor. Is that Roland? What just happened? And why do I suddenly want to feed Roland his own liver? She turned and looked down the corridor to see a figure in midshipman's uniform, walking, staggering really, between two others in civilian clothes. She paused, clearing her throat when she heard how ragged her voice was. I believe it is. Who is he with? I don't know, but he's so drunk he's barely keeping his feet under him. Philip laughed. It'll go badly for him if he's taken up by the station patrol and delivered to the ship in that condition. Alexis watched the approaching trio for a moment. Do you suppose he's all right with those two? They look a bit dodgy, don't you think? It serves him right, whatever happens. He looked at Alexis and one corner of his mouth rose in a wry grin. You're going to insist we see he's okay, aren't you? Excellent thought, Philip, she said, starting to walk toward the others. I'm glad you suggested it. As they approached Roland and his two companions, Alexis saw that Roland was indeed quite drunk, staggering along nearly held up by the other two men. And you say the girls there are quite the thing? She heard Roland saying as she got nearer. The very thing, one of the men said. We've just to find that cash dispenser and get you some more coin, sir. No transfers, some tablets in the best houses. Only coin, you know. Quite right, Roland agreed. Only the best for me. Good evening, gentlemen, Alexis said when she was close. I see you've found our wayward shipmate for us. The others stopped, the two men on either side of Roland each grasping an arm. One of them smiled. Showing your mate a good time we are, he said. Nothing but the best for our new friend Ronald here. I'm sure, Philip said, stepping up beside Alexis. Perhaps we could join you then, make a night of it. Oh, I don't think so, the other man said. He was not smiling. Nothing where we're going that would interest little boys and girls. Roland laughed. No, nothing in the house that would interest Misters Carew and Easley. He looked at the first man. Then my name's Roland. Told you that before I did. Roland, how much money have you given them already? Alexis asked. Not so much. Bought a round or two, but I've still quite a bit. He patted his pockets, looking confused. Here now, he said, straightening and jerking his arms free of the two men. Have you lot pinched my coin? Just calm down, lad. The two men stepped away from him, holding up their hands and making calming gestures. Roland, Philip said, you've told me enough about these houses for me to know they all take payment by transfer. What do they need you to get more coin for? You mind your business, boy. Our shipmate is our business, Alexis said, stepping forward. Now off with you lot, before we call the patrol and report this. 3 more men stepped out of a nearby corridor, and the 5 spread out to surround them. Takes time for them, even after they're called. Time enough for you to hand over your coin as well as your mates. Then no one need be hurt, one of them said. Philip stepped up beside Alexis, and Roland turned to face one of the men. Alexis looked the first man in the eye. There's really no need for this to go any further. The man's hand snapped out and grasped her arm. Should have kept walking, little girl. Philip started to reach forward, but the other man blocked him. Then the other 3 reached them. 2 squared off with Roland, and the other with Philip. Well, this went right down the crapper, Philip muttered. Look, then, we can still... He broke off as one of the men swung his fist and struck him square in the nose. As if that was the signal, the others attacked as well. Looks like I got the easy one, the man holding Alexis said. Alexis brought her hand up to her arm where the man grasped it, but instead of grabbing his hand or arm in a futile attempt to pull free, She remembered what the Marine, Kalmar, had told her.
"Everyone'll be stronger than you," he'd said. "In fact, most men'll have more strength in one finger than you've in your whole arm. So cheat, and be vicious about it."
She dug her thumb deep into her own arm, ignoring the discomfort as she slid it under the man's little finger to grasp it quickly. With a quick twist of her wrist, she bent just that finger back, hearing a quite satisfying sound. Not the crack of a breaking bone, but a wet twock, the sort of thing one hears when wrenching off a chicken leg. The man screamed and released her arm, but Alexis didn't release him. Instead, she shook her own hand back and forth rapidly, like a terrier with a rat, twisting and turning the man's injured finger. His screams turned shrill, and he lashed out with his other hand. Alexis ducked, but not quickly enough, and the back of his hand caught her across the face. She let go and staggered back. Two of the men had Roland backed against the corridor's wall and were trying to get to him. But even drunk as he was able to lash out and keep them at a distance. Philip, however, was not so lucky. As she watched, one of the last two men swung his fist into Philip's face, and he fell to the ground, where the last man drew back his foot to kick him. Alexis dashed forward and leapt onto the man's back, wrapping her arms and legs around him and knocking him off balance so that his kick missed. Keeping her grip with one arm, she reached her other hand around the man's head and clawed at his face. The man swung around, and his partner drove a fist into Alexis's side that forced the breath from her, but still she hung on and dug her nails into his skin. A few people were coming out of the corridor's stores and pubs, some staying to watch the fight, but most hurrying away, and Alexis caught sight of a familiar uniform. "Merlins!" she yelled, then let out a loud oof as the man's fist drove into her side again. That blow caused her to lose her grip, and she fell from the man's back to land awkwardly on the deck. Dazed by the fall, she was watching helplessly as one of the attackers drew back his leg to kick at her face, when the world was suddenly filled with flailing arms and legs clad in navy blue jumpsuits, as cries of "Merlin!" rang through the corridor. While most of the arriving spacers kicked and pummelled their attackers, driving them down the corridor, others grasped Alexis, Philip and Roland to drag them from the melee. The three of them leaned against a shop window and watched as their 5 attackers broke off and ran, the spacers from Merlin hurling taunts and insults in their wake. "I think we'd have had them ourselves in another moment," Roland muttered. The fight seemed to have sobered him up immensely. Alexis saw that he'd not been able to hold them off entirely, as one eye was rapidly swelling and his lip was puffy. Philip nodded, his head tucked down to press part of his jacket to a nose streaming blood. "Yes, another moment or two is all we needed." Alexis stared at the two and shook her head. "Quite. I'm sure come morning their fists will be most sorry they ever met us." Alexis lay in her bunk, her cheek and lip throbbing where she'd been hit in the fight, and her side ached. She wondered for a moment if she might need to see the ship's surgeon about her ribs. Only moments after the 5 men had run, the station patrol had arrived and taken all of the crew, including Alexis, Roland and Philip, into custody. But, with no one from the other side of the fight present, they decided to simply turn the lot of them over to Merlin immediately. The group of them had been marched back to the ship, the crew cheerful and thanking the 3 midshipmen for a fine little tussle to end their liberty. Lieutenant Carruthers had been called from his cabin when they'd arrived. He'd sent the crew off to quarters without a word, then simply stared at the 3 of them for a moment, taking in the sight. All 3 of them had battered faces, and one of the sleeves of Alexis's jacket had ripped during the fracas. She'd have to ask Acker to repair it, if the spacer could find the time. Carruthers had simply shaken his head and muttered, "Captain'll see you lot in the morning," before sending them off to their berths. Despite the excitement of the fight and her dread about seeing the captain in the morning, her thoughts kept going back to that moment just before they'd spotted Roland, when she'd been looking up into Philip's eyes, and the world had suddenly gone all warm and fuzzy for a moment. In retrospect, she decided it had simply been the result of a pleasant, relaxing evening in his company after weeks in a stressful new environment. After all, he was 2 years younger than she was. Though very mature after almost a year aboard ship, more so than most of the older boys on Dalthis, at least of the Holders' sons. And she'd only known him for a few weeks. Though I do enjoy his company, and I'm sure I'd enjoy it even if we weren't thrust together aboard ship every day. And serving together aboard Merlin, anything of the sort would be out of the question. Though, well, no, I can't really argue myself out of that one, can I? No, the regulations were quite clear about officers serving aboard the same ship, or even in the same chain of command. Not to mention that they were already sharing a berth, and she'd felt a bit awkward as they'd hurriedly prepared for sleep after returning to the ship. Just as he seems to have gotten quite over my and suches, now it begins to bother me? Absolutely not. No, that moment had to have been nothing, and she'd think no more about it. For if it weren't, it would cause no end of problems and awkwardness between them while they both served aboard Merlin. Perhaps one day we'll be on separate ships and... She pulled her pillow out from under her head and pressed it to her face, despite her sore cheek and lip. Oh, bother.
Brawling on station, brought back to the ship by the station patrol like a lot of drunken spacers.
Alexis stared straight ahead at the bulkhead of the captain's day cabin, face set and still as he spoke. Philip and Roland stood to either side of her, similarly stoic. And similarly battered, she thought, having seen the extent of their injuries in the gun-room as they'd prepared to face the captain. Philip's nose was swollen and both eyes blacked, while Roland sported a livid bruise across one side of his face, and his lip was split and swollen so that it was painful for him to speak. For Alexis's part, she'd woken to find that she had to concentrate not to wince at every breath, as her side where their attackers had repeatedly punched her was quite tender. At least I didn't get hit too badly in the face. I shouldn't like that, I suspect.
Would one of you like to explain your actions?
Grantham asked. The three remained silent. Alexis, for her part, wondering how they'd managed to explain what happened without it being clear that Roland had been about to be well rolled by a gang of ruffians, something, she was certain, that would not improve the young man's chance for advancement. Perhaps if they simply explained that they were set upon by those intent on robbing them without getting into the specifics, he might be satisfied. Captain Grantham's face darkened as the silence continued.
It was my fault, all entire, sir,
Roland said suddenly. He took a deep breath before continuing.
I fell in with a bad lot, and would have come out far worse if Mr. Easley and Mr. Carew hadn't stepped in.
Grantham nodded, apparently satisfied that someone had come forward to take responsibility.
I expect you'll take better notice of the company you keep in future, Mr. Roland, and where they plan to lead you,
the captain added, apparently better informed about the details than they thought.
As for you two, while it's commendable to come to the aid of a fellow officer, I still can't have my officers involved in drunken brawls. The 3 of you are confined to the ship for duration of our stay at Zaria. Not that the station would allow you back aboard this trip regardless.
He stared at each of them in turn.
As you'll have some time, you may assist Mr. Dudgeon in keeping Merlin properly maintained. I'm quite sure he would appreciate a report on the state of our rigging, standing and running.
Alexis felt her eyes widen at the thought of examining kilometres of cables and wires that made up the rigging.
Including all of our ready-made spares.
She felt Philip and Roland slump in despair beside her.
A quite thorough report, if you please, and in Mr. Dudgeon's hands before we leave Zaria.
Alexis breathed a sigh of relief as they returned to the gun-room with the captain safely behind, to 2 hatchways and the companionway, and saw the other 2 do so as well.
Could have been worse, I suppose, Philip muttered.
I'm sure I haven't heard the last of it,
Roland said. Alexis saw that Philip was looking at Roland with much the same expression she suspected she was herself.
What?
Roland asked, darting his gaze between the 2 of them.
It's just that you... Roland scowled and cut him off. Oh, come on, he said. I'm not a total prat, you know. You lot did pull me out of a right mess last night. He looked from Alexis to Philip, then shook his head and stalked off. Philip turned to Alexis. You spotting the crew saved us all. The look on that fellow's face as he was yanked off his feet was worth a bit of pummelling. And when the station patrol came along at the end, he said, laughing, with only us from Merlin left around, puzzled them, I think, to find no other side to the brawl. Alexis grinned. It was a spot of fun, wasn't it? Worth every bit, Philip agreed, gingerly testing his battered nose. Chapter 16. Whatever is that racket, Philip? Alexis asked. The two were in the aft companionway, passing the gun deck on their way down. Philip to the hold in order to supervise making room for the supplies Alexis's crew would be bringing up from the planet's surface. They'd been 4 weeks in transit from Zaria to Idera, stopping periodically at uninhabited systems to check for signs of pirates, smugglers, or just simple merchantmen who'd had trouble in Darkspace and made for the nearest transition to normal space. Ah! Philip glanced at the closed hatch. No liberty for the crew on Idera, but the captain's put the ship out of discipline, so the bumboats have come up. Bumboats? Merchants and... He cleared his throat. And some others. Allows the wives on board and such. Alexis grinned. The crew's families. I should very much like to meet them, she said, reaching for the hatch. Alexis, I wouldn't. Alexis opened the hatch and found that the gun deck had been transformed into a colourful bazaar by a herd of merchants come aboard to sell to the men. They carried trays of food, crafts from the planet, and... Oh, my! Alexis whispered, as she noticed the women, all colourfully dressed, or not, to attract the attention of the spacers. Philip peered over her shoulder. That would be the others, yes. Alexis's eyes widened. But... Can't give them liberty on most planets, else they'll run, Philip explained, tugging her arm. Let's go, then. But you said wives. Philip looked down at the deck. Not as though the boatswain checks a certificate when they come aboard. She looked at him, eyes wide. You mean they're not really? Heard it said of a spacer that there's a wife in every port? He looked away and tugged at his collar. Well, it's enough to get her aboard that a man says she is. Alexis looked back through the hatchway, fascinated. Do you mean to say they're all paid women? But some of them are right out in the open. The men have no cabins and most can't afford but a 3-penny upright. Philip coloured, then tugged harder on her arm. Come on, then, we've work to do, and it's right to leave the men their privacy when the ship's out of discipline. They'll none of them have a bit of pay left before we make sail. Alexis ignored him, trying to take in the chaotic scene before her, then gasped. Oh, heavens! Well, that can't be at all comfortable. Philip made to slide the hatch shut, but she stopped it and peered through again. Alexis! Oh, I suppose you're right, she said, releasing her grip and letting the hatchway slide closed. But aren't you the least bit curious? No. Well, yes. He flushed a deeper red. But we've work to be doing. Alexis grinned. He was so easily flustered. I suppose you're right. They went down the companionway to the hold where Philip exited. Alexis continued down the keel lock and entered the ship's boat. It was already filled with the men and 3 marines, and the pilot was waiting for her in the cockpit. She slid into a seat next to him, excited that she'd be in the front of the boat for the flight down. She couldn't suppress a wide grin as the boat sped toward the planet, then down through the atmosphere to finally pass over the port city and land at the broad field on its outskirts. Idera had been settled about twice as long as Dalthus and had a much larger population. Its main city was 3 or 4 times the size of Port Arthur. First time up front, sir? The pilot asked as he made the last setting to shut down the boat's systems. And my first time on a planet other than home, though, she said, still grinning. I can't quite believe it. She stood and turned to the cockpit's hatch. It's customary for you to stay with the boat, I understand. Yes, sir. Well, then I'll see you when we return with supplies. She slid the hatch open. The men had the passenger compartment's exterior hatch opened already, and the steps lowered, but no one had left the boat yet. Tradition called for the senior officer to board last and disembark first. And that's me. Alexis cleared her throat quickly to suppress a giggle. She knew it wouldn't do to laugh outright, but the excitement was almost too much for her. Away from the ship, in command of the men, and about to step onto a strange planet for the first time. She took a deep breath of the fresh air coming through the hatch. Welcome enough after weeks of the dry, stale air aboard ship. Always just slightly flavoured with the scent of too many men and not enough water for washing. Unless her memory was playing tricks on her, though, the air on Idera even smelled a bit different than Dalthus. She squared her shoulders and strode down the steps, taking a little hop off the last one, so that she planted both feet firmly on the hard surface of the landing pad. She pulled her tablet and consulted the map of the town with the chandlery clearly marked. As the men and 3 Marines exited, she was glad to see Acker among them. Then her stomach clenched as she noticed Alan was in the group as well. She looked away, determined to not let that steal any of her enjoyment. "Form them up, Acker," she said. "Marines to the rear." She'd been told that much by Lieutenant Carruthers when he'd given her the assignment. Always keep the Marines to the rear of the group, where they could watch for men trying to desert. Alexis consulted her tablet again and led them off. Idera was not only more populated than Dalthus, it also had a more advanced manufacturing base. The streets here were smooth and flat, not the cobbles or bare earth of Port Arthur, and there were only a few horses in sight. Instead, most of the vehicles were powered, though still wheeled and not airborne. The chandlery, though, was not as conveniently located as Port Arthur's. She led the group down a broad avenue to the chandlery gate some 5 or 6 blocks away. The shops near the port here were the same sort as on Dalthus, and she suspected would be so on every planet. Food stalls and peddlers vied for the men's attention, having to be constantly waved off by the Marines, and it seemed every third doorway was a pub of some sort. Things went well, until they arrived at the chandlery, where she knocked on the high-loading doors of the warehouse. "Ah, you must be from Merlin," a man said, sliding the doors wide and smiling. He was fat and balding, and seemed to be sweating a great deal given the mild day. "Winston Marriott, have your order all packaged and loaded aboard the trucks for you?" He nodded to 3 large trucks nearby. This must work often enough for them to make it worthwhile, though how it ever does I can't fathom. Carruthers had been quite clear in his description of the assignment that she was to trust nothing she hadn't seen packed and loaded with her own eyes. It seemed such common knowledge aboard ship that the chandler would try to cheat them that she couldn't see why they'd even try. "I'm sorry, Mr. Marriott," she said, "but I'm to check every item against my list personally." She held up her tablet. My lieutenant was quite clear. "Well," Marriott said, "that's as may be, but you're my last order for the day, and I've sent most of the lads home. Just the 3 drivers here to take your things to the field." He smiled. "I assure you, everything's in order." Alexis smiled back. "I'm sure it is, Mr. Marriott, but I do have my orders. I suppose my men will have to unload the trucks if you've none of your own to accomplish it." "On such a hot day, miss?" He pulled a cloth from his pocket and made a show of wiping his face and head. "Surely your lads would rather be off having a wet." Alexis clenched her jaw and fought down a flush of anger. And to think being called Miss would ever make me angry. I'm sure they would, but alas, that's not to be. She started toward the trucks. "We'll be about it as quickly as we can, Mr. Marriott." "Now look, girl," he said, hurrying to get between her and the trucks. He stopped and held up a hand, forcing Alexis to stop before running into him.
I don't have time to be standing around waiting on this. Just take the trucks and send down a message if anything's amiss when you get back aboard ship."
Alexis stared at him a moment and drew a breath. "Acker," she called.
"Sir?"
"I should like Mr. Marriott removed from my path and these trucks unloaded instanter."
"Aye, sir."
In a moment, Acker and another spacer stood to either side of Marriott and grasped him by the arms.
"If you'll step just over here to the side, sir,"
Acker said, easing the wide-eyed Chandler in that direction.
"There's a spot of shade you can wait in, and we'll be done in no time."
The trucks were unloaded and the pallets unpacked in a remarkably short time. Alexis checked each item against her list as they were repacked and nodded as Marriott assured her he had no idea as to how so many things had been overlooked. When she was sure everything was aboard the trucks, she nodded goodbye to Marriott. She sent one of the Marines to ride with the heavily loaded trucks back to the ship's boat and led the men out of the chandlery.
"Oi, Mr. Carew, sir,"
one of the spacers called.
"Have we time for a bit of a wet?"
"Quiet, you," Acker yelled. Alexis looked around. It was one of the new hands signed aboard at Douthis who had asked. Even though the day was mild, his hair was plastered to his head with sweat from the exertion of unloading and reloading the trucks. They'd all worked hard at the task and were missing out on the excitement aboard Merlin, with the ship out of discipline. She checked the time on her tablet and saw that they were well ahead of schedule and would have plenty of time to load the boat and return to Merlin, even with a short stop. Moreover, her ship's account had been credited with her first month's pay, and even after replenishing some of her personal supplies, she still had almost £3 to her name. She looked around and noted a small pub nearby that had only a few patrons. "In here, lads," she said. "I'll grant you half a pint each and no more. Then it's straight to the field and back to work. Hear?" The men cheered and streamed toward the pub.
"Not sure this is wise, sir,"
Acker said, a worried look on his face. "I'm sure it'll be fine, Acker," she said with a smile. "We've plenty of time, and the men deserve a treat after that. They've still to load the boat and unload it again aboard Merlin after all."
"Aye, sir."
Acker nodded and moved to the side of the group. Alexis started for the bar to pay for the beers when Alan came up to her.
"Begging your pardon, sir,"
he began, but she cut him off quickly. "You'll get a wet as well, Alan," she said, not wanting to have anything to do with the man. Partly because she was still very uncomfortable around him after what had happened, and partly, quite oddly, because she felt a certain guilt about the flogging. It made no sense at all, really, but it made her uncomfortable. "Go and wait with the others." Alan paused as though about to say something more, but he simply nodded.
"Aye, sir,"
and walked away. Alexis paid for the beer, gave the men time enough to drink, then called out, "All right, lads, form up. We've work to get back to." The men filed out of the pub and formed into lines outside, but Alexis saw immediately that they weren't all there. "Acker?" Acker ran his eyes over the group.
"Alan and two of the new lads, sir."
"Damn him! Plant!" she called to one of the Marines. "You and Acker search the pub. The rest of you stay where you are." It took only minutes for Acker and the Marine to return with the news that the 3 missing men were nowhere inside, but they had found a window open to the alley on the pub's 2nd floor. "I should have listened to you, Acker." He shrugged.
"It were just 2 landsmen and Alan."
His voice, though trying to reassure her, remained doubtful.
"No terrible great loss."
Damn you, Alan, she thought, certain that he'd been the driving force. And now he's run along with 2 others and I'm to blame. Foolish Alexis, after all you've heard about deserters. Now the men's records would be marked as deserted and they'd be liable for a heavy flogging or worse if they were ever caught. "Form the men up, Acker," she sighed. "It's time we got back aboard and I told the captain what I've done." They marched back to the landing field, the Marines watchfully bringing up the rear, and found the chandlery's trucks waiting patiently near the ship's boat, but the rear doors of one were swung wide open, and she could see that fully half its load was missing. In a panic, Alexis rushed ahead of the men to the truck and climbed aboard, staring in horror at the empty space. 3 men and half a truckload of supplies lost! How will I ever explain this to the captain? Just then, 2 spacers climbed into the back of the truck with her and moved to pick up boxes, eyes downcast and avoiding her gaze. "What?" she began, recognising them as the 2 who'd disappeared from their group at the pub.
"Found your lost lambs, Mr. Carew."
Alexis spun around and saw Alan at the truck's gate. He looked away and scratched at his neck.
"Weren't sure where you'd be, so's I brought 'em back here."
She stared at him dumbfounded for a moment as the 2 spacers, now heavily loaded down with boxes, shuffled past her. Had he run and changed his mind, she wondered, or gone after the other 2? "Thank you, Alan," she said finally. She saw Acker and the rest of the crew arrive. Acker, Alan and these others seem to have gotten the jump on unloading. Best get the rest of the men to it." "Aye, sir." He paused by Alan and the 2 men stared at each other for a moment before Acker nodded and Alan nodded back. "All right, lads. You've had a wet and a rest. Time to get back to work." Alexis moved to the side to allow the men to file past her, then climbed out of the truck. "I am not at all certain what's just happened." Her tablet pinged urgently, and she pulled it from her jumpsuit pocket. "Belay that!" she called. "We're to cease loading supplies and return to the ship instanter." The men looked at her in surprise. "Get aboard the boat, lads. Whatever's still in the trucks will return for later." Chapter 17. "Tubb! Milner!" Alexis called to 2 of the Marines. "Stay here with the trucks. The rest of you aboard the boat. Now, lads!" She followed the men into the boat and flung the cockpit hatch open. "Get us back to the ship, Vaux." "Aye, sir." The pilot had the boat lifting off the pad before the rear hatches were fully closed and sent it rocketing skyward at full speed as soon as they were. "What's happening, sir?" "I don't know," Alexis said, watching the sky darken as they left atmosphere. "The message was, leaving orbit, return instanter or be left behind." Merlin came into view, and Alexis saw Vaux increase the boat's speed to the maximum. Ahead of them, the half-dozen bumboats that had come up to meet the ship was streaming back toward the planet. "Watch the boats, Vaux," Alexis said. "Aye, sir," he replied. "But if we have to turn for one of them, we'll miss the ship. She's already under way." Alexis looked ahead and saw that he was right. Merlin's conventional drive was lit, and the ship was beginning to accelerate. "Will we make it?" she asked. "Might be close." The pilot slid his fingers over the console. They'd been closing rapidly with the ship, but that was changing as Merlin accelerated. Finally they drew close enough that Alexis sighed with relief when it was clear they'd make it. Vaux slid the boat underneath Merlin and matched her speed, easing up toward the ship's keel lock. Alexis saw that he was thin-lipped and sweating a little. She longed to ask him if she should do something to help, but didn't want to distract him. There was a heavy thunk transmitted through the boat's hull, and Vaux grimaced, but then sighed and sat back. "Docked, sir," he said. Alexis was already out of her seat and rushed back into the passenger compartment. 2 spacers had already opened the upper hatch and lowered the ladder that gave access to Merlin's keel lock. She clambered up the ladder and then rushed up the companionway to the gun deck, but found the gun deck hatch closed and locked. The gun deck was already in vacuum, cleared for action with gun ports open and the crew in their vac suits. She hurried up to the next level and through the gun room to her berth to retrieve her own vac suit. She pulled it on and tucked her helmet under an arm before running to the forward companionway and down a level to the quarter-deck hatch. She paused there and squared her shoulders before sliding the hatch open, knowing that Captain Grantham would not want her to rush all pell-mell onto his quarter-deck. Carruthers looked up from the navigation plot, where he and Captain Grantham were standing as she slid the hatch open. "Mr. Easley to the gun-deck and take over there," Carruthers said. "My compliments to Mr. Rowland,
and he should join the gunner in the bow chasers. Mr. Carew, take the signal station, if you please."
Alexis passed Philip as he left the signals console and hurried out. She took her seat there, more bewildered than ever at what was happening. Carruthers crossed to her side.
"We are in receipt of a distress call, Mr. Carew. A merchant hauling ore in the asteroid belt has been taken by pirates. Watch your console carefully, please, for any further word from them."
"Aye, sir." Alexis sat and scanned her console. She saw the call for help from the merchantmen, and set her console to notify her if anything further was received. Merlin rushed to the nearest Lagrange point under her conventional drive, and transitioned to Darkspace with her masts already raised and her sails set and ready. Captain Grantham ordered the sails charged in almost the same breath as he called for the ship to transition. They caught sight of the pirate and the merchantman prize as the two transitioned into Darkspace from one of the outer system's gas giants. The pirates clearly hadn't been expecting a warship to be in system, for they'd made no efforts to hide themselves or outright run until it was clear Merlin was pursuing them. It was soon clear that Merlin had the better point of sail and would be able to catch them up, and the pirates shortly abandoned their prize, briefly heaving to and transferring their prize crew from the merchantman back to their main ship. Merlin bore on, closing the gap and passing the merchantman where it sat, sails dark and dead. Alexis watched her console for any sign of communication from the pirates, but there was none. The quarterdeck was tense and silent as they closed, all eyes on the navigation plot and the closing range. Captain Grantham looked at her and seemed to be weighing some decision.
"Mr. Carew," he said.
"Sir?"
"I'd like you in the sail locker with the boatswain," Grantham said, "and out with him to the sails when it's time. He'll need someone to relay messages, and will want all the hands for the sails."
"Aye, sir," Alexis said. She grasped her helmet and walked to the sail locker, torn between nervousness that she'd be outside the hull during an action and disappointment that best use she could be was relaying messages. Merlin shuddered violently, and the boatswain suddenly waved his arm, signalling the men in the sail locker to open the forward hatch and pour out onto the bow. Alexis followed them out and saw that the main top-gallant mast had separated from the rest, its sail dragging it forward, but still held to the ship by its stays. Spaces rushed to the mainmast and began climbing, while others spread out to where the top-gallant stays attached it to the ship's hull. Above the sail locker's hatch on the bow, she saw that the forward gun ports were open, save for the fine mesh of galenium that gave them some protection from the effects of Darkspace, and that the spacers stayed well away from both as they crossed the hull. A moment later, the clear crystal barrel of a gun poked from the starboard gun port and fired, the bright flash of the bolt searing its imprint on Alexis's vision. She craned her neck to look ahead, and saw the bolt flowing off into the distance. Far, far ahead she saw the glow of a ship's sails, but the gunner's aim had been off, and the shot flowed to starboard of the fleeing ship. The boatswain paused beside her, and touched his helmet to hers.
"Pinnace'll be a small target for the gunners at this range, third our size or less."
"Which makes us the larger target," she replied, swivelling her head inside her helmet to watch a return bolt from the fleeing ship fly wide to port. She looked away as Merlin's own port chaser fired, turning back to watch as this too missed the target.
"And the larger guns."
She could hear the boatswain's wolfish grin in his voice.
"They've nothing can penetrate Merlin's full hull, but a shot or two from us'll put 'em paid."
The pinnace fired again, and there was a flare from the mizzenmast, and in an instant the boatswain was moving, signalling to the spacers. The mizzen's topsail yard, shot through on the port side, was dragging forward by the pull of the sail. A handful of spacers left off their work on the mainmast and hurried to the mizzen, climbing it quickly and working to repair the yard. "Perhaps not the hull, but then we're not inside it, are we?"
The boatswain grunted. "Their gunnery's better than I'd expect. Keep them at their work on the mizzen," he told her. "I've to see to raising a new t'gallant."
He was gone before she could acknowledge, gliding easily over the hull to where a group of spacers was preparing to raise a new mast section up the main. Alexis moved carefully to the base of the mizzenmast, taking only a moment to watch the fall of the shot as the starboard chaser fired again. This time she thought they'd hit the other ship, though it was difficult to tell at such a distance. Another shot from the fleeing ship, this one a wide line of chain shot, sliced through the mizzen topsail and yard where the men were working. Cables parted, cut through clean by the shot, and both sides of the yard buckled forward, pulled by the forces acting on the sail. Men were pulled with it, dragged by their safety lines, but she saw two falling aft, their lines cut through, hands grasping frantically for the mast or stays as they drifted free of the ship, unnoticed by the others who were fighting to control the wildly bucking sail. Alexis watched in horror as the men drifted closer and closer to the edge of the charged field that protected the ship. She scrambled around the mast, heading for the ship's keel, but the guide line she'd used to reach the mast ended there. Without thinking, she unclipped the line from her belt and dropped to all fours on the hull, grasping guide lines and pulling herself around the mast and down the bow to the keel. She glanced towards the drifting men and saw that they had reached the edge of the field, almost 10 metres aft of her, and were passing through to where their momentum would slow and the ship would rapidly pull away from them. She clipped her spare safety line to a guide that ran the full length of the keel and began pulling herself aft, hand over hand. Though the two men were well outside the ship's field and falling further aft with every moment, she managed to gain on them somewhat before her arms could no longer pull on the guide quickly enough. She looked ahead and saw that she'd already traversed half of Merlin's length and was rapidly approaching the stern and the end of the guide wire. With one final pull on the guide wire to gain speed, she rolled her back to Merlin's keel and pulled the rescue launcher from her belt. The two men were enough in line that she thought if she could get the launcher's weighted bag to the further man, the closer should cross the line as well and be able to grab hold. Aiming instinctively, she pulled the trigger, bending her arms to absorb the recoil of the launcher's compressed gas charge. The weighted bag soared toward the two men, who were flailing their arms and legs desperately in a frantic attempt to regain the ship. For a moment Alexis thought her aim had been true, but then the heavy bag struck the first man in the helmet, deflecting off away from them. The man she'd struck managed to grasp the trailing cable as it went by, wrapping it first in his hands and then his arms, clutching it to his chest, but Alexis could only watch helplessly as the further spacer continued to drift, the bag and line far out of his reach. With a start, she realised that she was soaring past the aft end of the ship with no time to anchor the rescue line to the hull. Quickly she grasped the launcher with both hands, clamping her fingers tightly on the handle. Her own safety line jerked her to a halt 2 metres past the stern, and a moment later the rescue line tightened, jerking her back as she strained to keep her hold on the launcher and wrenching the breath from her as the suit's belt dug into her midsection. The strain grew, and her breath became ragged with effort as she struggled to hold on. The pull of the spacer's mass seemed to grow with every second, increasing the strain on her arms and hands as the ship surged forward with him stuck in the morass of Darkspace. Alexis stared at him, arms and even legs now wrapped desperately around the line as he was dragged heavily behind the ship. Behind him, the other spacer had dropped far away, barely visible in the distance. "I'll not let you go," she promised through gritted teeth, knowing he couldn't hear her, couldn't even see her face behind the shield of the helmet. "I'll not." The suit's belt cutting into her midsection made it hard to breathe, and she felt a sudden, blinding pain in her left shoulder. Alexis felt her right hand losing its grip, fingers slipping on the launcher's handle, and she struggled to inch them back into place. She failed, and her hand slipped off, the force on the cable pulling on her left arm, extending it straight out from her shoulder as the pain intensified. But the new angle forced the belt of her suit harder against her midsection, and she cried out as something inside her there seemed to rip as well. Both pains intensified as she realised she couldn't feel her fingers any more, and she screamed, a hoarse guttural cry of pain and defiance. Suddenly, the pull on her left arm lessened, and for a split second the pain as well. Then it came back, worse than before. "Let go, sir!" "I'll not!" she screamed back,
eyes squeezed shut against the pane and willing herself to hang on. The pressure on her midsection eased as well, but not the hurt. Every movement seemed to jostle something and send new spikes of agony radiating through her. "We've got you, sir! Let go the launcher so's we can reel him in!" Alexis realised that the voice was real, that some of the crew had reached them and had pulled her back over the ship's stern, and were, even now, pulling hard on the cable to drag the spacer back aboard. She tried to let go of the launcher, but couldn't be sure if her fingers moved or not. Her arm seemed to end at the blinding pain in her shoulder. She opened her eyes and saw the hull of the ship flowing past, realised one of the spacers must be carrying her forward, but the sight of the hull swinging back and forth in her vision, combined with the pain, made her stomach rebel. Without warning, she vomited, viscous, foul-smelling liquid filling her helmet. "Don't shake your head," she thought oddly. The stench hit her nostrils, triggering another bout, and then something struck her shoulder, and she gratefully passed out. She had a few brief glimpses of awareness. Being passed through the sail locker and onto the quarter-deck, then carried back through the gun-room to the sick berth. Someone removing her helmet, even the dry, stale air of the ship welcome, after the fetid stink of vomit in her suit. The surgeon yelling for them to "get that great lot of cable out of my sick berth," and someone yelling back, "They'll neither one of 'em let it go now, and haven't we tried?" Screaming anew at the sharp, grating agony in her shoulder as someone stripped the vac-suit from her. She felt something cool and soothing flowing through her, blotting out the pain and awareness all at once. Some time later, she was very unclear as to how long, the cool, soothing feeling started to go away, and she grudgingly opened her eyes to find the ship's surgeon, Comerford, standing beside her. She was reasonably certain that she was on a cot in the sick berth, but there was also a certain floating feeling that she couldn't entirely discount. "Are you with us at all, Mr. Carew?" Alexis murmured something she thought was an affirmative, then blinked rapidly to clear her head. "You suffered some injuries, but you will be quite all right. Do you understand?" "Mm-hmm." "There were some torn abdominal muscles which I've repaired." "Ripped in half, I was," Alexis muttered. "Well, not entirely, no. You also very badly dislocated your left shoulder." "Arm torn off," she agreed. She looked down at herself and saw her left arm tightly bound to her chest, hand at her right shoulder. She wiggled her fingers and giggled happily before smiling at the surgeon. "You put it back on. Thank you, Mr. Comerford." Comerford reached out for something out of Alexis's sight. "Good night, Mr. Carew." And the world went dark once more. The next time she woke, it was with a much clearer head, though her mouth was dry and caked, and her throat felt raw. She opened her eyes, sticky and gritty, and saw Philip beside the cot she was lying on, her left arm still tightly bound to her chest. "There you are," he said, smiling with relief. "Here, don't try to talk yet. Have a drink." He held a cup to her lips, and she drank, grimacing at the taste of weak grog, ship's water mixed with a bit of rum and lime juice. "I know, but it's better than straight water, and we'd no idea when you might wake to have a proper tea for you." She smiled. "Thank you, Philip." She saw that one other cot was occupied, but couldn't tell who was in it, nor see the two spacers sitting nearby. "Who?" she whispered. "Jeffries, top man," Philip told her. "Or was. Likely never go outside again. He's still sedated, screams any time he comes out of it." He shuddered. "I've heard stories about being outside the ship's field. They say you can feel your very blood start to slow." Alexis closed her eyes. "And the other?" "Had." Alexis winced, remembering Had in the sail locker her first time outside, and his tale of being sick in his helmet on his first time. "We couldn't find him?" Philip shook his head.
We sailed back along our line after. The pinnace didn't strike and we put a broadside into her fusion plant. But there was no sign. Sometimes, well, they say a man'll sometimes not trigger his lights and he'll dump his air when he sees the ship is well away, not wanting to suffer with false hope.
Alexis stared at him, her mouth open in horror. She struggled to sit up, wincing at sudden pain in her shoulder and midsection.
Easy, he told her. Mr. Comerford says you can get up but we'll have to act lightly for a time.
We continued the chase? She asked, in disbelief when sitting.
Well, yes, Philip answered, puzzled. Of course.
Of course? Of course? But a man died! She couldn't believe what she was hearing. After how hard she'd tried to save them both, all the effort and pain, when really the ship could have just stopped. All they'd had to do was drop the charge to the sails and the ship would have stopped right along with the men who'd gone outside the field, or as close to them as to make no real difference. Why? Philip looked more puzzled than ever by her reaction. The pirates would have gotten away, Alexis. But Had is dead, she stressed, angry now both that the ship hadn't turned back and that Philip seemed so blithely unaware of why that was wrong. For what? To stop them stealing a ship full of rocks? Or to take the bloody pinnace so Roland can have a bit of that prize money he always speaks of? She realised that the surgeon and the two spacers by Jeffries were staring at her, but she didn't care. For what? Alexis, I don't understand why you're... No, she interrupted bitterly. I can see that you don't. I'd thought better of you, Philip. I hadn't imagined you could be so heartless and callow about throwing a man's life away for nothing. It's one thing that it wasn't your decision to make, I realise that. But it's quite another not to even see that the decision was wrong. Philip frowned. But it wasn't the wrong decision, Alexis. It was quite the only thing to do. We had to stop the pirates. Oh, bugger the pirates! Alexis yelled, furious. Alexis? We'd already stopped them, Philip, she cried, quite on the verge of tears. We had the merchantman back and all those precious pebbles or whatever. The damned pinnace would have been somewhere tomorrow, but Had won't. Chasing after them just to win was simply childish. Philip looked uncomfortable, but tried to explain. I do have to disagree, Alexis. If we... Well, and you're just a child yourself, aren't you? No wonder you can't see it. Philip stood up stiffly. Well, I see. He cleared his throat. I can see I'm doing no one any good here. He nodded to her and turned to leave. Philip! She cried after him. But he'd slid the hatch shut behind him. Alexis turned to the others, all of whom were staring at her, and one of the spacers by Jeffries was Acker. She fixed her gaze on Comerford. Surely you can see the right of it, Mr. Comerford, she appealed. As a doctor? The surgeon stepped over to her. I do see, he said gently. And the captain had the right of it. Pursuing the pirates was the only course of action. Alexis stared at him in horror. How can you say that? She whispered. But if they'd only stopped the ship, they could have fixed it. Fixed it? I should have saved him, she whispered, tears finally overflowing her eyes. I was so close. Acker rose from his seat at the other cot and approached. He shared a look with the surgeon, who nodded and backed away. I'm sorry, Alexis said as she saw him. You've nothing to be sorry for, sir, he told her gently, sitting on the edge of her cot. I should have saved him, she repeated, the image of the heavy bag striking Geoffrey's helmet and veering away, leaving Had to his fate, running through her mind. I was so close. I'm sorry, she sobbed. It's not your fault. It is, she insisted, sobbing harder. Acker slid one arm behind her, and Alexis buried her face in his chest. You must hate me, she sobbed into his chest. Hate you? She asked, bewildered. Had was your friend. Lass,
We all saw what you did, he whispered gently. There's not a better loved officer in the whole fleet this day.
How can you say that? I killed him. If I'd taken a second longer to aim, a half-metre in front, and they'd both be safe. Akka pushed her back gently, careful not to jostle her shoulder.
A second longer? With the stern coming up fast and nothing to brace against for the shot, and all three of you moving at different speeds?
I should have.
Stop it now, he told her. A half-metre to the left all right, and none of them's coming home. Half-metre behind, and old Jeffries is keeping Had company in the cold dark right now. Not many men aboard could have made that shot, he insisted, and none that could have got their masts scampering down the keel as fast. He shook his head. It's one man come back 'cause of you, not one man lost, and that's a fact.
Alexis stared at him, wide-eyed for a moment, then sniffed and rubbed her face. The ship should have stopped, she insisted stubbornly, still not quite believing what he said about her own actions.
Akka shook his head. Weren't just pebbles and rocks on that merchantman, he told her.
Well, whatever it is, we'd already gotten it back.
You have aught off on that ship to show her, Mr. Comerford? Yes, I do believe so.
The surgeon drew his tablet out, and for a moment handed it over. Akka glanced at it.
That'll do, he said, handing it to Alexis.
For a moment she couldn't make out what the image was. Then she gasped. Bodies, more than she could count, stacked like cordwood upon a blood-covered ship's deck. She looked back to Akka with wide eyes.
Merchantman's crew, he told her. 15 of 'em at least. Crew was 20, so maybe 5 joined up with the pirates. Never know for sure, I reckon.
He nodded at the tablet, and Alexis looked at the image again, horrified.
It's real pirates out here, not some story tale.
He sighed and took the tablet back from her, passing it to Comerford.
So Had's dead, and I'm right sorry for that, I am. But so's that merchant crew, and now them pirates. And there's some other merchant crew tomorrow, or the next won't be dead now 'cause of that.
Alexis stared at the image, realisation slowly dawning.
Had for them others won't die tomorrow? Maybe it's a fair trade, maybe not. But he weren't thrown away, and it weren't for nothing, and I won't hear it said it were. You understand?
Alexis nodded. She reached out and grasped his hand. Thank you.
Well, and you're welcome, Mr. Carew, he said, eyes twinkling. And any time you need to know the way of it, just come and ask old Akka, eh?
She smiled wanly. I will. She closed her eyes tightly. Oh, I do owe Philip an apology. Mr. Comerford, when will I be able to get up? With a bit of difficulty, Alexis was able to stand and make her way out of the sick berth. A stop at her cabin for fresh clothing, and then to the head to clean up would definitely be in order, she noted, for she was still dressed in the underthings she'd been wearing beneath her vac suit during the action, and they were stiff with dried sweat. The rest of her also, as the only part that seemed clean, was a small area around the sealed incision at her midsection. She made her way from the sick berth toward her cabin, walking carefully to avoid jostling her shoulder or stretching her midsection too much. The gun-room was empty, save for Philip and Lieutenant Ames sitting at the table with a bottle of wine each. She decided not to put off the apology, and that her injuries gave her a bit of leeway in regard to proper clothing. She stopped at the pantry and retrieved 2 bottles of her wine, holding them awkwardly with one hand, before walking barefoot and clad in undershorts and undershirt to the gun-room table. Lieutenant Ames saw her approach, glanced at her attire, turned beet red, and grabbed his bottle and glass, leaving an uncomfortable behind him as he fled to his cabin. Alexis placed the bottles on the table and eased herself into a chair, wincing a little at the pain in her belly. I'm sorry, Philip, she said, seeing that he was studiously avoiding looking at her. He raised his glass and took a gulp of wine. Not heartless. Alexis winced. No, you're not. I am sorry.
nor callow, nor childish neither.
No, she agreed. It was I who was childish, not letting you explain, or even listening when you tried. He took another drink. Wouldn't throw a man's life away, he said firmly. Wouldn't do that. No, you'd... She paused, thinking of what Acker had said. You'd spend them, wisely and to good purpose. Her eyes burned as she held back more tears and swallowed heavily. As we did with Had. Philip finally looked at her, and Alexis saw that his eyes were red-rimmed as well. Aye, he agreed. Captain Grantham's taught me better than that. Alexis nodded. Well, he hasn't had the time to teach me that yet, so I didn't understand. I am sorry for what I said to you, Philip. He smiled tentatively. All right, then. Are we? All right, I mean. Not sure, he said, brow furrowed. Never really finished a row without a bit of a tussle and a blow or two. Alexis smiled sadly. Well, I'm a bit out of sorts for that. And I've never really finished a row without ending it with a hug. Philip's eyes widened. Not at all sure that'd be proper either. Well then, let's do this, she said very seriously. After I'm all healed up, if you feel it's absolutely necessary. She straightened her shoulders and raised her chin. You may punch me in the nose. Philip's lips twitched, but he kept his expression serious and nodded. Fair enough. And then, if you feel it's absolutely necessary, we shall hug. Done, Alexis agreed, smiling. Then her smile faded, as the images of the day returned, images she felt certain would never leave her. The pirate's shot severing the yard, sending Jeffreys and Had loose from the ship, her frantic scramble down the keel, the horror she'd felt when her shot had gone awry, and the desperate struggle to hold on as Jeffreys had been dragged behind the ship. Added to that the latest vision of merchantman's crew murdered and left behind, as well as her own certainty that, regardless of Acker's words, she'd failed to save both men as she should have. It seemed this new world had costs in addition to its rewards, high costs and high stakes that she wasn't entirely sure she was prepared for. Would you be so kind as to open these bottles and share a drink with me, Philip? He picked up one of the bottles and began working on the cork. 2 bottles, Alexis. Even shared, that's quite a lot for you. I thought you had little head for wine. Yes. Well, you see, the advantage to that, she told him, grasping his half-full glass and draining it before holding it out for him to refill, is that it will only take a little time for me to become very, very drunk. Chapter 18. Alexis, along with everyone else on the quarterdeck, scanned the images flashed up on her monitor for any sign of a ship. Merlin was lying still and dark, sails furled and uncharged, her colours and signal lights dark, just off the Lagrange 5 transition point of yet another empty, nameless system. A system so unremarkable that it was deemed unworthy of being known by anything other than its catalogue number in the navigation charts. Its sole points of interest to Merlin were that it was near enough to 2 likely shipping lanes to Idera and its sole planetary body, an airless rock orbiting an anemic sun at a distance of almost 200 million kilometres, was stable enough that it could be used to store cargo and supplies by a band of pirates. This was the 4th such system Merlin had inspected since taking the pirates off Idera, and Alexis was already viewing the task as routine. They would wait for a time, then she would man the signals console as Merlin transitioned from Darkspace to normal space at one of the system's Lagrange points. Merlin would then cruise the system, and Alexis would monitor the signals console's computer for any alert to a man-made emission while the spacer at the tactical console looked for any other indications of human presence, and then Merlin would depart, having found nothing, and move on to the next.
Which Lagrange point Captain Grantham would choose would be an easier decision in this system, as there was only one orbital pair, and thus only 5 points to choose from. Unlike other systems having multiple planets, each potentially having one or more moons, and each orbital pair offering 5 distinct Lagrange points to choose from, L1, L2 and L3, though, were generally transited only by military ships. L4 and L5 were preferred by merchant and other civilian vessels, due to the higher volume of space that made up their transition zones. Most inhabited systems enforced this, going a step further to require all incoming traffic to transition at L4, while outgoing made for L5, thus creating clear and open lanes of traffic in and out of the system. In Captain Grantham's view, pirates would be lazy and creatures of habit, therefore they had been entering each system at L5 transition points, hoping to transition on top of any pirates leaving the system. For the time being, though, they would wait in Darkspace, hoping to catch the pirates coming or going. Captain Grantham's preference was to catch them in Darkspace, where Merlin's superior speed and gunnery would give her the advantage over the more complex manoeuvring in normal space. Alexis scanned yet another image presented on her console, the computers having decided that this one, out of the hundreds per second brought in by the optics, could potentially contain a pattern that represented another ship and required human attention. Around her on the quarterdeck, others on watch performed the same task. Almost unnoticed as she examined the image for any sign of a ship's sails or lights, there sounded the paired ding-ding of the ship's bell, followed by a second calling out the time, 4 bells of the morning watch. Lieutenant Carruthers heard it well enough, however, and straightened from his own scanning of images on the navigation plot.
4 bells, Mr. Carew, he said. Time to go in and look about this place. Signal the captain, if you please.
Aye, sir. Alexis was reaching for her console to wake the captain when the spacer at the tactical console suddenly straightened and peered at his monitor. Transition, sir, at the L5 point.
Carruthers smiled. Do let the captain know that as well, Mr. Carew. It appears our wait is over.
As Alexis called the captain and passed along the message, she heard behind her, "A second transition, also at L5. A pause, and then, "The first ship has her sails up, bearing away from us 4 points off the starboard bow and down 20. Twin masts, I make her a sloop, sir. The second's charged sail as well, but only 1 mast. I make her a pinnace."
Very good, Stein.
Within moments Captain Grantham strode onto the quarterdeck. He took in the image of the other ships and their course.
"We'll give them a few minutes to settle on a course,"
he said finally. He stepped to the tactical console.
"Replay that transition for me, Stein. I'd like to see their sail handling."
"Aye, sir. It's sloppy, sir," the spacer said, playing the recorded images.
"Quite so,"
Grantham agreed. He returned to the navigation plot.
"Rouse the men, Lieutenant Carruthers. I'll have all planes sail and add the royals for good measure."
He turned to the helmsman.
"We'll parallel their course for a time and make up distance when they have to tack at the system's edge."
He waited while the orders were passed, and until the bustle of activity across the quarterdeck, from men called to man the sails, faded. Merlin's mains, topsails, topgallants and royals went up quickly and were charged. Alexis added a small copy of the navigation plot to a corner of her own monitors, watching as the ship settled onto a course that paralleled the 2 others, and perhaps 4 kilometres behind. Within minutes of Merlin's sails being charged, lights began flashing on the masts and yards of both ships. "They're signalling, sir," she announced. She watched the lights for a moment, but didn't recognise their meaning, or, for those she did, they had no business being strung together like that. "I can't tell what they're saying, though, sir. Neither can the computer."
"An organised bunch," Carruthers said, "to have their own private signals." "Yes," Grantham said. "Raise our colours, Mr. Carew, and signal heave to, if you please."
"Aye, sir." Alexis watched her console for a response from either of the other ships, but there was none. "Nothing, sir. They're still signalling, but it's gibberish."
"Very well."
Grantham looked up from the plot.
Bring the hands in by divisions for breakfast, Mr. Carruthers. We're in for a long, stern chase, it appears.
They were indeed. A chase that stretched out over several hours as Merlin slowly but steadily closed with the two other ships. At one point it had appeared that the two might separate, forcing Merlin to choose which to pursue, but they soon came back together. Captain Grantham mused that they might have been merely testing the winds, using the smaller, somewhat handier pinnace to see if another point of sail might not allow the pair to begin pulling away from Merlin. Slow as it was, Merlin did close with the pair, finding the pinnace at the rear, the faster sloop clearly hanging back with reduced sail to stay nearer her slower consort. Captain Grantham gave the order to open fire with the bow chasers at their extreme range. Bolt after bolt of the wide chain shot flying across the space between the ships, its path clearly visible, and behaving as no laser Alexis had ever seen in the odd conditions of Darkspace. The captain had ordered chain, hoping to disable the smaller ship quickly and take it out of the fight before they engaged the larger sloop, a vessel almost Merlin's equal in firepower, and certainly so in the size of her crew, pirates tending to be severely overmanned in order to take vessels whole by boarding and man their prizes. At the extreme range, few of Merlin's shots hit home, and far fewer of the pirates, once they were in range of the pinnace's smaller guns. But as the range closed, shots began striking home on both ships, and Alexis winced inwardly at any that came close to Merlin, worrying about the men working the sails, and even a bit over Roland in the exposed compartment of the bow chaser. More and more of Merlin's shots struck the smaller ship, holing sails and slicing through rigging, every bit of damage slowing the other ship and allowing Merlin to gain more quickly. Ahead of the pinnace, the larger sloop showed no signs of coming to her consort's aid. She sailed blithely on, not pulling away from Merlin, but leaving the other ship unsupported. Another shot flashed out from Merlin's bow and cut through the pinnace's main course. The sail sagged, then filled again and shredded into tatters that arced and flashed with azure sparks before going dark. The ship's other sails went dark as well, and her signal lights went a solid white along her masts, yards and hull, striking her sails and colours in a signal of surrender. "She's doused her sails, sir." "Inform Mr. Roland to cease firing and Mr. Easley to reload the main guns with solid shot, Mr. Carew." "Aye, sir." Alexis turned to the signals console and spoke into her microphone. She held her earphone to her head tightly, listening for their acknowledgement over the static-filled suit radios of the two on the gun deck and bow chaser. "They've acknowledged, sir." "The chase is turning, sir." Alexis watched as the sloop, close enough after the continued chase that she could see vac-suited figures in her rigging without magnification, turned slowly to port, presenting more and more of her side to Merlin. The pirate ship had seen the futility of running and begun furling sail in preparation for battle. Merlin had followed suit, and both ships were sailing under well-furled main courses on both the main and mizzen-masts, tops and top-gallants furled and dowsed.
"Steady on," Grantham ordered. "We'll see if their broadside gunnery is anything like their stern chasers, and we'll be up beside her before she can come about a second time."
Indeed, the exchanges between Merlin and the other ship so far had been quite one-sided, with Merlin's bow gunners sending bolt after bolt into the other ship's stern, while being struck only a single time in return. That shot had splashed harmlessly off her bow, with "nary a scratch," as the carpenter had happily reported. Now the other ship was turning, giving up the scant lead she still held in the hopes of raking and possibly disabling Merlin with a single broadside.
"For what we are about to receive,"
Alexis heard the helmsman mutter, receiving a sharp glance from Carruthers in return. The broadside, when it came, was more of a stuttering sparkle than a single flash, with first one gun, then another, firing with no pattern, and no two guns at the same time. Only two actually struck Merlin, one grazing her port side and the other coming in along the bowsprit, narrowly missing the forestays and crashing into the sail locker's outer hatch, though the hatch held and the shot failed to penetrate the locker itself.
"Steady on,"
Grantham repeated, as Merlin continued to close the distance. Merlin's bow chasers fired in unison, both shots slamming into the other ship's hull above her gun ports, some 10 metres apart, but there was no indication they'd penetrated. Another shot came from the other ship, as one of its gun crews seemed faster at reloading than the others. The bolt, perhaps from the same crew that had struck the sail locker, flashed into the upper bow. Alexis heard bursts of static and confused voices from the bow chasers, and when it was finally sorted out, she got a report from the port bow chaser, with only silence from the starboard, where Roland had been stationed during the chase. She gestured to one of the spacers, designated to relay messages. "Get me a status from the starboard bow chaser, please," she said, then to the captain as the spacer rushed off to the quarterdeck, settling his vac-suit helmet over his head. "I've lost communication to the starboard bow chaser, sir. I've sent a runner."
"Thank you, Mr. Carew. Let me know as soon as you have a status, please. And inform Mr. Easley he'll have work to starboard in a moment."
Even as Alexis was contacting Philip to relay the order, Grantham was saying to the helmsman,
"Hard to port, and keep the distance thus. Undermanned as we are, I've no wish to try a boarding against a pirate crew."
Merlin had no sooner begun her turn when shots flashed out from the other ship again. With Merlin closer, more of them struck home, and one of them struck and parted 2 of the forestays before striking the mainmast just below the sails.
"That gun crew becomes tiresome," Grantham said. "Lieutenant, please see to the sails. We must maintain this distance, but still be able to catch her up if she tries to run."
Carruthers donned his helmet and headed for the sail locker.
"Mr. Carew, please inform the gun deck that there'll be a guinea from my own pocket for the crew that disables that ship's No. 4 gun."
Merlin turned easily, coming to parallel the other ship's course, and Alexis could hear Philip on the gun deck, calmly ordering the crews to wait, to hold their fire until all of Merlin's broadside could be brought to bear at the same time. The turn completed, and now both ships sailed next to each other, no more than 200 metres separating them. "Fire!" Alexis heard Philip call, and all 6 of Merlin's guns fired as one, all striking home and sending gouts of vaporising thermoplastic flashing from the other ship's hull. The pirate crew returned fire raggedly, a shot or 2 into Merlin's hull, 1 into the rigging, and the rest missing entirely. The spacer she'd sent to check on the starboard bow chaser returned. "Inner hatch is fused, sir," he told her. "Shot must have come straight in and melted it right shut." Alexis's heart fell as she thought of Roland and Breach, along with their crew, in the cramped space of that compartment, with a shot coming inboard.
"Carpenter's working on the hatch, but no word as to what's inside."
"Thank you, Humphreys," she said, and turned to pass the status on to the captain.
"I heard, Mr. Carew. Thank you."
More fire was exchanged, Merlin's broadside striking home again and again, but the pirates seeming to improve with time, and more of their shots found the ship's hull and rigging. Alexis sat the signals console, passing messages and orders throughout the ship, but feeling her stomach clench with anxiety and frustration. There was still no word from the bow chaser about Roland or the gunner. She could hear Philip exhorting the gun crews, urging them to reload and fire faster. A shot from the pirate's No. 4 gun, still firing despite the best efforts of Merlin's gun crews to take the captain's guinea, struck the mainmast just at the crosstrees, and the suddenly free yardarm was pulled forward by the wildly flagging sail. Merlin lost way, and the pirate began pulling ahead, taking advantage of the situation to edge closer and closer to Merlin, in preparation for boarding, where her larger crew would give her the advantage.
"My compliments to Lieutenant Carruthers," Grantham said, "and I should like my main course back instanter. Barring that, let loose the topsail and topgallants. I'll not have that broadside at our bow again."
Alexis nodded to one of her runners, and he headed for the sail locker, even as she began entering the order to display outside, wanting to ensure that Carruthers received it. "Sail, sir," Stein on the tactical console announced. "The pinnace has charged her sails and she's coming up to port." Alexis's eyes widened in shock at this announcement. A ship struck its colours to acknowledge defeat and avoid undue death and destruction. To re-enter the action once struck was to act without any honour whatsoever. Of course, they're pirates, though, so what else should we expect?
Grantham narrowed his eyes. Please inform Mr. Easley that he'll soon have to fight both sides of the ship, Mr. Carew.
Aye, sir. Alexis passed along the order, wondering how Philip would manage it with only enough men to fully man the guns on one side. There were no more to spare with the sails in such disarray, and every man on the sail watch needed to put them to rights. She watched her copy of the navigation plot, seeing the pinnace draw closer, almost up to the as yet unmanned port side. The other ship edged closer, Merlin as far up into the winds as she could come with her damaged sails, and unable to turn away any further to maintain the distance. More fire was exchanged, and Alexis saw plumes of vapour spew from the other ship. "We've holed her up a deck," Stein said. Alexis grimaced. It was damage, but she knew the pirate crew, like Merlin's own, would be concentrated on the gun-deck, quarter-deck, and outside manning the sails. It was unlikely that holding their gun-room and masters' cabins would cause them any real distress during the action. Suddenly, Merlin seemed to surge ahead, though Alexis knew she couldn't feel any difference, but the main topsail had dropped, filling and sparking with azure lightning as it was charged and began pulling the ship forward.
"A point to port," Grantham ordered the helmsman. "Keep our distance steady."
The distance between Merlin and the larger pirate vessel steadied, neither able to come up more to the winds without being caught aback and losing way completely. Though with the pinnace to port, Merlin would soon be caught between the two other ships, unable to turn away from either without giving the other a chance to board. The pinnace might have a smaller crew, but if they could come aboard the port side with all Merlin's gunners engaged to starboard, they'd hold the advantage. 4 of the pirates' guns fired almost as one, their crews perhaps recognising the advantage coordinated fire gave to Merlin. There was a burst of static and excited voices from the gun-deck, and Alexis struggled to make out what had happened. She sent one of her runners aft to see, but then received a coherent report from one of the gun captains, and her blood ran cold. "The number 2 guns overturned, sir," she told Grantham. "And Philip, Mr. Easley's been injured. Unconscious, sir." Grantham looked up from the monitors and met her eye.
"Take charge of the gun-deck, Mr. Carew," he said. "Keep that pinnace off of us, and maintain fire on the other."
"Aye, sir," she said, gesturing to one of her runners to take her place. "Man the console, Peters." She clamped her helmet onto her vac-suit and rushed for the hatchway, wondering how she'd manage both with so few men, and anxious over how badly Philip might be injured. Alexis burst onto the gun-deck, grimacing at the crackle of static over her suit's radio. Only 5 of Merlin's 6 guns to starboard were continuing to fire, the number 2 gun having been struck by the pirate's shot, its housing melted and shattered. She froze for a moment as she saw a still form in a midshipman's vac-suit being carried into the aft companionway by 2 spacers. Philip. But she had no time to think of him, as she saw the pinnace rapidly gaining on them through the portside gun ports. "Starboard 6, move to port!" she yelled, hoping that the gun crew would hear her over the increasing static caused by the encroaching dark space, and she wouldn't have to cross the length of the deck to get their attention. "Starboard 6 to port!" she yelled again, midway, and saw the gun crew respond, leaving their gun unloaded and crossing to the as yet unfired guns to port. "As you bear and move up the line, lads, put it right into their guns," she yelled, intending the crew to fire the rearmost gun first and then move to the next while she reloaded behind them. With luck, they'd get 6 rapid shots into the pinnace. She moved to the shot locker and grasped one of the heavy canisters, readying to carry it to the gun as soon as the crew fired. The gun crew had slewed the heavy gun to point aft as much as it would bear, and were waiting for the pinnace to cross into the gun's firing arc. She rested the canister on the half-empty rack of grape shot and waited, while men from the starboard guns came to replenish their guns in a steady line, and others brought replacements from the magazine below. With a start, She left the canister behind and rushed to the No. 5 gun and threw open its breech. "Port 6, belay firing!" she yelled, seeing the gun still loaded with chain shot. Shot that would never penetrate even the light hull of the pinnace's gun deck in action. "Up 5 and fire for her sails! Reload with ball!" She closed the gun's breech and rushed back to the shot locker as the gun crew adjusted and fired. The wide line of the shot caught the pinnace's topsail and cut a wide, sparking gash through it. "Pour it on, lads!" she yelled, hoping the starboard gun crews could hear her over the interference. She grunted with effort and ignored the pain in her shoulder as she hefted the heavy shot and rushed to the just-fired gun. The crew took aim and fired the second gun in line. This shot was lower and behind the pinnace's mast so that it struck the other ship's hull, still parting one of the mast's backstays. As she slammed closed the breech on the gun, she saw with horror that Merlin's next shot followed the second, slicing through a group of men who'd rushed onto the hull to repair the damage. The wide beam of the chain shot caught one of them squarely, cutting him in half and sending his torso drifting off toward the edge of the ship's field, the lower half still standing on the hull, held in place by its boots' magnets. Alexis felt her gorge rise at the sight, but she clamped her jaw and swallowed heavily. Not again. Not now. She kept her eyes on her work and dragged the shot back to reload the second gun, then paused, breathing harsh and hand resting on the next shot, to survey the action to starboard. Both ships were firing as quickly as they could, sending bolt after bolt of energy into their foe's hull, but the fire from Merlin was ragged now, no longer the controlled, intimidating broadsides they'd started with, but with each gun firing and reloading at its own pace. And men were down, some of the gun crews reduced to only 2 men, with bodies, either dead or unconscious, scattered around the deck. But the fire from the pirate sloop had lessened as well, she saw, even as one of their shots found Merlin's hull between 2 guns, burning through the thin material of the gun deck and striking the middle barrier. The other ship was horribly battered, its hull blackened and pitted, with, she noted, only 3 guns firing. "You have them, Merlins!" she yelled. "Don't let up!" She rushed back to reload the 3rd gun, just as her crew fired the 4th and the pinnace to port, finally able to bring its guns to bear on Merlin, fired its broadside, only 4 guns, and those small, with little hope of breaking through Merlin's hull, but one of them found the gun port near her, and she flinched as the bright beam flashed by, then blinked rapidly to clear her vision. She heard distorted cheers over the static-filled radio, but couldn't see what had happened until she raised a hand to her helmet and scrubbed it across her suit's visor. Black soot and shards of melted plastic wiped away, allowing her to see somewhat through a faceplate that was hazed and pitted. Alexis shuddered, realizing just how close she'd come to that bolt taking off her head. Or holing my suit, which would do the job just as well. Able to see again, though with difficulty, Alexis could see what the cheers were for. The pinnace's mast had been shot through, midway up its length, dousing its sails, and the other ship was rapidly falling behind the fight. "Back to starboard, lads!" she yelled, hoping her suit's radio hadn't been damaged by the blast that had burned her visor. "Do for the other one now!" She followed the men back to the starboard guns, adding them to the crews already there, and continuing to heft shot herself to reload the guns. Alexis found herself in a strange mix of fear and elation as the battle became a blur of carrying shot, loading guns, dragging the wounded clear of those still able to fight, and screaming encouragement she was unsure the men could even hear. More and more holes appeared in the hull between gun ports, the shots throwing off hot droplets of melted plastic from the hull and bulkheads. This was so different from working the sails during battle, where she had been helpless to fight back. Now, though she knew she could be killed or injured herself at any moment, her blackened, pitted visor a constant reminder. She could fight back, was fighting back, and her crew was doing well, sending bolt after bolt of shot into the enemy ship. Her shoulder burned with the effort of carrying shot, sweat ran down her face, stinging her eyes, and with no way to wipe it away, and her throat became raw from screaming encouragement to her crew. My crew, she realised with a start, for no orders were coming from the quarter-deck. It was only her and the men, and she felt a sudden swell of pride in herself and them. Breathing heavily, and with her mouth dry and throat burning, she caught her suit's water nozzle between her lips, surprised to find that she'd already drained it dry. She saw that the other ship's fire had been reduced to a single gun port, and that firing sporadically, and felt a thrill of exultation. Aim for that forward port, lads! Finish the bastards! Chapter 19. Oh, quit your snivelling, will you, Carew? Comerford said he'd be all right, didn't he? Alexis glared at Roland over Philip's still form. Merlin's sick berth bustled with activity as the surgeon and his mates treated the wounded from the battle. Her left arm was again tightly bound to her chest, as she'd re-injured her shoulder carrying the heavy shot, and her hair and jumpsuit was still damp and limp with sweat. She squeezed Philip's hand and looked back to his face, its right side heavily bandaged. I just wish he'd wake up, she said quietly. Roland leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. Let him sleep. Wish I could have a bit of a lie down myself. Alexis started to reply, but saw that Roland's face had already slackened into sleep, his head falling forward. She stood and grabbed a thin blanket from the foot of Philip's bed, then draped it gently over Roland, before returning to her seat. The young man had reason to be exhausted, she knew. A stray shot from the pirate sloop had smashed directly into the bow chaser he'd been manning, killing one man outright, and so warping the hatchway that Roland, Breach and the other spacer had been trapped inside. They'd finally managed to free themselves by prying away the galenium netting over the gun port itself and crawling out onto the hull in the midst of the action. Once there, they'd found the masts in complete disarray from the pirates' relentless fire, and Lieutenant Carruthers unconscious, injured by a free-swinging yard that had broken both his legs. Roland had taken command of the sail crews, working alongside them to clear the debris, let loose the topsails and keep the Merlin's speed up, enabling her to remain alongside the pirate throughout the action. Carruthers had been treated and taken to his cabin already, and was expected to recover fully, though he'd be kept sedated for some days while his shattered legs were set to knitting. Just as Philip will recover, Alexis assured herself, squeezing his hand again. Philip's helmet had been struck hard by the overturning gun, cracking the heavy plastic of his visor. The thick coatings of sealant had held, keeping air inside his suit, but a shard had sliced across his face, narrowly missing his right eye. The battle's toll on Merlin had been high, with 7 men dead, another 3, not including Philip and Carruthers, seriously wounded. A dozen or more with lighter injuries, strains, broken fingers, and a host of burns caused by superheated droplets of plastic from the hull and bulkheads. She knew some of the dead and wounded, but not all of them, as she'd only come to know the men in her own division very well. She knew little of those in the other divisions, and she felt a sharp pang of guilt at the thought. There were not so many men aboard Merlin that she could not have found the time to meet them all. She'd watched Captain Grantham working his way through the sick berth, stopping to speak to each spacer in turn, seeming to know each man well, and watched their faces as he'd praised them for their efforts. She resolved to do the same with the members of her gun crews, for the memory of their efforts in the battle filled her with pride. Alexis saw the captain approaching her and started to stand, but he motioned her to stay seated. "Fine work, Mr. Carew," Grantham told her, gripping her uninjured shoulder comfortingly. "Had you not changed the targeting on that pinnace, our first shots might have been wasted, and they'd have been upon us. That could have meant a very different outcome. Fine work indeed." "Thank you, sir." "Though I do suspect no Queen's ship has ever before engaged the enemy to the battle cry of 'Bugger them straight through their knickers, boys,'" he added. Alexis felt her face grow hot, The action was such a blur she had no recollection of most of what she'd yelled to the men. Did I really? I am sorry, sir. Grantham's lips twitched slightly.
Decorum, Mr. Carew. Even in the face of the enemy, an officer is obliged to a certain decorum.
Aye, sir.
Give yourself another 5 minutes here, Mr. Carew. Then bring yourself and Mr. Rowland to the quarter-deck, if you please.
He patted her shoulder and turned away.
We've prize crews yet to sort out this day.
Some supper, Mr. Gorbit?
Thank you, Mr. Carew,
the sailing master responded, taking the offered bowl. There were only 6 of them on board the pinnace, called Grapple by the pirates, or 12 if you counted the 6 pirates kept aboard to work the sails. Alexis and the sailing master, 2 marines to watch over the pirates, and 2 spacers from Merlin to work the helm. Peters, and, for some reason Alexis could not understand and held suspect, Alan. If she'd known he was being sent over ahead of time, she'd have objected, but it wasn't until they'd boarded the pinnace and removed their suit helmets that she'd seen who it was. They'd been 4 days aboard the pinnace, en route back to Idera, and had fallen into a comfortable routine. A routine which had Alexis doing the cooking for their small crew in the cramped, dirty space of the pinnace's galley. Alexis hadn't wanted to trust any of the pirates, and the 2 marines were standing watch and watch to guard them. Mr. Gorbit and Alan had professed to no knowledge of cooking whatsoever, and so, after a disastrous attempt by Peters, and how the man could muck up portable soup I'll never fathom, it's just adding water, the task had fallen to Alexis. Though perhaps the blame for that was more to the ship's water, which Alexis suspected might be that originally put aboard when the ship was built and simply run through the recyclers for years, and not entirely to Peters.
This is not too awful, Mr. Carew.
Alexis smiled. The result of rehydrating it with mostly wine instead of ship's water, she told him, and a bit of fresh ham added in. And a shot or 2 of rum to finish each bowl. Amazing what spacers will find appealing if there's a bit of alcohol in it. She nodded to Alan, who left the quarter-deck for the galley to serve the others. The 6 pirates were at the front of the cramped compartment, backs pressed to the forward bulkhead next to the sail locker, and still dressed in their vac suits. Alexis and Gorbit were near the navigation plot, much older and less functional than Merlin's, while the 2 marines stood to either side and watched the pirates. Peters had the helm, which consisted of watching the image of Merlin ahead of them and ensuring they followed close behind. The pirate sloop, Rancor, was under the command of Rowland, inordinately pleased at again being given the responsibility, and sailing ahead of Merlin. Alexis placed her own bowl on the signals console and seated herself there. It really wasn't appropriate to eat on the quarter-deck, but with so small a crew and an equal number of pirates, she'd felt it best to keep everyone together. She, Gorbit, and the 2 marines had firearms, while the 2 spacers had boarding knives, and she wanted all of their weapons visible to the pirates at all times. There was something about one of them especially, the heavy-set, bearded fellow called Horsefall, that set her nerves on edge. Alan returned with a tray of bowls, passing them out to the pirates, who were then securely locked into the ship's sail locker to eat, allowing the Merlins to relax for a moment. The marines carefully holstered their weapons and settled in. "Have you had any success at deciphering the navigation plot, Mr. Gorbit?" Alexis asked quietly. The elderly sailing master shook his head.
Not a bit.
He frowned.
They've something that changes the markings every day. Without knowing the sequence,
he shrugged,
nigh impossible to know our direction at any time.
Why would they do that, I wonder?
Keep the crew in line, Gorbit told her. If the captain's the only one can tell where the ship is, there's less chance of him suddenly not being captain no more. At least we've only to follow Merlin. She'll lead us straight to Zariah and the prize court.
And you suppose we'll see a great deal of prize money for these 2, Mr. Gorbit? Alan let out a loud laugh, and even Peters shook his head, grinning in amusement.
Not as such, no. Perhaps £10 or less for the average spacer, and nigh 50 for the officers. Captain Grantham will see more, of course, as he's 3/8 to himself.
Eighths?
'Tis how it's divided, you see, by eighths. 2 for the captain, and 1 more if he's not part of a fleet. 1 for the lieutenants and the wardroom, and 1 for the junior warrants and mates, then 2 for the crew.
He set his bowl aside and sat down at the navigation plot.
No, it's frigates that get the prize money. A lucky cruise on a frigate'll change a man's life, and that's the truth.
There were murmurs of agreement from the others. What would that mean to you?
Home to my farm.
Gorbett had a faraway look in his eyes, and a sad smile, as though he could see it.
Home to my Nell, and the little ones.
He laughed.
Not so little any more, I suppose.
Why ever did you leave it behind?
We're tenants, Mr. Carew, so's it's not mine as such. Thought to earn enough to buy it outright, leaving the boys to work it once they were big enough. Have something to leave behind, you understand.
And you, Peters? What would you do with a fine frigate's cruise of prize money?
A little pub, I think, sir,
he said, not taking his eyes from the helm.
On a station, so's I can shut up the spacers.
He paused and nodded upward.
Or maybe planet side, some place the sky's not so close overhead and all.
Alan? She asked.
What, me, sir?
Yes, you. She smiled gently. It was such a companionable evening, and truly, she could make no complaint about him since they'd come aboard Grapple. In fact, he seemed to be making quite an effort to be useful and unobtrusive. And I've seen him drink nothing but ship's water, she realised with a start. Surely there's some dream you have for the future?
Well...
He frowned and scratched his neck.
I'd like as not lose it all gambling the next time in port.
He shrugged and began picking up the bowls to return them to the galley.
I'm in the Navy for life, sir. Never did too well out of it, tell the truth.
How sad. She looked to the 2 marines near the sail locker hatch, but Gorbett spoke first.
What of yourself, Mr. Carew?
Alexis considered for a moment. Was there some amount of money that would buy her the right to hold her lands? Challenging the law, perhaps, before a magistrate on New London. That, she knew from her grandfather, would cost a great deal. Likely thousands of pounds to bring the case. No, the true obstacles were the other holders on Dalthus, those who could change the law but wouldn't. Could they be bought? And would it be right to do so? I believe, Mr. Gorbett, that the obstacle to my own wish is one of men, and not of money.
I see. Don't be so quick to dismiss it, though. A heavy purse can change a thing or two you'd not suspect.
Alan spoke from the hatchway to the gun deck, surprising her.
Point us Merlins at 'em, Mr. Carew, he said quietly, and there'll be no obstacle quick enough.
He ducked through the hatch, sliding it closed behind him. There was a sudden ping from navigation plot, and Gorbett stood to study it. He narrowed his eyes and frowned.
Merlin'll be signalling us to reduce sail soon, I expect.
Alexis stood as well and crossed to the plot. Gorbett pointed to a blurry splotch of darkness growing across their path.
A storm's building, he continued. He frowned as the image grew even more. Looks to be a bad one, if I'm any judge.
Just as he'd predicted, the signals console gave off a loud ping as well, and Alexis could read the flashing lights of Merlin's image from where she stood. As you say, Mr. Gorbett, we're to reduce sail and close with Merlin to maintain contact. She nodded to the sail locker. Send them out. Furl the topsail and take in 2 reefs of the main. Alexis gripped the signals console tightly, desperately cycling through views from the external optics for any sign of Merlin's lights, or even those of the captured Rancor, through the inky swirls of the Darkspace storm that had rapidly engulfed the 3 ships. Grapple rocked from side to side, and even slewed end to end, as the forces outside lashed against her hull,
its force overcoming the ship's gravity generators and inertial compensators. Even the lights flickered and dimmed, along with the consoles, as wave after wave of dark space winds crashed against the ship, the radiation affecting their electronics even through the thick hull. She grunted in pain as the ship jerked again, jarring her injured shoulder against the console. Nothing still, Mr. Corbett.
Another throw of the log would be helpful then, Mr. Carew.
The other man was barely able to maintain his balance at the navigation plot.
And the angle of drift, if they can read it in this mess.
Alexis keyed the order into her console, and then staggered across the pitching deck to the sail locker's hatchway to ensure the pirates had received the order and had sent one of their number out to throw the log. She'd kept them in the sail locker all through the storm, though they'd had little to do on the hull since her last order to furl all sail and simply run with the storm. The 2 marines still bracketed the hatchway, but they were forced to brace themselves against the bulkhead by the violent motions. Even Peters and Allen, both of them at the helm to ensure their course, were thrown about. She slid back the protective covering over the hatch's viewport and stared at the empty compartment for a moment. Had they not made it back inside after the last order to trim sails? Was it possible that they'd all been stripped off the ship's hull by the violence of the storm? What possible reason could they have to leave the safety of the locker? Her blood ran cold as she realised the truth. Boarders! She slammed home the latch that would lock the hatchway to the sail locker and spun around, rushing across the lurching deck towards the hatch at the rear of the quarter-deck. If the pirates had left the sail locker, would they be able to get back into the ship elsewhere? Well, and it was their ship, wasn't it? They're sure to know it better than we do. Lock the hatch! She yelled to Corbett and the 2 spacers, who were closer, but it was too late, and would have been pointless in any case. A section of the deck she'd just crossed flew up on hidden hinges, and the 6 pirates poured out onto the quarter-deck. The marines, who'd drawn their pistols and taken aim at the far hatchway at her cry, were taken by surprise by the pirates appearing so much closer, and the only shots that rang out were from the pirates. The marines fell even as Alexis was spinning around to face the sound of the shots and drawing her own weapon. In less than a second it was over. The 2 marines were dead, and Alexis, her pistol drawn but still pointed at the deck, was facing 3 of the pirates who were pointing their own pistols at her. 2 of the other pirates quickly retrieved the marines' pistols.
Seems we have a situation,
Horsefall the pirate said, smiling.
I think you'll be just dropping that. And you as well, old man.
From the corner of her eye, Alexis could see that Corbett's pistol was still holstered, but his hand was on it, prepared to draw. Her grip tightened on her own. If she was quick, she might be able to get off one shot. Perhaps if she could take down Horsefall, who was clearly their leader, Corbett might be able to draw and turn the tide. She licked her lips and prepared to move, praying that it would give the others a chance.
Not today,
she heard from behind her, as the cold edge of a knife blade pressed against the side of her neck. Allen reached around her and put his hand over the pistol, never taking the knife blade from her neck. He took the pistol from her hand and stood close behind her, pressing his body against hers, and took aim at Horsefall. Horsefall laughed.
And now it's gone all interestingly. Just want you and me to be clear, Allen said, before I come over to your side.
Horsefall narrowed his eyes.
And why would you be wanting to do that then?
Alexis clenched her teeth. I should have let you hang, you bastard.
Careful there, sir. Wouldn't want you to cut your little throat.
Alexis forced herself to be still, wanting nothing more but to spin around and launch herself at Allen to kill the man herself.
Ah, Horsefall said. So that's the way of it. Bit of blood between you 2, is there?
Bitch had me flogged, Allen said.
Fair enough. You, Horsefall said to Corbett. Slide that shooter over here nice and easy, so me and Mr. He raised eyebrows at Allen. Allen. So me and Mr. Allen can get to negotiating in peace, so to speak.
Horsfall waited for a moment while Gorbett reluctantly complied, sliding his pistol across the navigation plot to the other side.
All right, lads.
He nodded to the other pirates, and they lowered their own weapons. His own was still pointed at Alexis, and through her, at Alan.
One of us has to trust first, lad, and there won't be me, I promise. I join your company. Equal shares.
Horsfall nodded.
Same as all the lads. And I've some ideas of my own, Alan said. I'll have half of those.
Horsfall smiled.
Fair enough. Half of any job that comes from your own head.
He paused.
After expenses, of course.
Alan hesitated for a moment, then lowered the pistol and stepped to the side, taking the knife from Alexis's throat. Horsfall watched him, but kept his pistol pointed at Alexis.
I'll ask you to slide that gun over as well, and to put up the knife. You'll understand if I don't trust you with one right off and all.
Alan nodded in return. He slid the knife into his belt and bent to slide the pistol across the deck to the pirates. "I'll see you hang yet, Alan," Alexis said.
You and the boatswain and no few others have said the same, Alan said. Ain't happened as yet. And I wouldn't go counting your future viewing pleasures were I you, Miss Midshipman,
Horsfall said. He grinned widely, showing a mass of rotten teeth.
You'll not be lasting much past me and the lads being done with you.
Alexis paled at his words, and the laughter from the pirates.
Hold on,
Alan said, stepping between her and Horsfall.
There'll be none of that. Wait your turn and don't worry none. No, she's worth more alive and whole. That's my job, and I'll have a double share of the ransom.
Horsfall narrowed his eyes.
The fleet don't ransom officers from the likes of us.
Alan grinned broadly.
Not the fleet, her family.
Horsfall narrowed his eyes and looked Alexis up and down.
Rich family.
They're not.
Shut your mouth,
Alan yelled at her.
I'm the one what's talking now.
He turned back to Horsfall.
Family's first holders out here. Got all the land and some great stone house.
Alexis stared at him open-mouthed. Had the man gone mad? Had he confused her grandfather's clapboarded farmhouse with one of the other holdings?
Captain brought some stores from him, Alan continued. Saw the insides myself. They've a load of coin.
That's a lie! Alexis stepped forward. We've barely... Alan spun around, and his fist caught Alexis in the jaw, knocking her to the deck. The impact jarred her injured shoulder, and she cried out. Gorbett and Peters started toward her, but stopped as Horsfall raised his pistol and shook his head slowly.
Enough out of you, you stupid bint,
Alan yelled. He stepped toward her, towering over her as she lay on the deck, one hand to her aching jaw. The taste of blood filled her mouth, and she looked up at him in shock. "But—" Alexis began, but Alan swung his leg, the toe of his boot catching her in the midriff and knocking the breath out of her.
"I seen what I seen. Now shut your bloody mouth."
"Whole, was it?" Horsfall asked. Alan turned to him, breathing hard, and his fists clenched.
"Aye, whole, but maybe not unbruised. Weeks I've been putting up with her, ordering us about and lording over everybody."
He turned back to Alexis.
"And now you'll keep your damn mouth shut, if you know what's good for you."
Chapter 20.
Well now, my little Miss Midshipman, it's time we had a bit of talking.
I've nothing to say to you, Horsfall.
Oh, I think you will. I truly do.
He sank down in a crouch in front of where Alexis was sitting on the deck, back against the starboard bulkhead. Her ankles were bound with thick plastic bands, as were her wrists behind her. Gorbett and Peters were to either side. As for the pirates,
There was only Horsefall and one other on the quarter-deck, manning the helm, while the others and Alan were working on the sails, repairing damage from the storm. As he crouched, legs spread wide, Alexis took a chance and lashed out with both heels, but Horsefall calmly caught her ankles with one hand and casually pinned them to the floor.
Takes a cleverer lass than you to catch me in the delicates.
Alexis threw her head forward and spit into his face. Horsefall grinned widely, not bothering to wipe his face, and showing stained, uneven teeth. He waited, letting the spittle slowly slide down his face, then leaned in closer to her. He dropped one knee to the floor, trapping her bound ankles, and slid one hand up the inside of her leg, while he cupped her bruised cheek with the other.
And been spat on by prettier,
he said. Then his grin faded, and his face grew cold.
But don't push me, else I forget about the coin, girl.
He leaned back, resuming his former crouch, elbows resting on his knees.
Which is what we've to talk about, then. Now, as we're standing this moment, I need you for the coin, and I need your friend Alan for the naming and place of where to get it.
He nodded to Gorbett and Peters.
These two I'll not be needing so much, save to keep you in your proper behaviourals. So think on this, then. There's the path we're on, down which your Alan finally shares with me, and why he's such a suspectful lad where I'm concerned I cannot fathom. But tell me he will, and then it's home for you and coin for me, which giving your Alan half of it is making me mislike that particular path a mite. Another path for us is one where I get the who and the where from your two friends here, for I'm sure they know enough, and if they don't, well, you might tell to keep 'em whole, as it were. But down that path lies the screaming and the crying and the bloody bits flung everywheres.
He shook his head sadly.
Now, I will admit I like that path more than a little, and that keeps me awake some nights, it does. Not bothered by it, you understand, just thinking on it. The third path, though, that's the easiest. That's the one where you tell me yourself, I keep all the coin, and you and your two friends sleep safe at home within a month. Oh, and for a bonus, your friend Alan'll take a stroll on the hull, without his necessaries.
He leaned close again, grin wide and his breath rank against her face.
Which do you think?
Have you ever in your life brushed your teeth, Mr. Horsefall? Your mouth is really extraordinary. Horsefall stood, his grin gone and his eyes glittering dangerously.
I'll leave you to yourself for your decidifying.
You should consider it, Mr. Carew, Gorbett whispered. It's no worse than Alan deserves, and much as I hate to admit it, Horsefall is right. It'll be easy enough to find out you're from Douthus and—
Hush now, Mr. Gorbett, Alexis whispered back. There's no telling who's listening.
I'm only saying.
I understand your meaning, Mr. Gorbett, I do. Alexis's mind was churning over the options. If she did nothing, then Alan would eventually tell Horsefall about Douthus and her grandfather. Whether there'd be any profit for them she didn't know, for she'd never heard of any single holder on Douthus bringing more than £1,000 of hard coin to bear. Most of their wealth was their land and the machines they worked it with. Perhaps her grandfather could sell off enough of the holding's equipment to others to make up whatever payment Horsefall demanded. Or perhaps not. Regardless, the pirate had made it clear that Gorbett and Peters were of no use to him then, and she dreaded what would be done to them. On the other hand, she couldn't bear the thought of helping him, even if it meant her own death. It would likely take everything her grandfather had built up for his entire life, and leave him with nothing if he had to pay a ransom. Her bile rose at the very thought of cooperating in such a thing. But, she knew, if the pirate did choose his second path, she wouldn't be able to sit by and watch while he tortured Peters or Gorbett. What she'd like to do is retake the ship and kill the bastard herself. Shoot him just for his vocabulary, I would. But that was unlikely. The three of them were well trussed up, and even if they could somehow retake the ship, 3 was not enough to sail her. "I'll not cooperate with him, Mr. Gorbett," she whispered, deciding. "So long as he lacks the information, any number of things could happen."
"Mr. Carew, we've a chance to save our lives."
"A chance which will not be lessened by waiting a bit more. Alan, bastard though he is, seems cagey enough to delay until he's sure of his own safety. And even then I suspect he'll hold something back, something we can use to bargain with Horsefall then. Likely a better bargain, as I think he's less and less enamoured of Alan with every delay." From her other side, Peters spoke up. "Something about this isn't right, Mr. Carew." Alexis turned and grinned dryly. "Our ship is taken and we're trussed up by pirates, Peters. What on earth could not be right about that?" "Meant about Alan, sir." Alexis's face hardened. "Yes, there is something very not right about Alan, and I very much hope I'll one day have the opportunity to rectify that." Peters looked troubled, but said no more. Alexis awoke suddenly to a heavy weight on her chest and a hand across her mouth. Her eyes snapped open, and she saw that Alan's face was near hers. She tried to struggle, but found her hands were still tied behind her, and his weight atop her kept her immobile.
"Shh, now,"
Alan whispered. He lowered his face to her ear and spoke quietly. His breath on the side of her face, and the scent of rum on it, reminded her of when he'd attacked her in the hold. Her heart hammered as she thrashed under him.
"Quiet now, Mr. Carew, or you'll wake them pirates and spoil it."
Alexis struggled frantically, trying to tug her hands free. She kicked her legs, trying to get a knee to the man's back.
"Shh,"
Alan whispered.
"I learned to watch those feet once now, didn't I?"
Alexis opened her mouth wide and then snapped it shut, catching the side of one of Alan's fingers between her teeth. She bore down forcefully, hearing him gasp in pain.
"That hurts a right bastard, it does, sir,"
Alan continued through gritted teeth.
"But you'll listen, please, sir, before you wake 'em. Half of 'em are dead drunk, and the guards dozed off. I've the one gun they gave me, and we've a chance to retake the ship."
Alan's words penetrated Alexis's panic and she froze. Was she truly saying what she thought she'd heard?
"I know you've no cause to trust me, sir, but please nod if you understand. We've got to wake the others silent-like to have a chance."
Slowly, Alexis released her grip on his hand.
"I'll take my hand away now, sir, and get you loose. Please, not a sound."
Alexis nodded understanding, and Alan took his hand from her mouth. He rolled off her and tugged at her wrists. The sharp edge of a knife brushed against her skin, and then her hands were free. Silently, Alan moved to her feet and cut those bonds as well. He handed her his pistol, butt first. Alexis took it, staring at him in astonishment, ashamed that she'd so misjudged him. "Alan!" "Shh!" he hissed, with a warning glance at the sleeping pirates. Together they edged quietly over to where Gorbett and Peters lay. They woke the 2 men silently, and with gestures and low voices made plans. They knew they'd need to take at least some of the pirates alive if they were to have any hope of sailing the ship, and needed Horsefall as well to navigate with the encrypted equipment. And how they'd manage to convince him to do so, Alexis hadn't a clue. She moved to the port side of the quarterdeck with the pistol, her small stature and injured shoulder making her less useful if the pirates awoke before being disarmed. Gorbett took the knife from Alan and crept to the sleeping guard, while Alan and Peters took positions near the other 3 pirates. Alexis tried to find a clear angle to fire if needed, but couldn't. Gorbett held the knife near the guard's throat and gently slid the man's pistol from his waistband. The guard woke suddenly, eyes widening as he saw Gorbett's face close to his with a warning look, and felt the knife blade press against his skin.
Not a sound, you, Gorbett warned softly. Back against the wall and hands atop your head now.
The man complied, eyes wide and fearful. With a warning look, Gorbett stepped back from the guard, shifting the pistol and knife in his hands, but as soon as he was out of reach, the pirate guard yelled out, "Boarders!"
Damn you,
Gorbett yelled, kneeing the man in the crotch to put him out of action. The 3 other pirates reacted unexpectedly quickly for as much drink as they'd put away, eyes opening and hands scrabbling for weapons. Peters and Allen fell on them immediately, Gorbett a step behind. Peters put one man down quickly, stripping his knife from him and sending it clattering across the deck toward Alexis's feet, before spinning the pirate around and slamming him face first into the bulkhead. Allen disarmed his first target and shoved the man toward Peters, before turning his attention to Horsefall. Gorbett had gotten to Horsefall first, though, and the pirate captain had reacted more quickly than his crew. He sidestepped Gorbett, whose momentum sent him crashing into the bulkhead behind Horsefall. The pirate spun with him, drawing his pistol. For a moment, Alexis had a clear shot at his back, but hesitated, and then Allen was on him, striking Horsefall a vicious punch to the kidney and stepping in to grapple with the man as he turned. For a moment they struggled, then there was the sound of 2 gunshots close together, and Allen lurched away, wrenching the pistol from Horsefall's grasp as he went. "Enough!" Alexis barked, now with a clear shot and her pistol trained on Horsefall's head. The pirate captain froze and slowly raised his hands in surrender, breathing heavily. At the sight of this, the remaining pirates stopped struggling with Peters, and the 2 stepped slightly apart. "Peters, slide all the weapons forward, then drag Mr. Gorbett and Allen forward as well," Alexis ordered. She gestured at Horsefall with the pistol. "Face the bulkhead and place your hands flat against it." She waited until all of the weapons were secure, and Peters had dragged Gorbett and Allen well clear of the 4 pirates, grimacing at the wide trail of blood left on the deck behind Allen, but he was moaning and moving feebly, so at least he was alive. "How are they?" "The master's at his head, no telling," Peters informed her, retrieving one of the liberated pistols for himself and pointing it aft at the pirates. "Allen's done for, I think." "What?" She edged her way carefully to the other men. "Get the medical kit." Allen groaned.
No use, sir,
he said harshly, gritting his teeth.
With no surgeon.
He shook his head. Alexis knelt beside him, appalled at the growing pool of blood on the deck. She grasped the spacer's hand. "You hang on, Allen. We'll find the med kit and—"
"The man's dead already,"
Horsefall said, turning from the bulkhead and taking a step toward the navigation console and lowering his hands slightly.
"Gut shot takes time, and he just don't know how to stop his breathing and carrying on yet. Now let's you and I get to talking, girl, for surely we've some negotiations to be about."
Alexis trained her pistol on him carefully. "I've heard enough out of you. Peters, if he lowers his hands any further, shoot him." She turned back to Allen. "Don't listen to him, Allen. We'll get you back to the ship and Mr. Comerford will fix you up. Just hang on."
"I don't think so, sir,"
Allen muttered weakly. He coughed.
"Oh, hell, that hurts."
"Let him go, girl," Horsefall said. "I said enough, Horsefall, or I'll shoot you now and save on the hanging." Horsefall laughed. "Oh, I don't think so, girl. You've no clue where the ship is, and there's only me and young Brighty can con it. So unless you'd like to drift until we all starve, it's a little choice you have." Allen coughed again, and Alexis saw that there was blood in his mouth. He grimaced and grasped her hand tightly.
"Thank you, sir."
"For what?" she asked, swallowing hard.
"For that second chance."
He coughed again, and had to turn his head to spit blood from it.
"I'm sorry for that, sir. Never could hold my drink."
Alexis glanced up to see that Peters had his pistol trained on the 4 pirates, then set hers down beside her and stroked Allen's forehead. "It's all right, Allen."
"Kind of you to say so, sir. But I've done some—"
He trailed off, then his expression grew puzzled.
Always thought I'd hang.
His grip slackened and his eyes closed slowly. Alexis saw that her sleeve, where she grasped his hand, was soaked in blood. She sat for a moment, feeling tears on her face.
When you're done caterwauling, girl, Horsfall said, we'll start the negotiating.
Alexis clenched her jaw, staring at Alan's still face. She knew Horsfall was right. With Gorbett unconscious and her own difficulties navigating, she'd be hard-pressed to sail the ship with a working navigation plot. Not knowing how the pirates' plot was encrypted made the task impossible. She glanced up at Peters and saw that his hand was starting to shake as he held the pistol. There were only the two of them now, and if Peters gave in to fear of the more numerous pirates, they'd be lost. She looked at the group of pirates behind Horsfall. They were looking over their shoulders at Horsfall from their position against the aft bulkhead, and she could see them start to smile. Horsfall would always be working some angle to his advantage, and the other pirates would always follow him. Alexis took a deep breath, forcing herself to relax the tension that filled her. Peters and Gorbett were all that were left of the little crew she'd come aboard with, and it was her responsibility to get them home safely, no matter the cost. Very deliberately, she grasped her pistol and stood, raising it to point at the pirate. Horsfall snorted in derision. "You're not scaring me, girl. You need—" The crack of the shot was very loud in the silent compartment. The bullet took Horsfall on the bridge of his nose, expanding as it was intended, so as not to continue on and damage critical equipment. Horsfall's head jerked back, spraying the pirates behind him with a fine mist of blood, and his body fell to the floor. Alexis turned her gaze and the pistol to the other pirates. "Which of you is young Brighty?" Chapter 21. "Please, sir, you need to get some rest." "I'll be fine, Peters," Alexis assured him. She'd not slept in the 4 days since they'd retaken the ship, and the small medkit they'd found was almost out of stimulants. Instead, she stalked Grapple's tiny quarterdeck, keeping her eyes constantly on the pirate, Brighty, and his work at the navigation plot. When she allowed him to sleep, and Peters kept a close eye on the course Brighty had left, she checked his bonds personally and moved to guard the hatch from the sail locker where the two pirates were. "Brighty here says we should make Idera soon, and he doesn't want to disappoint me. Do you, Brighty?" The pirate swallowed hard and didn't look up from his console. No, Mum, I surely don't. And hope to see sign of the Idera pilot boat any time now, sir, but can't guarantee it." Alexis narrowed her eyes and regarded the pirate sternly. Brighty paled and ducked his head back to the plot, clearly terrified. She had a moment's sympathy for him, but forced the feeling down before she could express it. Part of her thought it odd that the grown man who'd lived as a pirate for years was so afraid of her and winced inwardly at the threat that had instilled that fear. "You will pilot the ship back to Idera, Brighty," she'd told him after she'd shot Horsfall and Brighty had identified himself. "Straight there and no tricks, or you'll regret it. Do you know what I'll do to you if you don't?" He'd nodded. "Shoot me like you did Horsfall, Mum." She looked at him in the eye, face blank and expressionless. "No, Brighty. I will put you in a suit, bind your hand so you can't dump your air, and put you over the side. Then I will stop this ship just out of reach and watch you die." She backed away from the console and leaned wearily against the aft bulkhead, still liberally sprayed with Horsfall's blood. She closed her eyes just for a moment and felt them burn with fatigue. Peters moved to stand beside her and spoke quietly. "You can't stay awake forever, sir. We can tie him to the console, and I'll watch him for any funny business. Their mothers are safe in the sail locker and can't get in. We've closed off the access they use to get into the hold." "Perhaps you're right, Peters," she sighed. She raised her hand and saw that it was trembling, though whether from fatigue or the stimulants or both, she didn't know. There were still stains of blood on her skin and caked under her nails. It seemed no amount of washing in the pinnace's cramped head would get the stains off her. I'll see out this watch, and perhaps you can stand the next on your own.
Thank you, sir. It'll do you good, you'll see.
Brighty straightened suddenly at the navigation console. I've a light ahead, he announced. Fine on the port bow, up 20. Alexis straightened. Steer for it, she ordered. Peters, are our colours flying?
Bright as can be, sir,
he assured her, smiling as he moved forward to pass the order for sail changes to the pirates in the locker. We're lit fore and aft. That has to be the pilot boat, sir. Has to be. I certainly hope so, Peters, she agreed. She rubbed at her face, tired beyond measure. Within minutes, Brighty announced that the lights ahead were gone, heralding the assumption that it was indeed the Idera pilot boat, now transitioned to normal space to announce an arriving ship to the system. Only minutes after that saw Brighty calling out another contact, this much brighter than the last, which sent Peters scurrying to the signal station and peering through the ship's optics to identify it. It's Merlin, sir, he announced excitedly. She must have been perched right on the transition point to come that fast. As the two ships converged, Alexis taxed Peter's knowledge of signals to the limit as she had him transmitting the events of the past week to the other ship. She almost sobbed with relief hours later, with the ship safely at the transition point, and Peters reporting from the sail locker hatch that the sails were uncharged and the two pirates were safely inboard. Transition, please, Brighty, she ordered. The ship's screens began lighting up with data as the external sensors came to life and began sending information again. On the forward screen was the blue and white ball of Idera, hanging majestically against the backdrop of stars. They're beautiful, Alexis murmured. Yes, they are, sir, Peters agreed, returning to the signal station. Thought sure I'd never see them or old Merlin again, sir, but you brought us home right enough. The starboard screen showed Merlin herself, and a boat already separating from the top of the ship and bending a course toward them. Signal from Merlin, sir, Peters announced. Fine work, and Captain to repair on-board instanter, sir. Captain? Well, you've been captain of this old bucket these last days, haven't you, sir? Peters asked, grinning. Alexis looked at him, not understanding. They're rendering you honours, sir, he explained. Honours? Alexis repeated dully, glancing around the blood-stained quarterdeck, her eyes resting finally on the still form of the sailing master, and thinking of the bodies of Alan and the two Marines stored carefully in the hold, as she'd had no heart to leave them behind in Darkspace. Something she'd not scrupled with in disposing of Horsefall. I suppose they don't yet understand how utterly I've failed. Merlin's boat, carrying Roland, the surgeon, and far more spacers and Marines than Alexis thought strictly necessary, made fast to the little grapple's airlock and sent a new crew aboard. Roland nodded to Alexis as she passed him on her way through to the boat. Mr. Carew, he said. Alexis blinked in shock. I do believe that's the first time he's called me that. Mr. Roland, she said, nodding back. Once she, Peters, and the men carrying Mr. Gorbett on a stretcher were aboard, the boat detached and made its way back to Merlin. The first face she saw upon coming aboard Merlin was Philip's. He waited just inside the hatchway to the boat's lock. Alexis wanted to throw her arms around him and sob with relief that he'd recovered, but that would hardly be appropriate. She winced at the sight of his face. No longer wrapped in bandaging, it sported a jagged line that ran from his forehead, thankfully missing his right eye, and then down his cheek to his jawline. It's a sight, isn't it? He asked, grinning. Comerford assures me I'll have the scar for a time. He preceded her down the ladder and slid open the hatch to the gunroom for her. Captain would like to see you. Of course, she said, though she'd much rather have collapsed onto her bunk. Or perhaps a shower first. It had been some time since she'd last bathed. Instead, she made her way through the gunroom, a gunroom that seemed curiously full of spacers, and all of them staring at her gravely. Alexis kept her face down, unable to meet their eyes. not wanting to see one of Alan's mates or any of the Marines, not wanting to see the accusing look she was sure she'd receive for failing to bring their friends home safely. She almost sighed with relief as she slid the hatch to the companionway shut, but knew she'd now have to face the captain. The Marine sentry at the captain's hatch straightened his shoulders, eyes stiffly forward, and without the small grin and wink that those she'd sparred with usually gave her. Alexis's heart fell further, if that were possible, at this fresh condemnation. He rapped sharply on the hatchway and called out, "Midshipman Carew reporting, sir." Alexis entered, finding the captain at his desk. "Mr. Carew?" "Sir?" she said. She reached up to remove her beret and realised that she didn't have it. Lost at some point during her time aboard Grapple. She straightened her shoulders and stared straight ahead, bracing herself for whatever the captain had to say about the debacle of her time away from Merlin.
"I asked Mr. Easley to send you forward after you'd had a chance to clean up and rest a bit."
Alexis was suddenly quite aware of her condition, grimy and bedraggled, after nearly a week aboard the smaller ship, during which she'd done no more than to wash her hands and face quickly before returning to the quarter-deck. "I'm sorry, sir." She swayed on her feet, wanting nothing more than to close her eyes and hide somewhere. Grantham shook his head.
"As you're here..."
He met her eye.
"Mr. Carew, I wish you to know that your actions aboard Grapple have been noted, and will figure prominently in my report to Admiralty."
So bad as that? Not even something that can be dealt with aboard ship? She thought of Acca's explanation of the flogging, and thought she understood it better now. Over, done with, and forgotten. But clearly, her own failure was such that it would require far more in the way of consequences. Perhaps I should simply resign and return to Dalthus, marry whomever my grandfather can find who'll still have me, and be done with it. She realised that Grantham was still speaking, but she had no sense of what he'd said. Probably listing everything I should have done instead. Her vision blurred, and her eyes filled with tears. "I'm sorry, sir," she blurted out, unable to contain it any longer. Grantham stopped speaking, eyes widening. "I'm sorry," she went on in a rush. "I thought things were in hand, even after the storm began, but I didn't keep a close enough watch on the pirates." She felt the tears running down her cheeks and knew it was improper, but fatigue and events had caught up with her, and she couldn't stop herself. "I should have known they were up to something. That Horsfall had a look about him from the start, but I didn't, and they killed Corsey and Bayes, sir." She closed her eyes. "Alan saved us more than once, sir. He stopped me from drawing on Horsfall at the start, which surely would have ended with us all dead, and then convinced them to keep us alive with his story of my grandfather's wealth. But I didn't see it, sir. If I had, we might have made better plans. They all might not have died." She sniffed loudly and blinked her eyes to clear them. "There's no need to involve Admiralty, sir. I'll resign voluntarily if only I can find some way back to Dalthus." She trailed off, unable to continue.
"Were you listening to me at all, Mr. Carew?" "No," he said, rising and coming around his desk. "I see that you are not. Am I to understand from your words that you consider your time aboard Grapple a failure?"
Alexis nodded, unable to speak for fear she'd begin babbling again.
"Well, I certainly do not, and have so written in my dispatches."
"Sir,
Undermanned and reliant on captured pirates to man the ship, blown off course and away from support by a storm, taken by surprise by those same pirates, armed now and able to move throughout the ship via unexpected means. Arms and means, mind you, that went undiscovered by the more numerous and far more experienced boarding party that first took her, and finally, after retaking the ship against all expectations and faced with an unknown position and an altered navigation plot, to convince those same pirates, men who know full well they'll hang when caught, to pilot the ship. Name for me the officer who will have faced this better than yourself, Mr. Carew. This paragon of foresight and ability, for I have yet to make his acquaintance, and I should dearly wish to do so."
Alexis stared at him, unable to speak.
Good Lord, girl, Grantham said, his voice hoarse and his face softening. What do you expect of yourself?
Alexis opened her mouth to answer, but Grantham held up a hand.
No, he said. You are clearly exhausted and distraught. We will speak of this again, but for now I expect you to recover from your ordeal. I'll speak to the purser about your water allotment, so please take all the time you need in washing up.
Thank you, sir, she managed.
We shall be sailing for Delphus immediately, for the pirates' other ship contained conclusive proof of Daviel Coulson's involvement.
Alexis looked up sharply at this, her eyes narrowing.
And that is a look that suits you far better than the mask of hangdog sorrow you've been wearing.
He regarded her sternly.
You will stay with us until we've taken him up for his part in this matter. Should you still wish to resign your position at that time, you may do so. But I tell you with all candour, I would consider it a great loss, both personally and to Her Majesty's service.
Thank you, sir. Alexis waited, but Grantham was silent for so long that it caused her to wonder if she'd been dismissed.
My own first captain said something to me when I was a young midshipman, Mr. Carew, he said finally. Something which has just sprung to mind for me.
What's that, sir?
He said, if only you could see yourself with a mirror of others' eyes.
Grantham smiled sadly.
Captain Keene fancied himself a bit of a poet, I think.
I don't understand, sir.
I didn't either, Mr. Carew. Not truly. Not until today. Perhaps it will not take you quite so long as I.
Thank you, sir.
Very well, then. Go and get some rest.
Alexis nodded and reached for the hatchway.
Oh, Mr. Carew, one last thing.
Sir?
Robert Allen's time in the Navy was all aboard this ship. I knew what to expect of him as well as any of the crew, and I can tell you with certainty, Mr. Carew, for the man Robert Allen was when he came to the Navy, for the man he was prior to encountering you, for that man, going over to pirates would not have been a ruse. Please do consider that as well.
I will, sir. Though she was exhausted, whatever of the stimulants left in her system unable to overcome the fatigue of the last several days, she simply couldn't bear the thought of sleeping in her grimy condition. She made her way slowly, almost staggering to the gunroom heads, glad to see that the crew had mostly left the area. Save for 3 men, she saw, waiting near the heads themselves. Mr. Carew, one said as she approached, nodding and raising one hand to his forelock. Please, I just want to get a little clean and then sleep. Yes?
Wiggins, sir.
Otter and Paradine, he said, nodding to the other 2. We're Alan's messmates. Alexis closed her eyes. Please, not now, she thought, quite imagining what the men must think of her. Peter's told us what you done, sir, for Alan. We just wanted to thank you. She opened her eyes, bewildered. Thank me?
For staying with him at the end, sir, so as he didn't die all alone and such, and for bringing him back.
He glanced around at the others.
Old Alan didn't like the dark much. Wouldn't want to have been left out there.
He looked down at the deck.
He weren't much of a man, sir, but, well, he were a fine mate.
Alexis nodded, even that contradiction somehow making perfect sense to her. Yes, she said. Yes, he was.
We took a bit of a whip round of the men, sir, and come up with something for you. Heard from Peters how you stayed on the quarterdeck the whole time. Thought you might like a proper wash, being a girl and all. So as everyone put in a bit of their water ration, and we spoke to the purser.
Alexis almost laughed, her eyes full. Between the captain's words and this, did the whole crew think she did nothing but bathe? She started to tell them that the captain had already authorised all she'd need, but saw the earnest look in their eyes. She didn't quite understand why they wanted to do this,
but she did realise that she couldn't reject what little they had to give. She'd find a way to make it right through the purser later. "Thank you," she said, reaching out to grasp his shoulder. "Wiggin." She looked each of the others in the eye in turn. "Otter, Paradine. Will you thank the others for me as well?"
"Aye, sir. That will do."
Alexis slid the hatchway open.
"You take your time, sir,"
Wiggin said, and she saw that the 3 men had arrayed themselves like guards.
"We'll see as you're not disturbed for naught."
Alexis stood under the hot water, relishing its burn. She turned it up as hot as she could stand, and then further, hoping that the heat would do more than the scrubbing to wash away the last few days. Finally she shut the water off and towelled herself dry, then wiped a spot clear in the fog-covered mirror and stared at herself in the mirror. There were dark circles of fatigue under her eyes, almost matching in hue the bruise that covered the left side of her face, where Alan had knocked her to the deck. Her eyes burned and filled again. If only she'd had the sense to see what he was about, instead of judging him so harshly, perhaps she'd have been able to work with him to plan a better time to retake the ship. He might be alive, and the sailing master uninjured. She thought about the captain's words, and those of Alan's mates. Neither the captain nor the crew seemed to blame her. Quite the opposite, in fact. She looked around and groaned as she realised that she hadn't stopped at her cabin to retrieve a fresh uniform. The thought of putting back on those she'd been wearing aboard Grapple was unbearable, but neither could she go running through the gun-room wrapped in a bath towel. There was a soft knock at the hatchway, and she heard Philip's voice. "Alexis?" "Yes," she called back. "Your guards here let me through. I thought you might like a change of clothes." Alexis quickly wrapped a towel around herself and slid the hatchway open a bit. "You are a dear, Philip. Thank you." Philip blushed brightly and looked away, blindly holding a bundle out to her. She grasped them and laughed, calling out as she slid the hatch closed. "It's a shoulder, Philip. You've 2 yourself, I think." "Which do you think, Alexis?" Alexis looked up. She'd been staring blankly at her tablet, unable to really study, as she contemplated her decision. "The scar, Alexis. Which is it to be?" She frowned. "Which what?" "Were you even listening?" "I'm sorry, Philip. I was lost in thought." "Seems so." He tilted his head so that the right side was prominent, the scar still horribly raised and purple. "What I was wondering is, should I say the scar's from an action or from a duel? Roland thinks a duel would be best. Which would you be most impressed by?" Alexis blinked and then smiled knowingly. "And you're asking me because I'm a girl?" "Well, I simply... This is all about impressing the young ladies next door in port, yes?" "Well..." "Philip, would you really wish to waste your time on someone who'd be impressed with a silly story about some scar without even knowing you?" "I do see your point, I suppose," Philip muttered unhappily, and resumed reading his own tablet. Alexis went back to staring at her own, not really seeing the words. They expected to arrive at Dalthus in 4 days' time, at which point she'd have to make a decision about resigning her position or staying aboard Merlin. "After I've seen that bastard Coulson taken up, though," she assured herself. But whatever her decision at that time, she would have to stick with it, she knew. If she resigned, the Navy would never take her back, and if she did not, she would have to be fully committed. "Alexis?" "Yes?" "Do you suppose I might make a good officer one day?" She looked up at him, shocked. "Whatever do you mean?" Philip looked distinctly uncomfortable. "It's only that this was my first major action, you see, and all I seemed to manage was to get myself knocked about and my face sliced up." Alexis thought back to the day of the action and her time on the signals console, before Philip had been injured.
Hearing him on the gun-room channel, exhorting the men to work harder and faster at the guns, encouraging their efforts and grunting with effort as he hauled shot and worked to right a gun that had been struck and overturned. "Why on earth are you asking me?" she asked, thinking that he would better ask Lieutenant Carruthers, or even Roland. "It's only that you've done so well in such a short time," he said. Alexis stared at him in astonishment. True, she hadn't discussed her doubts with him, but neither did she understand how he could think she had done well. For a moment, despite what Captain Grantham had said to her, she thought he might be having her on, though it would be a cruel joke and not in his nature, but his face was quite open and earnest. "Philip," she said, "I cannot imagine another officer who could have done more on the gun-deck that day. I heard everything you said, and you quite rallied the men to fight their hardest. It was only bad luck at the end that struck you down. Otherwise—" She heard the echo of Captain Grantham's words to her, and almost laughed. Perhaps it was time for her to give more credence to the good opinion of others than to her own doubts. "I have no doubt that you will make a fine officer, Philip, and I will be quite proud to have served with you." "Thank you, Alexis." He turned back to his studies. Alexis did as well, finding the dense text on Darkspace navigation suddenly much easier to read. She glanced over at Philip, and her lips curled in an impish grin. "One day," she added. He looked at her in shock, then saw her grin, and answered it with one of his own, before returning his gaze to his tablet. Alexis watched him for a moment, considering. The scar, gruesome though it was, did actually grant the young man a more mature and less boyish appearance, rakish even, and there was no doubt he'd come by it honourably. "Philip." "Yes." "The former, if you intend to court her, for you'd not want her to catch you in a lie." She smiled as she saw his neck flush red again. "The latter, if you simply desire a pleasant evening with a young lady of more liberal nature." Chapter 22. For this visit the captain had ordered both boats and all of the marines, meaning to take Coulson no matter how many farmhands he had backing him, and the boats put down on the immense front lawn of the Coulson estate, landing struts sinking deeply into the lush grass. The marines and spacers, both groups armed, poured out of the boats and took up positions around them. Captain Grantham, Alexis behind him, strode purposefully down the ramp. Philip, in charge of the other boat, met them on the lawn, and they advanced toward the house, spacers and marines at their back. A similar group moved toward them from the house, led by Edmund Coulson, collecting more men from the outbuildings as they approached. The two groups came together mid-lawn, stopping a few metres apart and watching each other warily. "Captain Grantham," Edmund Coulson said, stepping to the fore. "My reputation precedes me once more," Grantham mused. "Mr. Coulson the younger, I presume?" "I am," Edmund said. "And you are not welcome here, Captain. I'll thank you to reboard your shuttles and be off." "We're here to speak to your father, lad," Grantham said. "Would you care to fetch him out, or shall I send my men in to find him?" "Fetch, Captain? I think not, even were he here, which he is not. So I'll again ask you to leave my property." "Not yours yet, unless your father's dead, lad. I know that much about your laws." He made a small gesture to Lieutenant Ames. "Arms!" the Marine Lieutenant called out, and his Marines quickly brought their rifles to the ready, pointing into the group, Ames's own aimed steadily at Edmund. The armed spacers with guns followed suit, though not as crisply as the Marines, and those armed only with clubs or blades raised them or swished them menacingly through the air. Some of Edmund's men raised their weapons as well, but most looked about uncertainly. They were outnumbered,
and certainly outgunned by Merlin's marines. "What are you about, Captain Grantham?" Edmund stepped forward angrily. "This is private land, and you've no authority here." "I'm in pursuit of a criminal, Mr. Coulson, and may go where I believe him to be. Now stand your men down before there's bloodshed, and send out your father." "He's not here, I told you." "Then tell me where he is, boy, and we'll be off." The captain's voice was reasonable, but his face was set and his eyes hard. "There's no need for bloodshed, save you make it so." Edmund narrowed his eyes and glared at Captain Grantham. "If there's bloodshed, Captain, it will be on your head, and will ensure your superiors know of it. As for my father—" He grinned. "I do not know where he has gone." "I find that hard to believe," Grantham said. Alexis did as well. She studied Edmund's face, and was suddenly struck by the fact that his expression was the same as he'd worn when he'd visited her at her grandfather's. He's enjoying this, she realised, and was then as well. She felt her face flush hot with both anger and embarrassment that she'd allowed him to bait her. "Believe what you will, Captain," Edmund said, grinning wider. "Invade my home and search if you like, but you'll not find him here, and I can't tell you what I do not know." More than you can play that game of baiting, Alexis thought, and stepped forward, stopping just short of Edmund and looking him in the eye. His men eyed her warily but kept their distance. "We'll see if you rise to it as well as I did." "He doesn't know where his father is, Captain," she said. "That's what I've just told you," Edmund began. "His father's running, like a beaten dog. He wouldn't want anyone to know where he is at all." Edmund stared at her, face gone white with rage. When a coward like him runs, he does it well. "Shut up," Edmund whispered. "Mr. Carew?" Grantham asked. "A coward, a pirate, and a murderer," Alexis continued, not responding to the captain and still staring into Edmund's eyes. "But mostly the former. For he's only hired the piracy and murder done. Too afraid to handle the deeds himself?" "Shut your mouth." "But hiring's all this family has the courage to do, it seems." She remembered what her grandfather had told her of the duel he'd fought before the colony's founding, and how he suspected the elder Coulson had hired it done. The father hires pirates, and the grandfather had to hire out his duelling. No stomach for it themselves. "You little bitch. How many deaths did Daddy hire done, Edmund? How many innocent merchant crews? Were there women and children as passengers on any? Did he know they'd be killed too?" Edmund clenched his jaw and stared at her with narrowed eyes. Or was he the hireling? Not the leader, him. Perhaps he didn't even know. Just a hireling himself of the pirates. That's more likely, don't you think? Took ambition and skill at least to get away with it this long, and that's not Daviel Coulson at all. No, Daviel Coulson's nothing but a whiny, mewling coward from a long line of the same. His father couldn't even get the lands he wanted most, for my grandfather was always there ahead of him, and the son was no better. "Shut up, you little bitch!" Edmund yelled, his face red with rage. "A worthless, ineffectual coward, run and left his son behind to face things while he scuttles back to the sewers where he belongs. I said shut up!" The crack of Edmund's hand against Alexis's cheek echoed across the lawn. "I'd call you out if you were a man." The Marines and Spacers started forward, but Captain Grantham held up a restraining hand, his gaze calculating and never leaving Alexis. Alexis raised a hand to her cheek and probed the side of her mouth with her tongue, tasting blood. "I truly should endeavour to be struck less often." "You may not call me out regardless, Edmund, for I'm a Queen's officer. Is this not so, Captain Grantham?"
Indeed it is, Mr. Carew, Grantham said. Save those holding a knighthood or peerage, Queen's officers are forbidden to duel. Ha! Lieutenant Ames guffawed. You've done for yourself now, boy.
Edmund looked perplexed.
What?
You struck a Queen's officer, Edmund, in front of witnesses. I can't call you out to satisfy my honour, so that task falls to the courts. Prison or impressment, if a magistrate finds you guilty. Alexis told him smugly.
A Queen's magistrate, boy,
Ames added.
Not one of your locals.
Not to worry, lad, the Marine Culmer put in, never taking his eyes or his rifle from Edmund's men.
We'll take good care of you aboard Merlin while we search out a magistrate. Safe as houses in our brig there.
Aye, another agreed.
We'll take right good care of the man what struck our Mr. Carew, we will.
But what she said... I said not a word about you, Edmund, Alexis said softly. Only about your father. Though perhaps the mewling comment brought some things to mind, and if they did, I'll not regret it. It's upon him to satisfy his honour, not you.
He may complain to her commanding officer as he wishes, Captain Grantham said, and I will certainly speak to her about her harsh and intemperate demeanour. But unfortunately Mr. Carew was mistaken about the sentence you're likely to receive.
Edmund drew himself up and smiled slightly.
No, Grantham continued. Mr. Carew was performing her duties as an officer when you struck her, Mr. Coulson. That would make the offence capital, should the magistrate so choose.
Edmund blanched, his eyes wide. Hanging, Edmund? Alexis whispered, so only he could hear her. Prison, or a year before the mast, if you're lucky? She watched his jaw work, but no sound came out. Tell the captain, Edmund. Tell him where your father is, and I'll let this go.
You'll pay for this,
Edmund murmured. Perhaps, but your price will be the dearer if you don't speak now.
Mr. Carew, sir?
Culmer asked, pausing beside her as they boarded the ship's boats. Yes, Culmer.
Just for the future, when you're interrogating a man, it's more usual the suspect what gets smacked in the gob, sir.
Yes, well, we must all play to our strengths, mustn't we? Alexis preceded the captain up the ramp and seated herself, looking up with surprise as Captain Grantham sat down beside her instead of his usual place at the fore.
Mr. Carew,
he said, staring forward. Sir?
While I do appreciate your zeal, I should wish that my officers were struck about the head somewhat less often than has been the case since you came aboard.
Aye, sir. I had that very thought myself. Alexis stood by the navigation plot, watching as the ship's boats made their way toward the large asteroid. The domes were dark and there was no visible movement, making them appear abandoned, but other sensors indicated there were both heat and power in the facility. The boats landed and she waited anxiously for any word from the surface. She noticed that she was drumming her fingers on the plot and casting quick glances to the signal station. She forced herself to square her shoulders and look calmly at the navigation plot.
Be some time before we hear aught, sir,
the sailing master said. I know, Mr. Gorbett. She smiled at him fondly, glad that he had recovered once under the care of the ship's surgeon. It's simply...
harder to watch others go off at times than to go yourself, sir.
Alexis nodded. Exactly. She took her hands from the plot table and grasped them behind her. She realised with a start that she was standing exactly as Captain Grantham did when going into action. I wonder if he does so as not to fidget as well. The location Edmund Coulson had finally given them for his father surprised everyone. The elder Coulson, surely in anticipation of his arrest when word of Merlin's taking of Rancor and Grapple arrived, had fled not only his homestead, but the planet itself. He'd run first to Port Arthur, then aboard a waiting ship. Edmund had refused to admit to any knowledge of his father's dealings with the pirates, insisting that he knew nothing of the matter. But he did admit that the Coulsons had been secretly mining the asteroid belt for years. He claimed no knowledge of what they were mining there, but Captain Grantham was convinced that the only thing worth the trouble and expense would have to be galenium. And the only reason to mine it secretly would be to sell it on the black market, bypassing the restrictions on the sale of the vital metal to other nations. The ship's boats had lifted from the Coulsons' homestead and rushed to rejoin Merlin in orbit, the masts and sails being raised even before the boats were aboard and setting course for the belt. It was possible that Coulson's ship had already left the belt and was en route to virtually any system, but Captain Grantham hoped that the man's greed would trip him up. If he was secretly mining galenium, then he would not want to leave behind any of the valuable metal. His ship would have to stop at the mining centre, the location of which they'd further sweated from Edmund, and load the material. If that took him long enough, Merlin might arrive in time to catch him. With Lieutenant Carruthers still in his berth and heavily medicated to spare him the pain of his badly broken legs healing, Captain Grantham had led the boarding party himself, taking Roland, Philip, all of the Marines and most of the crew, as they had no idea how many men would be present at the mines. Alexis and a small number of spacers were left aboard, along with the recovered sailing master, in case the captain needed them to manoeuvre the ship. Alexis looked to the signals console where Peters was stationed, having served her so well in that capacity aboard Grapple. "Is there any word?" she asked. "No, sir." Merlin was in communication with the ship's boats, but neither she nor the boats had been able to contact the boarding parties since they'd entered the complex. The stealth systems which had hidden the complex and its activities were just as effective at keeping the boarding party's suit radios from contacting them. "Sir, there's a boat coming round the far side of that asteroid." Alexis ran her hand along the navigation plot, bringing the new target into view. "Heading dead away, sir, toward that other great rock circling with this one." "Are we in contact with Captain Grantham at all, Peters?" Alexis asked. "No, sir." "Sir, that boat's signalling. Can't make it out, it's encrypted. The computer's working on it." Alexis hesitated only a moment. "Man the guns and get us under way, Mr. Kinsley. Keep trying to reach the captain, Peters, and inform the boats of our intent." She turned to the helmsman. "Take us right around after them. We've enough power to overtake them with the conventional drive and not man the sails." "Aye, sir." "And lucky at that," she murmured to Gorbett, "for we've not the crew to man sails and guns both." She grinned, heart leaping at the prospect of the chase. She considered the limited crew she had available, and turned to the boatswain. "Mr. Kinsley, have them load both broadsides and the starboard bow chaser. 2 men, the best gun captain still aboard, to the bow chaser, all the rest we can spare to the gun deck. Should it come to it, we'll fire 1 broadside and then work the guns we can with full crews." She grimaced. "That will be, I suspect, an intimidating 2 guns." "Aye, sir." Gorbett nodded. "You think Coulson is in that boat, sir?" "Coulson or some other of import in this matter, Mr. Gorbett." She paused, and caught her lower lip between her teeth, suddenly uncertain. From the moment the fleeing boat had been detected, she'd acted on instinct, simply giving the orders as quickly as they popped into her head. Now that she had a moment to consider, she wondered if she ought to have waited for contact from the captain. "I hesitate to ask, Mr. Gorbett," she said quietly, "but do you agree that this is the right course of action?" Gorbett's face softened a bit. "You were left in command, Mr. Carew," he said, equally quietly, though it was certain the crew on the quarterdeck could hear everything. "The decision is yours to make." "Yes," she agreed, "but it would be a poor commander who didn't seek out the opinion of those more experienced, I think." "Trust yourself, Mr. Carew, as Captain Grantham does." "As he trusts himself, or as he trusts me?" Alexis thought, but decided any further questioning would reveal an uncertainty the crew shouldn't see. She clenched her hands behind her, still wondering if she'd made the right choice, and feeling a gnawing doubt. "Is this what command is, then? A lot of standing about worrying if you made the right decision?" A part of her wished she was on the gun deck herself, with nothing more to concern her than encouraging the crews and hauling shot.
"A transmission from the chase, sir," Peters announced. "Says he's a Daviel Coulson."
Alexis stopped herself from asking if there had been any message at all from the captain, knowing that Peters would have informed her immediately if there had been. "Put it on my monitor here, please," she said. A moment later, a monitor near the navigation plot showed Daviel Coulson's face, flushed and eyes narrowed with rage.
"What are you about, Grantham? That's a private mine holding you've invaded. It's my claim and you've no business on it. I demand you recall your boats immediately."
Alexis reached out to record an answer while Coulson's transmission continued to play. She glanced at the navigation plot and estimated that there'd be a 3 or 4 second delay before her transmission reached him, all the while becoming less and less as Merlin closed the distance to the fleeing boat. At least we're in normal space and can do it without closing to a few kilometres and flashing lights at each other. "Good day, Mr. Coulson," she said, speaking clearly for the recording. "Captain Grantham is unavailable at present, and I'm afraid I must ask you to heave to for inspection and boarding, sir. Please do so immediately." She transmitted the message and waited for a response, watching Coulson's own transmission carry on with demands that they break off pursuit and leave his holdings immediately. After a few seconds, the man's rantings broke off and his eyes widened.
"You!"
Coulson's nostrils flared and his lip curled up in disgust.
"Put your captain on immediately, Carew. I'll not be spoken to so by some jumped-up bint playing at being in the Navy."
And here I thought I was quite polite. "Mr. Coulson," she said, starting to record for transmission again, "it is Captain Grantham's intent that you be taken up for questioning in some matter. I am in command of Merlin, and will see his wishes carried out, sir." She had to resist a certain urge to grin as she announced that she was in command. Serious as the situation was, she couldn't help but feel a little thrill that the ship and all aboard were responding to her will. Grinning would certainly not be the appropriate expression for this message, though even the nervous flutter in her stomach at the thought that she also bore the sole responsibility for the ship, crew, and her decisions couldn't completely quell it. "Heave to, sir, and let us put an end to this matter." She examined the plot for a moment after sending the message. "Have the bow chase a fire, Mr. Kinsley. Well clear of them, please." She saw the boatswain hesitate and start to speak. "I do know we're not nearly in range to put the guns on target, even were we to try. I merely wish to give them something to think about. I much doubt Daviel Coulson knows the effective range of our guns or has ever been fired upon. I hope to impress upon him his situation."
"Aye, sir. Sorry, sir."
A moment later the bow chaser fired, flashing instantly into the distance, quite unlike the lazy, condensed flow of shot in Darkspace.
"Are you insane, Carew?"
Coulson's next message came a few seconds later.
"This is a civilian craft. We're unarmed, you stupid bitch."
Alexis sensed the men on the quarterdeck tense with anger. Even the genial Gorbett clenched his jaw, and the boatswain's hand rose to his belt as though to grasp a weapon. She thought of Captain Grantham's comments about an officer's demeanour and setting the tone for the crew. There's a time for that anger, but this is not it, I think. "The very worst thing about being a woman in this Navy," she said to the quarterdeck at large, "is that the insults are so very limited." She turned to the boatswain. "You men get called all the imaginative ones."
"Aye, sir," he said. "A quite limited repertoire, these Coulsons have."
The helmsman stifled a laugh, clearing his throat and staring fixedly at his station, and Alexis realised that her baiting of Roland on the subject must have made its way to the crew as well as the gun-room. No secrets aboard ship, she reminded herself. Quite. She reached forward to record a response to Coulson's latest. "When an insane bitch armed with 16 heavy guns is rapidly closing on one, Mr. Coulson, it is perhaps best to do as she instructs. Heave to, sir. That is my final instruction. Merlin out."
Alexis watched the plot carefully as the arcs indicating the effective range of Merlin's guns approached the icon of the fleeing boat. The arcs were widest to port and starboard, where the ship's main guns could be brought to bear, and shortest fore and aft, where the smaller 4-pound chasers were. She could turn the ship to bring the main guns to bear, but then they'd lose ground to the fleeing boat. My compliments to the gunner, and would he see to the starboard bow chaser, Peters? We'll be within range shortly, and perhaps a shot or two nearer than the last will change Mr. Coulson's plans.
Aye, sir.
Within a few minutes, the gunner reported that he was ready at the starboard bow chaser, and the boat carrying Coulson was within range. Fire when you're ready, Mr. Breach, Alexis transmitted to the gunner. Not into them, but make our intent clear, if you please. A moment later the gun fired, the beam of the laser shot passing the fleeing boat to starboard and above.
The pilot of the boat's transmitting, sir, not that Coulson fellow, Peters announced. Claims he's unarmed and about legal business.
Respond with heave to, please, nothing more. Please inform Mr. Breach that I'll have another shot when he is ready, a bit closer this time. The next shot scorched past the fleeing boat at less than 100 metres. It was well within range of the 4-pounders now, and would be an easy target for the 6-pound main guns. Send heave to again, Peters, and inform them that the next shot will be into them, please.
Aye, sir. Sir, they're transmitting encrypted again.
The boat was very near the other asteroid now, with Merlin rapidly gaining.
If they get round that rock, we'll lose them for a time,
Gorbett remarked.
Mr. Breach will put a shot straight up their arse before that,
Alexis muttered. She glanced up to see a shocked look on the man's face. Apologies for my language, Mr. Gorbett.
No doubt he will, sir. Sail, sir, coming out from behind the rock.
Alexis looked at the tactical monitor and saw the image of a ship coming out from behind the asteroid, its sails already charged and glowing, but still furled as the ship waited for the fleeing boat to arrive. She returned to the navigation plot. She appears to have more sail than Merlin, Mr. Gorbett.
Bark, he agreed. 3 masts. If she's lightly laden and turns for Dalthus 8, she'd pull away from us easily, even if we had a full sail crew aboard. As it is, he shrugged, if she drops sail before we're in range, we'll never catch her. Even after, she'll be gone out of range as soon as she drops them.
Alexis studied the plot. It was just bad luck that the gas giant lay in an orbital position that would allow the other ship to run almost directly away from Merlin. With more sail area, the bar could be able to outdistance them, unless she carried far more mass. The other ship would have to wait for the boat, then let loose her sails. Meanwhile, Merlin would continue to close, but to continue the chase with such a reduced crew, she'd have to pull men from the guns to man the sails, and even then she'd likely be outdistanced. She opened her mouth to give the order.
The boat's dropped something, sir.
A new symbol appeared on the navigation plot, small and rapidly falling behind the accelerating boat and toward Merlin. Alexis had no idea what the object might be, but she was certain Coulson didn't intend it to be to Merlin's benefit.
Thrusters hard a port, starboard battery and broadside on my mark.
She waited as the Merlin turned to port, presenting her starboard guns to the fleeing boat.
Fire! Roll ship to port! 90 degrees, put our belly to it.
She watched the monitor with satisfaction as 4 of the 6 guns in Merlin's broadside found their mark in the fleeing boat, ripping it open to space. She pushed down the thought that, even if they were suited, 4 6-pound guns would likely have killed everyone aboard outright. The turn was gradually forcing Merlin off her previous course, bending a slight curve away from her previous path, and the roll had presented her heavier bottom hull and keel to whatever the object was. We'll come back to course and be after the bark once we're well past whatever it is they dropped, Alexis said. All of the monitors showing external data went dark.
Should have the thrusters cleared in an hour's time, sir,
Alexis heard over her suit radio.
Sensors will take a bit longer.
As quickly as you may, please, Mr. Dudgeon, she said.
We have to get back to that mining installation to retrieve the captain and the rest of the crew." She and Merlin's carpenter were suited and on the hull, surveying the damage caused by the blast. Virtually all of the small crew aboard Merlin was with them, working feverishly to repair the damage. Alexis eyed the masts and sails ruefully. "The captain's going to kill me." Merlin's sails were simply gone. The fine metal mesh had vaporized, and there was no trace of it left. The masts and yards, made of the same tough radiation-resistant thermoplastic as the hull, had fared somewhat better. They were merely twisted and deformed, as though heated and then left to cool. The once smooth surface of Merlin's hull had changed as well. It was now covered with bumpy, rippling waves. Dudgeon had told her a full 4 millimetres of the keel had vaporized, and it would take weeks or a proper dockyard to set her right. "Kill me, and then raise me up to kill me again, the captain will." The external sensors were the worst hit, after the sails. Every bit of electronics on the hull was now useless. Even the optical sensors were hard hit, as they had either melted and warped themselves, or the heated material of the hull had flowed over them. The suited crews, far too few for the amount of work, were busily replacing melted thruster nozzles, peeling back the hull from covered sensors, and digging out the sensors themselves to replace them with Merlin's limited spares. Other members of the crew were busy in the carpenter's shop, manufacturing new masts and spars to replace the deformed mess the ship's rigging had become. "Do you have any thoughts on what that was?" Dudgeon shrugged. "Nuclear of some sort. A mining charge, perhaps. Low residual radiation at least, or we'd be holed up inside still. Lucky we took it on the keel, though. Might have made it through the sail locker if we'd taken this head on." His voice turned grim. "Or the crews on the gun deck if we'd taken it broadside." Alexis shuddered at the thought of that blast of radiation streaming through the open gun ports and striking the gun crews. She knelt and ran her hand over the rippled hull, feeling the ridge of a safety line now embedded in the surface. "Have to replace all of the lines and running rigging as well," Dudgeon commented. "I'd not trust their strength after this." Alexis closed her eyes and pressed her hand firmly to Merlin's hull. "I am so sorry," she silently told the ship, "but thank you for keeping my crew safe." "Perhaps, Mr. Dudgeon," she said, standing, "your report would go easier if you told me the parts we won't have to replace." She watched his suit helmet turn to survey Merlin's devastated hull. "Not sure we've aught to put on that list, sir." Chapter 23. "Send our intent to break orbit, Mr. Carew." "Aye, sir." Alexis, once more at the signal station, sent the prepared broadcast that would announce Merlin's intent to leave orbit and the Dalthus system. Though with only 3 other ships in system, all of them merchantmen currently at much lower orbits than Merlin, the announcement was probably unnecessary. She'd been watching the merchants' plots with interest. One of them was from Hanover, the first foreign ship she'd ever seen, and she suspected it could only be at Dalthus for Varenwood. She wondered if it would be taking on wood from the last trees she'd cut on her grandfather's lands. 2 days of work had repaired enough of the damage for Merlin to limp back to the mining operation and recover the ship's boats and full crew, along with dozens of miners abandoned there by Coulson when he'd fled. A review of the records recovered had clearly implicated the elder Coulson in the piracy and illegal mining, but there was no indication his son had known about either. Edmund maintained that he'd known there was a mining operation in the belt, but not that it was illegally mining and exporting galenium. None of the records mentioned the other 4 families who were suspected of receiving the smuggled goods, and so, while the Crown might decide to investigate further, there was no immediate action to be taken. 3 weeks spent in orbit had repaired the worst of the damage to the ship. 3 weeks of almost constant work by the full crew, which left Alexis and everyone else exhausted and with no time for liberty. Despite her proximity to home, she'd had no opportunity to visit, and had only been able to exchange messages with her grandfather. Of his efforts to change the inheritance law, her grandfather reported nothing new. The opposition was still strong, and still led, unsurprisingly, by Edmund Coulson, who'd inherited his father's vote and suffered very little damage to his family's prestige by his father's actions. Alexis had heard this, and wondered at the politics involved, which she simply could not fathom. Alexis had carefully considered her position, and decided that, if there could be no decision on her lands for a period of years, then she would build what life she could away from them. Despite its hardships and her own uncertainties, she would trust Captain Grantham's assertion that she could be of value to the service, and would stay aboard Merlin. The time had also allowed Lieutenant Carruthers' legs time to heal, enough that he could return to duty, though he wore heavy braces on both legs and had difficulty moving with any speed.
"Charge the sails, Mr.
The captain was cut off as consoles around the quarterdeck began demanding attention. "Transition," the spacer at the tactical station announced. "Crash transition at L1." The navigation plot quickly added the presence of an unidentified ship at the L1 point, immediately between Douthis and its primary moon. Even before he'd finished speaking, the newcomer's first broadcasts were arriving at Alexis's station, announcing who she was, as well as delivering dispatches and mail as her automated systems recognised Merlin. Alexis's console quickly sorted the incoming traffic according to priority, first of which was the new ship's identity. HMS Hermione, sir. Frigate, 32 guns. Captain Neils commanding. The quarterdeck crew visibly relaxed as the new ship was announced to be friendly, when Alexis's console suddenly pinged loudly. "Incoming dispatch, sir." She paused. Captain's eyes only.
"Transfer it to my tablet, Mr. Carew."
"Aye, sir." Captain Grantham spent a few moments reading, then eyed the navigation plot as though to confirm something.
"Clear for action, Mr. Carruthers," he said calmly. "But keep the guns inboard."
Carruthers looked puzzled, but answered immediately.
"Aye, sir. Clear for action, guns to remain inboard."
There was a flurry of activity as the order was passed and the crew rushed to comply. Alexis quickly clambered into her vac suit, leaving her helmet clamped to the console, where it would be available quickly. More messages began appearing on her console. "Signal from Hermione, sir. Our number and Captain to repair on board." Grantham nodded, but ran his fingers over the navigation plot. He singled out one of the merchantmen in orbit around Douthis.
"Thank you, Mr. Carew. Mr. Gorbett, I would be obliged if you would place Merlin abeam that Hanoverese merchantman. Best time, if you please. Mr. Carew, respond to Hermione. Make 'cannot comply' followed by 'enemy in sight.'"
Alexis glanced over in surprise, then quickly turned back to her console and made the signals. "Aye, sir." The old sailing master was squinting at the navigation plot, watching the orbits of the other ships around the planet.
"Can do it as she comes around this time, Captain, but will skim awfully close to this other one. Best time, Mr. Gorbett,"
Grantham repeated, his eyes on the plot.
"Aye, sir."
Gorbett began issuing orders for the thrusters to fire, and Merlin moved out of her high orbit, dropping quickly toward the planet. As they dropped past another merchantman, coming within a few hundred metres of the larger ship, Alexis's console began beeping frantically for her attention as the merchantman's quarterdeck crew called to complain about the sudden manoeuvre and close call.
"Pay them no heed, Mr. Carew,"
Grantham ordered before she'd even alerted him to the call.
"Instead, get me that Hanoverese merchantman captain, if you please."
"Aye, sir."
"Mr. Carruthers, run out the guns immediately. We are abeam that ship."
"Aye, sir." After several attempts, Alexis was able to contact the merchantman, speaking to a frightened spacer on deck watch who was watching in terror as Merlin swooped down on his ship like a raptor from the skies. He claimed quickly that he'd called for his captain, who was supervising something in the hold, but was on his way to the quarterdeck. "I have the merchantman, sir," she told Grantham. Their captain is on his way to the quarter-deck. It will be a Captain Covalt, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Carew. We're close enough for video, and I think I owe him the courtesy, so please do so.
Aye, sir. Alexis spoke to the spacer on the other quarter-deck for a moment, and soon had an image of the merchantman's quarter-deck displayed on one of the monitors. A moment later, and an angry Hanoverese captain appeared.
What's the meaning of this? We've cleared customs twice already.
He paused, taking in the vac-suited figures on Merlin's quarter-deck, and glanced to the side, where an image of Merlin, gun ports opened and guns run out beside his ship, was displayed on a monitor. His shoulders slumped, and he turned back to address Grantham.
Is it war, then? I'm afraid so, Captain Covalt. I'm independent, sir. This ship is all I have. I am sorry, Captain Covalt, Grantham answered, his expression softened. Dalthus is a decent system. You and your men will be well treated here for the duration.
Covalt grimaced, then sighed heavily.
Will not resist you, Captain Grantham. That would be foolish. Thank you, sir. Just keep your crew in board. I'll send over my boatswain and a file of marines shortly.
Grantham nodded to Alexis to terminate the connection.
Secure from quarters, then the boatswain and a file of marines to the boats, Mr. Carruthers, and I'll have the officers and senior warrants in my cabin instanter, please.
Aye, sir. Alexis quickly stripped out of her vac-suit and went to find Roland and Philip on the gun-deck. The two were talking excitedly while they watched the crew return the last of the deck-plating and guns to their positions. "Is it true, Alexis?" Philip asked as he approached. "You were on the quarter-deck. Are we at war with Hanover?" "That's what Captain Grantham told the merchantman's captain," she affirmed. "We're to meet in the captain's cabin immediately."
"Well, come on then," Roland said, smiling widely and heading forward. "If it's war, then there'll be promotions and prize money."
Alexis and Easley followed him, Alexis thinking about the merchantman's captain and what war had meant for him. They entered the captain's cabin and found most of the other officers there. The captain's steward was busy pouring wine, and when the others arrived, and all had been served and seated, Grantham began.
"Gentlemen, as I'm sure you're aware by now, some damn fool somewhere has gone and gotten us a war. We're at war with the Republic of Hanover. We're to sail immediately for the border worlds, there to join the assembling fleet. While we wait for Hermione to join us in orbit, let us discuss Merlin's state and what we shall need to bring aboard for the journey." "In happier news," Captain Grantham continued, "news you would have already received had we not been so busy this last hour and you'd had time to check your tablets, the prize court at Zaria has acted with uncharacteristic efficiency, likely due to the sudden news of war, and has brought in both Rancor and Grapple."
He waited for the sounds of approval to diminish as the officers contemplated their unexpectedly swift good fortune.
"Though most of us here will see no value from Grapple, I'm afraid."
"I did not think she was so badly damaged, sir," Carruthers objected.
"What did they find wrong with her?" "Oh, nothing at all," Grantham answered with a grin. "She was in fine shape. Perhaps Mr. Carew would like to enlighten us as to her disposition, however."
"Me, sir?" Grantham slid his tablet to Alexis.
"You've a copy of their findings as well, Mr. Carew, but perhaps you'd be so good as to read it out for the rest of us."
He grinned broadly.
"Just start there where it says, 'The prize court's findings.'"
Alexis looked around at the others uncertainly, but they were all waiting on her, eager to hear the news. She looked down to the tablet and began reading. "The prize court's findings in the matter of the prize Grapple are as follows," she read. "That the prize Grapple is determined to be a true and legal prize, to be bought into Her Majesty's service with a valuation of—" Alexis trailed off, glancing up at the captain, who nodded for her to continue. "With a valuation of £3,078, 7 shillings 9 pence. She waited as the officers around the table cheered. Whatever the odd news about Grapple was, surely Rancor would have been valued higher, and they would all have shares of that.
"Go on, Mr. Carew."
"Further," she read, "it is found that the taking of the prize Grapple by—" She blinked, not quite believing what she was reading. By the ship Grapple, midshipman Alexis Carew, commander acting of Grapple. Sir, I don't understand. Alexis looked up to find Captain Grantham grinning more broadly, but the others looked as perplexed as she felt. Then Lieutenant Ames let out an explosive "Ha!" and raised his glass to her. "Well, if you've gotten the jest, Ames, please do help the rest of us along," Carruthers suggested. "For I do admit I am perplexed." Ames laughed again. "Then you've no true appreciation for the absurdity of the prize court, Lieutenant. Go on, Carew. Read the next bit and they'll get it." By the ship Grapple, midshipman Alexis Carew, commander acting of Grapple, there being no other ships in sight at the time of the action. "Hell!" Roland exploded, his eyes wide and his face white. At the same time Carruthers burst out in laughter. "Ha! You've got it now, eh?" "There's no mention of Merlin," Philip said, still sounding perplexed. "No," Carruthers agreed, wiping his eyes. "The bloody prize court's gone and bollocksed up the reports. They've got our Mr. Carew commanding a ship that took itself." "Read on, Mr. Carew, please do read on," Grantham said, sipping his wine and grinning. The others seemed to have gotten the joke now, for they were watching her intently, wide grins on their faces, except for Roland, who, still pale, was pouring himself a full glass of wine with shaking hands, and Philip, who looked as confused as Alexis remained. "Aye, sir." There being no other ships in sight at the time of the action, the prize court orders and distributes the valuation as follows. To midshipman Alexis Carew, commander acting of Grapple, the share of... Alexis paused, scarcely able to believe what she was reading, and Philip gasped in sudden realisation. "They've given you the captain's share, Alexis." "Bloody hell!" Roland muttered, drinking deeply. 2/8, Alexis read in a whisper. She looked to Grantham for confirmation. "Sir, is this true?" Grantham raised his glass and mock toast, eyes twinkling brightly. "Oh, the prize court, in its infinite infallibility, has said so, Mr. Carew, so true it must be. But do read on, for I feel these other gentlemen have not yet plumbed the true depths of their mirth." Alexis lowered her eyes and read, "Further, this prize court finds that the ship Grapple at the time of the action was acting of independent command, and upon Admiralty orders, has not part of any fleet, and so awards..." 3! Philip breathed in amazement, while Roland drained his glass and held it out to the steward for a refilling. "A further 1/8 to midshipman Alexis Carew, commander acting of Grapple." 3/8 of nigh £3,300, Mr. Carew." Gorbett congratulated her with a raised glass. "A tidy sum." The others agreed, raising their glasses as well, all but Roland, who merely upended his, draining it in one long gulp, and Breach, the gunner, who was staring at the sailing master in amazement. "What?" "Gorbett, you dense block! Do you not see what's to come next?" "What?" the man asked again, eyes searching the others' faces. "Read on, Mr. Carew, and enlighten Mr. Gorbett, please." Alexis's head was reeling at the thought. Sure, there must be some mistake, but she lowered her eyes and began reading again. "With regard to the senior officers and masters, this prize court finds there being aboard the ship Grapple at the time of action no lieutenants nor captain of marines, and only of this group the sailing master Burrell Gorbett 1/8 is so awarded." Alexis looked up to find the sailing master staring at her in shock, his eyes wide. She smiled at him gently. "Well, that might start a little farm, mightn't it?" "Aye," Gorbett breathed in amazement. "Nigh £400. £409, 15 shillings, 11 1/2 the eighth," Philip announced with a wide grin, looking up from his own tablet. "Plus half a farthing if it matters."
"Please continue, Mr. Carew," Grantham said gently.
Of other warrant officers, nor marines, nor mates, nor petty officers aboard the ship Grapple at the time of the action, there being none, the prize court orders these 2/8 revert to—"
No, Roland whispered, draining his glass again. Can't be. Can't bloody be.
5? Philip asked quietly. Revert to midshipman Alexis Carew, commander acting of Grapple. Alexis finished weakly.
Hear, hear!
Carruthers cheered, raising his glass.
Ha! Ames agreed.
Captain, Alexis protested, it's too much. I can't, sir. £2,048 19 shillings 10 pence, Philip announced, grinning. And half a farthing, if it matters.
Read out the rest, Mr. Carew, so it's all out there, though there's no more for you, I'm afraid,
Grantham told her, eyes dancing. Aye, sir, she agreed dully, still shocked at the amount. Regarding the crew's share, the prize court awards 2/8 to those spacers aboard the ship Grapple at the time of the action, namely able spacer Jonathan Peters and— Alexis had to pause, her throat tightening and eyes burning. Able spacer Robert Allen, deceased, his heirs, kin, debtors and estate. The remainder of the message was a short list showing the exact amounts awarded, and she saw that Easley had calculated them correctly, even to the half-farthings. The master, Peters and Allen's estate were to receive some £400 each, whilst her own tablet would contain a draft for over £2,000. Surely this is a mistake, and we must tell them so.
Ha! Ames said. Tell the prize court they've made a mistake?
Mr. Carew, Carruthers said kindly, you will have ample opportunity in your career to argue with the prize court, I'm sure. There is certainly no need to do so to your own detriment.
Ha! Too right,
Ames said. But, sirs, she began, scanning their faces for some support and finding none. Even Roland, well into another glass of wine and glaring daggers at her, seemed to think the idea of questioning the ruling to be foolish.
Think, Mr. Carew,
Grantham said gently.
If you question their ruling on Grapple, then they'll likely take another look at Rancour as well.
They'd put both of them back through the hopper and no award for months,
Breach agreed.
And, Grantham continued, questioning even Grapple will affect others.
He gestured to the sailing master.
Would you have Mr. Gorbett return his award as well? Or Peters?
Alexis watched the elderly sailing master as he tried to remain impassive, but she could tell that he was already thinking of a small farm and seeing his family again, too old to continue sailing the dark. And the thought of Peters, young and with a truly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, £400 would allow him to start a cosy Spacers pub on some world or station, surely. No, sir, she whispered.
Then I'm afraid you're stuck with it,
Grantham told her, smiling. She scanned their faces again, finding only happiness and goodwill, save for Gorbett, whose eyes were still wide with shock, and Roland, who sat with crossed arms and a clenched jaw. This is grand for you, Alexis, Philip enthused. Just grand. If it's awarded to me, sir, Alexis said, trying once more, can I not dispose of it as I will? Disperse it to Merlin's crew or some such? They're the ones who truly took Grapple. They deserve the credit. Grantham considered for a moment, then shook his head.
No, I think not. Your opinions, Lieutenant Carruthers, Mr. Breach?
Both men shook their heads as well. No, sir, I don't think they'd take it, Carruthers said.
Not like that.
Too proud,
Breach agreed.
They'd see it as charity and turn up their noses at it. A drink or two in port is one thing, but a share of your own prize money? That'd get their backs up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carew. You will have to decide what to do with Allen's share, though.
Me, sir?
According to the prize court, you were his captain at the time he died. It falls to you to see his share dispersed. I checked his records earlier, as I've to do something with his share of Rancour, much smaller though it is. The man had no family, so far as I can tell. so you must decide what to do with it.
Alexis was silent for a moment, remembering Alan as he'd lain bleeding on the deck of Grapple. His captain? She wondered. Yes, I suppose I was. His mates, sir, she said quietly. Grantham nodded.
I'll speak to the purser and see it done.
Thank you, sir. Alexis paused, considering. Sirs, you say the men would not take from the captain's shares for pride, but what of the others?
What others, Mr. Carew?
Alexis scanned the tablet quickly. Of other warrant officers, nor marines, nor mates, nor petty officers aboard, she read aloud. Those shares for whom no officers were aboard and which reverted to me by chance. Surely the men would agree that those shares are not mine and should devolve to them?
Mr. Breach?
The gunner furrowed his brow, considering, then nodded.
That they'd look upon, he agreed. Shares that belong to no one in particular, so to speak.
Grantham looked at her approvingly.
Very good, Mr. Carew. I'll speak to the purser about that as well.
Well done, Mr. Carew. Carruthers raised his glass to her. Your Marines, Lieutenant Ames, Alexis continued. The two who are on Grapple, Courcy and Bays, they're not mentioned.
Dead before the action,
Ames answered. I could provide something, for their families, perhaps. Ames nodded agreement. And you, gentlemen, Alexis ventured, meeting their eyes in turn. Surely you can see that this is a mistake, and those other shares should be dispersed amongst yourselves, as Merlin took the prize.
Ha! You'll not sneak that one by me.
No. Carruthers shook his head. I don't believe I'll agree to that, Mr. Carew. Even the gunner, not a wealthy man by any means, shook his head, smiling.
I'll take mine in drinks, as I tell the story of Grapple, the ship what took herself in every port.
He laughed.
Like to be more profit in it too.
No, Alexis, it's yours, Philip told her. Though you will pay for the next dinner ashore, won't you? Even Roland simply waved a hand at her, while he drained another glass and glared.
It appears you have no takers,
Grantham observed. Alexis shrugged. She looked around the table, everyone but Roland smiling happily at her good fortune. She raised her glass to them. Thank you, gentlemen. You're left with 3/8, Alexis. That's £1,229 7 shillings 10 pence. And half a farthing? Well, yes, actually, Philip agreed. You'll want an agent for that account, Mr. Carew, Carruthers warned her. Too much to keep in ship's accounts. And you've your share of rancour as well, and likely this fat merchantman beside us coming soon. Thank you, sir.
And with that, gentlemen, I believe Hermione will soon be close enough for me to go and see what Captain Neils desires of me,
Grantham told them.
Pass the word for my barge, if you will, Mr. Carruthers.
Aye, sir. The group stood, Roland a bit unsteadily, and filed out of the great cabin into the gun-room, Carruthers calling for a pilot and crew to man the captain's barge. Epilogue.
Thank you,
Captain Grantham said, nodding as the other captain's steward served him a glass of wine. The man he'd come to see was seated across the desk from him, seemingly engrossed in something on his tablet. Grantham sipped the wine and set the glass down on the desk, waiting and idly looking about. The great cabin on Hermione was considerably larger and more well-appointed than his own on Merlin. A privilege of being made post-captain and commanding a frigate instead of a sloop.
Fine work, Grantham,
the other man said, setting his tablet aside.
Damn fine work. Thank you, Captain Neils. Just sorry Hermione couldn't have arrived in time to get a piece of it. Looks like you've taken all the profit in the sector.
Grantham smiled.
I'm sure there'll be more than enough for you and Hermione, sir. What with the war and all. Surely, surely. Always some damn fool up to something, isn't there, Grantham? But about this...
He frowned and waved his hand irritably at the tablet.
This girl. Midshipman Carew,
Grantham prompted, wary.
Midshipman, Niels scoffed. What on earth were you thinking, Grantham?
Sir, Grantham said stiffly, Mr. Carew acquitted herself quite admirably in 3 actions. I have nothing but the highest praise for her.
Yes, I can see that from your report.
Niels sighed heavily.
Look, Grantham, I can understand your position. Alone out here, devilishly undermanned, ship half empty of officers and crew. I sympathise, I really do. But appointing a girl to your gun-room, Grantham, it simply isn't done.
But it is done, sir, quite frequently. There are any number of female officers.
Back at the corps, Grantham,
Niels interrupted angrily.
All, well, correct and peaceful and such there. This is the fringe, sir. We're fighting ships out here, not floating dress shops.
Again, Captain Niels, Midshipman Carew was instrumental in our success against the pirates and in bringing in the 2nd prize.
All right, Grantham, I understand. Can't back down once you've done something. Have to see it through. Look, I've a full midshipman's berth, plenty of good lads in it. I'll send one right over to Merlin. A good one, mind you, not some dullard. Then you can fix your report and put the girl on the beach where she belongs.
I don't understand, sir.
Don't be dense, Grantham. Once you send this report to Admiralty, it's done. I understand you don't want to be short of officers, so I'll give you a good lad. Then you can excise this girl from your reports and say no more of it.
I appreciate the offer of a midshipman, sir, but I simply can't justify dismissing Carew. She's done nothing to warrant it, sir.
She warrants it by being a female, Grantham.
I'll not dismiss her, Captain Niels, and I've already sent my report on to Admiralty. It's sealed in the dispatches as of this morning.
Well, now you've stuck us with her, Grantham. I suggest you find some way to undo what you've done and get rid of her.
Captain Neil, you're senior to me, yes, but I've an independent command. For so long as I'm commander of Merlin, I'll keep Midshipman Carew aboard and be happy to have her.
I see. Very well, Grantham. So be it.
He sighed.
I'll still send that new midshipman over to you within the hour, so you won't be so terribly undermanned. Dismissed.
Grantham was surprised by the generosity. Thank you, sir. That will be quite helpful. He rose to leave.
Oh, and Grantham?
Niels called as the other captain was at the door.
Yes? When my boat arrives with your new midshipman, send your Mr. Carew back here with it.
Sir?
A simple trade, Captain Grantham. For the good of the service, you understand. Your little sloop will be much better off with an experienced young officer, and your new midshipman will gain far more experience here aboard Hermione.
Sir, I do protest.
Protest all you like, Grantham, but my report to Admiralty will include this reasoning. Can you deny that this benefits both your ship and a young officer?
Grantham was silent.
Or is there some other reason you want this particular midshipman aboard Merlin? A personal reason?
Captain Niels, sir, you go too far.
Oh, don't get your back up over it, Grantham. I'm merely pointing out what some might think, and you know it.
He turned back to his console, in clear dismissal.
Within the hour, Captain.
This has been Into the Dark, Alexis Carew, Book 1. Written by J. A. Sutherland. Narrated by Elizabeth Klett. Copyright 2014 by J. A. Sutherland. Production copyright 2015 by J. A. Sutherland.